Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Looking at the arrows flying towards his face, Liu Yan frowned and disappeared again. Damn it, these elves were simply shameless. Liu Yan directly used his skill. The Netherworld Twin Dragons. The two bone dragons quickly rose beside Liu Yan, prepared to listen to Liu Yan's orders at any time. Other than agility, the other attributes of the two bone dragons were twice that of Liu Yan. With Liu Yan's current 4 attributes, not to mention that the other party was level 28, even if the other party was level 30, they would definitely not be able to withstand the two bone dragons beside him. Without hesitation, Liu Yan directly instructed the two bone dragons to rush towards the dark elves in front of him. The dark elves in front of him sensed the auras emitted from the two bone dragons, and their expressions changed slightly. Several whistles sounded, and the surrounding dark elves seemed to be communicating anxiously. Then, the dark elves in front quickly retreated and disappeared from Liu Yan's sight. It seemed that these dark elves were really persistent and could only be chased away when the two bone dragons appeared. Liu Yan watched as the other party's dark elves retreated but did not chase after them. After all, it might not be too good for him to chase after them. Forget it, since he had already summoned the bone dragons, he would hunt more surrounding demon beasts to replenish the undead he had just lost. Soon, the screams of demon beasts sounded from the surrounding black fog forest. The surrounding demon beasts were tragically killed by Liu Yan. At this moment, in the retreating dark elf team, a dark elf looked at the captain beside him and asked in confusion, "Captain, why didn't you continue fighting just now? Although those two bone dragons are powerful, with our agile movement speed, we might be able to defeat them." The captain beside him did not even turn around when he heard this and said, "You're just too combative. That guy is not simple. He has a lot of undead around him and his combat strength is not weak. When he attacked previously and wanted to retreat, he clearly thought that we were difficult to deal with. However, after we continued to attack, he immediately summoned the two bone dragons to show us that he was not afraid of us. He just felt that it was troublesome to face us. Since the other party can summon those bone dragons, he might have other methods. We can't be careless. Moreover, what's our goal this time? It's to find Her Highness Yuna. Everything else can wait. Since there are experts in that area, let's explore the other areas first." As he spoke, the dark elf captain directly accelerated and quickly headed to another area. After killing the demon beasts in front of him, Bai Yuez held his spear and continued forward. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. He was still advancing very quickly and was quickly approaching his final destination. At Bai Yuez's current speed, he should be able to arrive at his destination before tonight. Bai Yuez's expression was very serious as he observed the surrounding environment warily. Although Bai Yuez usually liked to fool around, he was still very serious at this critical moment. All along, Bai Yuez had always had a scar in his heart. He had gotten it during the Bai family's previous final trial. Only those who passed the Bai family's final trial could walk out of the Bai family. Otherwise, even if they successfully got into a university, it was impossible for them to leave the Bai family. Bai Yuez previously had a cousin he had a good relationship with called Bai Feng. The two of them had eaten and played together since they were young. They were each other's best friends. Unfortunately, in the Bai family's final trial, Bai Feng was unable to pass and directly died miserably in front of Bai Yuez. That scene deeply stimulated Bai Yuez, making him eager to increase his strength. If he had had enough ability back then, he might have been able to bring Bai Feng through the trial. Therefore, although Bai Yuez had always liked to fool around, he still worked very hard to increase his strength. In this new student competition, Bai Tianyu had surpassed him, making Bai Yuez somewhat uncomfortable. However, he knew in his heart that Bai Tianyu had the Flood Dragon bloodline in his body. It was only a matter of time before the other party surpassed him. He did not have Sister Bai Miao's talent in the heavy sword, nor did he have Bai Tianyu's unique bloodline power. He could only rely on his own hard work to practice the Bai family's spear technique desperately and constantly improve himself. This National University New Student Competition was an opportunity for him. If he could obtain a ranking, the rewards would be even richer than the New Student Competition. At that time, his strength would be greatly guaranteed. Therefore, Bai Yuez wanted to quickly increase his strength in this special training. The only thing Bai Yuez could break through now was the Bai family's spear technique. The Bai family's spear technique was the foundation of the Bai family. It was not as simple as a simple spear technique. After cultivating the Bai family's spear technique to mastery and mastering all the spear moves, he could turn something rotten into something magical and obtain a very powerful strength. It could be said that he could transform spear moves into epic level skills. However, Bai Yuez was still far from mastering the Bai family's spear technique. He had yet to learn some relatively powerful spear moves. However, Bai Yuez was determined to keep progressing. In actual combat, the Bai family's spear technique improved very quickly. Although Bai Yuez was advancing along the route, the battles along the way did not stop. Although his spear technique could not be said to have improved a lot, there had still been improvements. Just as Bai Yuez was about to enter a dense forest in front of him, his body suddenly tightened. Arrows passed through the dense leaves in front of him and shot towards Bai Yuez. Bai Yuez rolled and quickly dodged these arrows. Tisk, tisk, tisk. With crisp sounds, several arrows appeared on the ground behind Bai Yuez. Cold sweat seeped out of Bai Yue's forehead. If not for the fact that he had dodged in time, these arrows would probably have directly pierced through his body. From the sound, one could tell how sharp these arrows were. Turning around, Bai Yue saw the archers behind him quickly disappear. Holding the spear, Bai Yue quickly retreated. The enemy in front of him was unknown, but just the arrows the other party shot at him made him feel full pressure. After that, there were no more attacks in front of him, as if everything was too calm. Bai Yue did not dare to be careless and carefully stared ahead as he retreated. The other party was definitely not a demon. They were very likely a foreign race and there were many of them. Under such circumstances, it was best not to fight the other party head-on. He had to retreat from this area first. Even if it meant taking a detour, he could no longer continue down the same path. After retreating to a safe place, Bai Yue took a detour to the side, prepared to circle around the area in front of him just now. Behind the forest not far behind Bai Yue, Lu Quan's figure appeared. Looking at Bai Yue's actions, Lu Quan nodded in satisfaction. This Bai Yue was still very insightful and knew that he needed to retreat at this moment and circle around the surrounding area. However, looking at the forest in front of him, Lu Quan frowned. Why were the dark elves here? If not for the fact that he had just released his aura and let those dark elves retreat, Bai Yue would probably have suffered. Forget it, he would check on the other new students first. Lu Quan's figure disappeared again. With a tragic cry, Lu Yan killed the surrounding demon beasts. A large number of undead began to appear and join Lu Yan's undead army. With the two bone dragons, Lu Yan was almost unstoppable. The surrounding demon beasts were directly swept clean by Lu Yan. A large number of demon beasts were killed, and the number of the undead army quickly expanded. After panting slightly, Lu Yan removed the two bone dragons. It was almost nighttime. If he wanted to hunt high-level demon beasts at night, he had to slow down and rest. Maintaining two bone dragons was still very tiring. He would rest first. Lu Yan lay on the undead rhinoceros and closed his eyes to recover his mental strength. He planned to see how much mental strength he could recover at night later. If it was not enough, he would eat something to recover his mental strength. The surrounding undead patrolled the surroundings and helped Lu Yan create a good resting environment. At this moment, a large number of dark elves were searching for traces of the dark elf princess in the surroundings, and Aoyun was still working on the last bit of outline of the sacrificial array. The 10 new students were heading towards their destination along the route, while Lu Quan and Leishuo were protecting them. The three sides had not come into special contact yet, but it felt as if a storm was brewing quietly. At night, Lu Yan slowly opened his eyes. His mental strength had already recovered a lot. He did not need to consume anything to recover his mental strength for the time being. Lu Yan stretched his waist and discovered that he had already arrived at the place where he had fought the Necromancer previously. He would search the surroundings for prey first. Lu Yan directly sent the surrounding undead out and began to search for the surrounding high-level demon beasts, prepared to welcome them back to his undead family. Soon, the surrounding undead found a prey. It was a commander-level earth dragon. Although its grade was not very high, its level was still very high and it should be at level 30. With Lu Yan's current 4 attributes, he could still take on the other party. After arriving at the area of the earth dragon, Lu Yan skillfully completed all the actions he needed to take in advance. With the black bone scythe in hand, Lu Yan took a deep breath and was the first to attack. His body quickly disappeared. When Lu Yan appeared again, he was already behind the earth dragon. With the black bone scythe in his hand, he slashed at the earth dragon's neck. This earth dragon was not that vigilant. It only reacted when the black bone scythe landed on its neck. However, this earth dragon was still very thick-skinned. The black bone scythe only directly tore a hole in its neck. The earth dragon roared angrily and then turned around to bite Lu Yan. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand to block the earth dragon's attack. Then, the surrounding undead rushed over. The Lord-level red flame tiger that had become Lu Yan's undead was the first to pounce over and directly fight this earth dragon. The outcome of the battle between the two sides was difficult to determine. Although the level of the undead red flame tiger was higher than the earth dragon, its level was inferior to the earth dragon. The two sides still seemed to fight with equal strength. However, under the siege of the surrounding undead, this earth dragon was still quickly defeated and was personally killed by Lu Yan. Unfortunately, this earth dragon did not successfully transform into his undead. Through this period of battle, Lu Yan concluded a pattern. That was, after killing the demon beast, the other party's level would affect whether or not they would transform into his undead. If the grade was very high but the level was not high, the success rate would still be very high. After gathering the corpses of the earth dragons on the ground, Lu Yan continued to advance towards his next destination. He would hunt in the first half of the night and travel in the second half of the night. This way, he would definitely be able to reach his final destination before dawn. Soon, some of the surrounding high-level demon beasts were tragically killed by Lu Yan and joined Lu Yan's undead family. In the latter half of the night, Lu Yan suddenly thought of something. He had previously thought of exploring the surrounding area. After all, Lu Feng and the military seemed to be searching for something. After identifying his location, Lu Yan headed towards the venue where he had fought the Necromancer not far away. Aoyun lay on the ground and was seriously outlining the sacrificial formation. This damn formation was even harder than he had imagined, so it took a bit longer. However, it was almost done. Beside Aoyun, the dark elf princess Yuna was looking at Aoyun's huge body in horror. She had woken up tonight, but her body was trapped by Aoyun. Her mouth was also sealed by a spell and she could not speak. Yuna had always been in the Dark Elf tribe. As a princess, she lived a carefree life. Originally, she was about to become an adult and could go out to hunt in a few days. She did not expect to be suddenly kidnapped by this flood dragon. Although she did not know what this black flood dragon wanted to do, looking at the array on the ground, Yuna felt that something was wrong. This guy was definitely up to no good. However, she was unable to move or make a sound now. She could only watch helplessly as Aoyun worked. It was finally done. Aoyun heaved a sigh of relief and had already outlined the sacrificial formation on the ground. However, at this moment, Aoyun's body tensed up again as he retracted his aura. He sensed that powerful force again. Damn, could that guy have targeted this place? Why does he keep appearing in the surroundings from time to time? When the sacrificial array is activated, an aura will leak. If the other party did not go far, he will definitely rush over to check. After absorbing the sacrifice power, I won't be able to move. If I'm discovered, it'll be over. No, I have to think of a way. Aoyun frowned and wanted to think of a foolproof plan. Nov. L.B//JNN. Seal the cave? It was useless. His aura would still be leaked. However, what else could he do? Aoyun frowned and suddenly saw the array formation under the soil in the cave. There was still the array formation Moriton wanted to use to summon Lord Netherworld. I got it. This summoning formation has already been completed. I'm just short of some blood essence. I'll inject the blood essence and directly summon that Lich Lord Netherworld. I'll let it attract the attention of the people outside and I can activate the sacrificial formation without anyone knowing. Aoyun felt that he had thought of a good idea. In that case, he only needed to summon the Lich and get it to go out and cause trouble to attract attention and help him obtain half an hour of time for his sacrificial formation. However, there was a problem now. He knew Moriton, but he did not know the Lich. What if the other party came out and killed him? This was not impossible. Instead, it was very likely. After thinking for a moment, Aoyun thought of a good idea. He had heard Moriton say that the amount of blood essence was related to the strength of the Lich summoned. He only needed to make sure he didn't give the Lich too much blood essence. It would be fine as long as that Lich was not too powerful. At that time, he could at least resist the other party. With the summoning formation activated, the aura he had sensed previously would probably quickly rush over. At that time, the Lich's attention would be attracted. Half an hour? He only needed half an hour. It was not too much, right? Aoyun carefully went through the entire process in his mind. There should be no problem. Taking a deep breath, Aoyun directly arrived in the center of the cave formation. With a swing of his tail, the soil on the array was swept out. The entire array formation below had already been completely completed, and the activation had also been completed. It only needed the last bit of blood essence to be directly activated. This was also the reason why Moriton had let the undead knights go out to hunt despite the risk of being discovered. Damn, I need to give away my blood essence again. Damn, how many demon beasts do I have to eat to replenish it? I hope I can successfully advance. Aoyun cursed, but his eyes revealed extreme desire and yearning. It was Aoyun's lifelong dream to leave the flood dragon bloodline and become a divine dragon. For this reason, he had devoured many demon beasts with dark attribute bloodlines. Devouring the dark elf that contained the king blood was the last step for him to advance to a divine dragon. Thinking that he might be about to obtain the divine dragon bloodline, Aoyun was incomparably excited. Looking at the huge summoning formation below, Aoyun did not hesitate anymore and slowly opened his mouth. Aoyun spat out a drop of blood essence. As this drop of blood essence left his body, Aoyun's expression instantly withered. Controlling this drop of blood essence, Aoyun directly sent it to the summoning formation in front of him. Then, this drop of blood essence dripped down and directly landed on the summoning formation, instantly fusing into it. Buzz! As this drop of blood essence landed, the entire summoning formation was instantly activated. Light lit up from the surrounding array patterns and quickly filled the entire formation. Boom! The dense force directly shattered the rocks in the surrounding cave, and a large amount of soil slid down. Thick spatial power began to form in the surroundings. Black fog rose and enveloped the cave. Aoyun raised his eyebrows and sensed dense undead power begin to appear around him. A figure slowly appeared from the array. In the black fog forest, Leishuo and Luquan gathered. The performance of these 10 little guys is not bad. They basically all successfully arrived at their final destination. Luquan chuckled. Leishuo nodded. They're much stronger than the new students of the previous batch, especially Lu Yan and Bai Miao. The first special training is basically not difficult for them at all. That's right. Lu Yan can even easily hunt demon beasts in the surroundings. He even has a chance of transforming the demon beast he hunted into his undead army. He's simply abnormal. Luquan looked in Lu Yan's direction and shook his head. Lu Yan's actions naturally attracted the attention of Luquan and Leishuo. After discovering Lu Yan's ability, they sighed in their hearts. Such an ability was simply abnormal. No wonder he could build an undead army in a short period of time. Leishuo nodded and smiled, very gratified. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Lu Yan. By the way, many dark elves seem to have appeared in this black fog forest. I wonder why. Luquan slowly said. Leishuo nodded. I also noticed this. However, there seems to be a tribe of dark elves in the black fog forest. Although they're not in this area, they're probably hunting. There's no need to care too much. Lu Quan nodded when he heard this. He only felt that it was somewhat strange. At this moment, Lei Shuo and Lu Quan's bodies suddenly froze. Then, they turned around together and their gazes landed on the left. There's an extremely dense magic power and undead aura. What's going on? Lu Quan frowned. Lei Shuo also said in a low voice, for there to be such a dense undead aura, something's definitely wrong. I remember that many undead knights appeared here previously. Last time, Lu Yan, Bai Miao, and the others also seemed to have encountered them. Lu Quan nodded. Previously, the military region and the school even cooperated and searched this area, but they didn't seem to find anything. Is there a connection between the two? Lei Shuo shook his head and then said, I'll go and investigate. The meeting place of these 10 little guys is not far away. You should be able to take care of them alone, right? Lu Quan smiled and said, don't worry and go. In terms of combat strength, I might not be your match, but your rescue speed is far inferior to mine. Lei Shuo nodded. Then, lightning surged from his body and he quickly disappeared from his spot. Aoyun looked at the figure that appeared in the dense black fog in front of him, and his expression became solemn. The figure was somewhat illusory. His entire body was wrapped in black fog and his appearance could not be seen clearly. He held a completely pitch-black staff. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. A dense undead aura surged from the other party. Clearly, this was a high-level undead creature. It was a lich. The figure slowly opened its eyes. His golden eyes were especially dazzling in his pitch-black face. Who are you? Where's Moraton? The gaze of the summoned lich instantly landed on Aoyun, his expression somewhat puzzled. Aoyun's body instantly tightened. When this guy targeted him, Aoyun felt an extreme threat. This guy's combat strength was definitely very powerful. Without hesitation, Aoyun looked at the lich in front of him and said, Honorable Lich, Moraton is dead. I'm his best friend. I followed his last wish and spent a large amount of my blood essence to summon you. Aoyun especially emphasized the words a large amount of my blood essence, wanting to close the distance between the two of them. Black fog surged on the lich's face in front of him. He looked at Aoyun and said, Call me Lord Netherworld. How did Moraton die? Aoyun's face twitched. Then, he cursed the lich in his heart for being so shameless. However, he smiled and said, Lord Netherworld, I don't know how Moraton died. However, there have been human experts around recently. It might be them. No matter what, he had to divert this guy's attention first. At the same time, Aoyun was also anxiously waiting for the powerful aura from before. Previously, he had only leaked some aura and the other party had already come to check a few times. Now that the undead aura was so dense, it was definitely impossible for the other party to not come and take a look, right? The lich who called himself Lord Netherworld looked at Aoyun in front of him and was slightly silent. Black fog surged on his face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. I'll believe you for the time being. Stay at the side and don't disturb me. After a moment of silence, the lich looked at Aoyun in front of him and said. Aoyun heaved a sigh of relief and his tense body relaxed. Don't worry, Lord Netherworld. Go ahead and do your thing. I definitely won't disturb you. Aoyun grabbed the dark elf Princess Yuna and retreated to the sacrificial array inside, indicating that he would not disturb the lich. The lich glanced at Aoyun and then waved the staff in his hand. The array under him trembled again. The array that had been silent because he had summoned this lich seemed to have been activated again and directly lit up. Then, a large amount of undead aura seeped out. Undead knights began to appear from the array. Aoyun raised his eyebrows. This guy could actually activate the array and summon his subordinates. However, it no longer had anything to do with him. Aoyun did not dare to use the sacrificial formation yet. After all, if this lich took advantage of him using the sacrificial formation to attack him, he would be finished. Aoyun was waiting. He could only use the sacrificial formation when the person who had sensed the aura previously came and fought this lich. It had to be said that Aoyun was still very cautious. Aoyun did not wait in vain. About a minute later, lightning flickered outside the cave. Boom! A bolt of lightning directly slashed towards the cave. At the same time, a powerful aura directly appeared. It was Lei Shuo. When Lei Shuo rushed over, he discovered that this undead power was becoming richer and richer, so he sped up. When he arrived, he saw a large number of undead knights leave the cave. Moreover, the undead aura inside was still increasing. A summoning formation or a teleportation gate to summon undead creatures. Lei Shuo instantly made a judgment. After the void gate opened, every year, a large number of demon beasts and foreign races had traveled over. However, the number of demon beasts that came through was still consistent. Coupled with the killing of humans and the killing of demon beasts by foreign races, humans could gradually stabilize the situation. However, some high-level demon beasts would constantly look for opportunities to summon their own kind through summoning formations or teleportation doors. They were a huge threat. Moreover, many spatial cracks had also appeared. Many demon beasts and foreign races would also appear. The balance that humans had been maintaining previously was about to be broken again. Was it the undead creatures this time? Lei Shuo did not hesitate and directly shot a bolt of lightning towards the hole below. No matter what the other party was, since he had encountered it, he would directly erase it. A large amount of black fog suddenly surged out of the cave entrance. A large amount of undead power formed a pitch-black shield that blocked the lightning. Bang! With a crisp sound, the pitch-black shield formed by the undead power directly blocked Leishuo's lightning. Leishuo raised his eyebrows and then saw a pitch-black figure appear at the entrance of the cave in front of him. Sensing the dense undead power emitted from the other party, Leishuo frowned. It was a lich. Moreover, its level was not low. Leishuo stretched out his hand and lightning condensed in his hand, quickly forming a lightning spear. Without any hesitation, Leishuo grabbed the thunder spear in his hand and directly rushed towards the lich below. The lich below raised his hand, and dense undead power surged out, directly enveloping Leishuo's body. Then, the dense undead power instantly froze, turning into a black ice crystal that froze Leishuo inside. Crack! However, in less than a second, cracks appeared on the black ice crystal. With a crisp sound, the black ice crystal suddenly shattered. Leishuo's figure rushed out and directly headed towards the lich below. The lich screamed, and the huge sound wave directly rushed towards Leishuo in front of him, making Leishuo frown and stop. The sound wave seemed to be corporeal, making it somewhat difficult for Leishuo to descend. Moreover, the sound wave was even interfering with Leishuo's mind, making Leishuo's head somewhat dizzy. A large amount of lightning suddenly surged out of Leishuo's body, directly covering Leishuo's body and blocking the invasion of the sound wave. At this moment, many undead creatures had already appeared beside the lich below. There were pitch-black undead knights, undead swordsmen with large swords, and necromancers with staffs. 2 netherworld dragons even appeared beside the lich. Sensing that Leishuo was troublesome, this lich did not dare to delay and directly used its strongest combat strength. The 2 undead dragons were the first to attack and directly rushed towards Leishuo. Several undead knights arrived on the netherworld dragon and pounced towards Leishuo under the lead of the netherworld dragon. The necromancers below began to chant undead magic, prepared to condense undead power and attack Leishuo. Humph! Leishuo snorted coldly. Lightning flickered on his body, as if it had formed a lightning armor on his body. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. His body directly fell and rushed out. Leishuo arrived beside a netherworld dragon and directly threw a punch at it. As soon as this netherworld dragon opened its mouth, it was punched in the neck by Leishuo. It wailed, and a huge hole directly appeared in its neck. Lightning flickered in it, carrying out the subsequent damage. The undead swordsmen on the netherworld dragon attacked. They gathered strength and slashed at Leishuo. Leishuo glanced at these undead swordsmen. 2 bolts of lightning directly shot out from Leishuo's eyes and instantly pierced through the bodies of these undead swordsmen. These undead swordsmen directly turned into dust in the lightning and dissipated with the wind. Taking a step in the air, Leishuo welcomed the other netherworld dragon again. At this moment, in the cave, Aoyun's opportunity finally came. Without any hesitation, Aoyun directly placed the Dark Elf Princess Yuna in his hand into the sacrificial formation. Unable to wait to activate the sacrificial formation, Aoyun stood in front of Yuna. Aoyun activated the sacrificial formation excitedly and nervously. Buzz! The entire formation was instantly activated. A faint red light rose from the formation and directly enveloped Yuna's body. The sacrificial array was beginning to work. Bit by bit, the power began to be extracted from Yuna's body and entered Aoyun's body. This was pure dark-type power. Aoyun felt that he was on his way to becoming a divine dragon. In the Black Fog Forest, Lu Yan was bringing the surrounding undead to the place where he had fought the Necromancer previously. Soon, Lu Yan arrived at the place where the battle happened. Looking around, Lu Yan was still very familiar with the surroundings. At that time, the isolation barrier had enveloped this place, forcing him to face many undead knights and the last Necromancer. After getting the undead to spread out, Lu Yan began to explore the surrounding area to see if he could discover anything. He swept the surroundings with the undead and did not discover anything. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Lu Feng and the others had definitely come to investigate. If they had discovered anything, they would have long known about it. Just as Lu Yan was about to leave with the surrounding undead and continue hunting demon beasts in the surroundings before heading towards his destination, the Necromancer beside him suddenly moved. Ever since the Necromancer transformed into Lu Yan's undead, he was like an undead without intelligence and only had some combat memories. However, at this moment, this Necromancer's body seemed to have stiffened. Then, the netherworld fire in his eyes swayed. Lu Yan instantly frowned. He could sense an undead power appear in this Necromancer's body. It was as if he wanted to break through his restraints. However, this undead power was clearly not enough to break through his restraints as an undead monarch. Looking at the surrounding environment and thinking of the battle with the Necromancer, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Then, Lu Yan weakened his control over this Necromancer. The netherworld fire in the Necromancer's eyes flickered again. Then, his body froze as he headed in a direction. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes and frowned as he looked in the direction the Necromancer was heading. This Necromancer was moving in the direction where it had come from previously. It was the direction of the blood pool. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly followed. Soon, the Necromancer in front of him arrived at the pool of blood from before. At that time, a teleportation formation was formed here, and the Necromancer came out from this formation. Lu Yan's gaze landed on the ground in front of him and he discovered that the spot where the blood was previously was still dry. Moreover, after a few days, the color had dimmed a lot. However, after arriving, Lu Yan discovered that the power of the Necromancer beside him was becoming richer. Lu Yan frowned and then slowly weakened his control over the Necromancer. However, He did not directly remove the control of the Necromancer. Under the competing influence of the two forces, this Necromancer began to raise the staff in his hand. Thick blood spread out from the white bones in this Necromancer's hand and directly landed on the pool of red blood in front of him. The red blood slowly outlined, forming a small array formation. Buzz! The entire array instantly lit up, and a red light seeped out. It should be a teleportation formation. This Necromancer should have come out from here previously. I wonder where this teleportation formation leads. Perhaps I can learn some secrets about Necromancers through this teleportation formation. Lu Yan looked at the lit array formation and his expression changed slightly. Then, he slowly approached the array formation. Lu Yan wanted to check the situation. However, just as he approached, the red light on the array formation suddenly enveloped Lu Yan's body. A light flashed and Lu Yan's body instantly disappeared from his spot. Because the surrounding undead were too far from Lu Yan, their bodies froze before returning to the undead space. Yuna felt that she was about to die. Although she did not know why this black flood dragon had captured her, she could tell from the fact that it had been outlining the array at the side that the whole matter was definitely related to this array. At this moment, Yuna thought of the rumors of many clansmen about various evil array formations. It's over, it's over. I am about to die. I haven't completed my coming-of-age ceremony yet. Yuna's face was pale. Under the effect of the surrounding array formation light, she felt the strength in her body drain bit by bit. 10 minutes later, Yuna was already very weak. She felt as if the strength in her body was being forcefully drawn out by something, making her weak and feel waves of pain. The double torture made Yuna's expression become somewhat dazed. She felt that she might die in the next second. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At this moment, a light lit up under her. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air and directly smashed onto Yuna. Yuna was stunned for a moment before seeing a handsome face appear in front of her. The other party's skin was extremely fair and his ears were not sharp. This was a strange species often mentioned by her clansmen. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Thinking of the description of humans her clansmen had told her about, Yuna's face turned pale. According to her clansmen, humans were depicted to be very malicious. They would capture their clansmen and sell them as slaves. However, their clansmen had also encountered good humans. These humans would help the injured dark elves, but there were not many of them. Was this human a good person or a bad person? Before Yuna could think clearly, she saw the human quickly stand up. A pitch-black scythe appeared in his hand and instantly broke the surrounding array formation screen. Yuna instantly felt the absorption of power on her body disappear. He was helping her. This was a good person? Lu Yan did not expect to be directly sucked into the teleportation formation as soon as he approached. As soon as he appeared, Lu Yan was instantly vigilant. There was a very powerful aura around him. Moreover, there was more than one. The dense powerful aura made Lu Yan's scalp tingle, as if he had fallen into a high-level demon lair. The black bone scythe appeared. Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly spent all the skill points he had accumulated during this period of time on the undead netherworld armor. Undead Netherworld Armor, Level 9. Summon the undead power to form a netherworld armor around you that can resist any damage. Current resistance value, 300. Duration, 40 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours 30 minutes. The more he leveled up the undead netherworld armor, the more skill points he needed. Now, he could only increase it by 1 level. However, after leveling up to level 9, the resistance value had increased to 300 and the duration had increased a lot. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly used the undead netherworld armor. The pitch-black armor instantly appeared and directly enveloped Lu Yan's body. At the same time, Lu Yan's gaze swept around and directly landed on the black flood dragon in front of him. What was this place? Not only were there a large number of undead creatures at the side, but their auras were also very dense. There was actually a black flood dragon in front of them. As for Yuna, she was directly ignored by Lu Yan. This was because her aura was very weak and was not a threat to him. The aura of the black flood dragon in front of Lu Yan was very powerful, making him feel extreme pressure. However, the black flood dragon looked a little stunned at this moment. Aoyun looked at Lu Yan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and watched as the other party smashed onto the dark elf princess. Then, the other party took out the black scythe and slashed open the screen of the sacrificial formation, directly stunning Aoyan. Looking at the cut screen, Aoyun felt his heart bleed. Did the other party just slash apart the large formation? Wasn't that the same as cutting off his path to becoming a divine dragon? Roar. Aoyun was instantly furious and directly grabbed at the guy who suddenly appeared. Lu Yan's body sank as the black bone scythe in his hand directly welcomed the attack. Before the black bone scythe could touch Aoyun's claws, Lu Yan's body disappeared, wanting to use the monarch netherworld escape to leave. However, in the next moment, Aoyun's tail directly slapped out and landed in empty space, directly sending Lu Yan's body flying. Lu Yan was shocked. This black flood dragon had actually directly pulled him out of the space he had escaped from. This guy was very powerful. His level was definitely not low. Boom! Lu Yan's body was directly sent flying onto the wall behind him, emitting a muffled sound. The wall of the cave behind him directly cracked. Then, Lu Yan's body slowly slid down and landed on the ground. Cracks appeared on the undead netherworld armor on his body before directly shattering, unable to withstand Aoyun's strength at all. If not for Aoyun being injured and the drop of blood essence he had just given to the summoning formation, Liu Yan would probably have been severely injured. Seeing the undead netherworld armor on his body shatter and disappear, Liu Yan was also shocked. Then, he did not hesitate and directly summoned the two bone dragons. Then, he summoned all the undead and sent them towards the black flood dragon in front of him. The two bone dragons were the first to arrive beside the black flood dragon. However, under Liu Yan's gaze, the black flood dragon directly shattered a bone dragon with his claws. Then, he bit the other bone dragon and instantly shattered the other bone dragon's body. With a swing of his tail, the undead that rushed over fell apart. Liu Yan's face turned pale. This black flood dragon was at least level 50 and was far from what he could resist now. At this moment, the undead knights and undead swordsmen that came out of the summoning formation suddenly rushed towards the black flood dragon in front of them, as if they wanted to protect Liu Yan. Liu Yan was stunned for a moment before finding out that the combat strength of these undead knights and undead swordsmen was actually very high. However, their level was not very high. With such high combat strength, their grade was probably relatively high. At the very least, they were commander-level undead knights and undead swordsmen. At this moment, Liu Yan saw a large amount of lightning appear outside the cave entrance. There was a very familiar aura. It was Master Leishuo. Liu Yan was overjoyed. He looked at the black flood dragon in front of him that had broken through the undead knights and undead swordsmen and his thoughts raced. Then, Liu Yan directly shouted out of the cave, "Master, I'm here. I've already found the black flood dragon." Then, Liu Yan quickly took out his phone that had no signal and roared inside, "Principal, I've found the black flood dragon. He's injured. This is a good opportunity to kill him. He is on the teleportation formation I just passed through. Bring the people from the military region and directly teleport over. You can face him head on." Aoyun, who was about to rush towards Liu Yan, suddenly stopped. "Master? Principal? People from the military region?" Aoyun had been around for very long and had dealt with many human experts. He naturally knew what these terms meant. It meant that they were experts among humans. The powerful human with lightning power outside seemed to have locked their auras in the cave. In Aoyun's opinion, the blood-red teleportation formation at the side was probably able to produce a large number of human experts in the next moment. With his current injuries and the fact that he had just lost a drop of blood essence and had just been injured by the backlash of the sacrificial formation, he would probably directly die if he encountered a human expert. Damn it! Damn it! N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Aoyun looked at Yuna, who had shrunk behind Liu Yan, and directly turned around. He did not choose to leave through the cave entrance. Instead, he directly punched a hole in the wall of the cave at the side and quickly escaped. Liu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect to really deceive this guy. However, Liu Yan also knew very well that this was because the guy just now seemed to be in a bad state. "Thank you. You're a good person." At this moment, a voice sounded from behind, making Liu Yan stunned. Turning around, he saw a beautiful dark elf girl. She looked pitiful and could not help but want to pity her. He saved her, but she was treating him as some nice guy. Liu Yan did not know that what Yuna meant to say was that he was a good human. After glancing at Yuna, Liu Yan's gaze landed on the array at the side. The array seemed to be constantly surging with undead. There were undead knights, undead swordsmen, and necromancers. These undead that appeared were at least commander level, but their levels were not high. They were probably level 25 or 26. After the black flood dragon left, these undead landed their gazes on Liu Yan. Liu Yan's body instantly tensed up. He could still deal with level 25 and level 26 commander level undead, but he was unsure if he could handle so many of them. Especially since he did not have the undead netherworld armor now, he had to be careful. Just as Liu Yan was thinking about how to block the attacks of these undead and hold on until Leishuo came in to save him, the undead in front of him moved. 5 to 6 undead knights directly dismounted and charged forward with a few undead swordsmen. Then, they knelt on one knee in front of Liu Yan. Yuna was directly stunned when she saw the few undead creatures at the side suddenly kneel in front of the human beside her. What was going on? Why were these undead creatures kneeling in front of this human? Could it be that these undead were in cahoots with this human? Was he not a good person? Was he a bad person? Liu Yan looked at the kneeling undead knights and undead swordsmen and was also stunned for a moment. However, he then reacted. This was the effect of the Netherworld King's intimidation? However, only a few undead knights and undead swordsmen came forward and knelt in front of Liu Yan. None of the remaining necromancers came out. Clearly, the chances of the Netherworld King's intimidation being effective were a little low. Perhaps it was because the level and grade of the undead in front of him were relatively high. A large number of undead also surged out from the array formation in front of him. A large portion of them directly headed towards the cave entrance in front of them to support the Lich. The remaining small number of gazes landed on Liu Yan, their gazes revealing confusion. They looked at the Lich at the entrance of the cave and then at Liu Yan. Clearly, they were somewhat conflicted about who was the boss. Liu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. With the Netherworld King's intimidation, at the very least, the undead in front of him would not take the initiative to attack him. Moreover, many undead had even knelt in front of him to express their submission. Liu Yan discovered that these submissive undead were not like his own undead who could be commanded as if they were his own. Liu Yan looked at the undead knights and undead swordsmen who had expressed their submission and said, "Come to my side." These undead knights and undead swordsmen arrived beside Lu Yan one after another and were very obedient. I can give orders, but I can't control them with my thoughts like I do with the other undead. Is it because there's a high-level undead outside, or is it because I need time to transform them after they submitted to me? Lu Yan pondered for a moment before trying to see if he could put these undead into his undead space. Soon, the undead knights and undead swordsmen who had just submitted beside him directly disappeared from Lu Yan's side. It worked? Lu Yan was overjoyed. These undead were clearly summoned by the high-level undead at the entrance of the cave. Although they had submitted because of his Netherworld King bloodline, if the other party came, these submissive undead might change sides. It was good enough that he could put them into the undead space now. At the very least, they would not change sides. As time passed, his control over them would become more and more perfect. Just now, the Black Flood Dragon had instantly shattered more than 20 of his undead knights and undead. It was a good opportunity for him to replenish his strength. Thinking of this, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the remaining undead knights, undead swordsmen, and necromancers. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Now, the undead that came out of the array were divided into 3 waves. The first wave directly left the formation and headed towards the entrance of the cave, taking up more than half of the undead. A small portion of them directly arrived in front of Lu Yan to express their submission. This part occupied about a third of the total. The rest of them stood rooted to the ground and lingered. They did not know if they should go to the cave entrance or submit to Lu Yan. Looking at the lingering undead, Lu Yan frowned. It was probably possible for him to recruit these undead. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan directly mobilized the power of the Netherworld King bloodline in his body, making the aura of the Netherworld King on his body become richer. Then, Lu Yan took out the little Netherworld dragon and placed it on his shoulder. The dense bloodline power of the Netherworld King made the little Netherworld dragon's eyes light up. It directly stood on Lu Yan's shoulder and absorbed it. In the end, Lu Yan mobilized the undead power in his entire body, forming a faint black fog that surged out and covered his entire body. In an instant, the image of an undead dragon wrapped in a dense undead aura and emitting the aura of the Netherworld King appeared in front of the wandering undead. In the eyes of the wandering undead, Lu Yan's image was that of a high-level undead. After this, the undead that was still hesitating just now directly arrived in front of Lu Yan and knelt on one knee to express their submission. Even many necromancers who had not submitted previously had rushed over. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth curled into a smile. He had successfully impressed them. Lu Yan did not hesitate at all to accept these undead that had expressed their submission and put them all into his undead space. Undead surged out of the summoning formation. More than half went to the entrance of the cave, and a small portion arrived beside Lu Yan and quickly disappeared. Behind Lu Yan, Yuna looked at Lu Yan in a daze. This guy actually got rid of those undead. It seemed that she had misunderstood him. He should have used some special method to deal with these undead. This was still a good person. Moreover, he seemed to have a seductive aura. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yuna looked at Lu Yan in front of her and licked her lips, discovering that she was somewhat hungry. This could not help but remind Yuna of what her mother had told her. Yuna, you have the bloodline power to devour dark-type energy. You can devour dark-type energy for your use at all times. Your achievements in the future will definitely surpass mine. Yuna had also felt hungry before, when facing relatively high-level dark-type energy. Now, Aoyun had absorbed a lot of Yuna's strength. Although it had only been 10 minutes, a lot of strength had been lost. This made her yearn for dark-type power even more. Now that there was such dense dark power in front of her, Yuna could not suppress her emotions. Looking at the little undead dragon on Lu Yan's shoulder devouring the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in small bites, Yuna's eyes revealed envy. How good would it be if that was her? Yuna was shocked by this thought, but looking at Lu Yan in front of her, she could not help but feel more and more impatient. She slowly approached Lu Yan and felt the dense dark-type power on the other party's body. Yuna still could not help but take a small bite. Yuna's eyes instantly narrowed, forming a crescent. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the dark power on Lu Yan. Yuna knew that the other party wouldn't discover that she was eating his dark-type power. However, she still felt somewhat guilty. Looking carefully at Lu Yan, who was constantly recruiting undead subordinates, Yuna approached again. Just one more bite. One more bite. Yuna secretly made up her mind and ate another mouthful of the dark power on Lu Yan in front of her. It had that familiar taste again. It was really infuriating. Yuna narrowed her eyes, her face filled with intoxication. This was the best dark-type power she had ever eaten. Looking at Lu Yan, who was still seriously taking in subordinates in front of her, Yuna's eyes revealed hesitation. Why don't I take another small bite? This is really going to be the last bite. Outside the cave, the battle between Leishuo and the Lich had already reached its climax. Leishuo naturally heard Lu Yan's shout just now. Although he did not know how Lu Yan appeared here and was even inside the cave, it instantly made Leishuo nervous. This was his precious disciple. Lu Yan was so talented and Leishuo had high hopes for him. Coupled with the lesson Leishuo learned from his first 2 disciples, Leishuo's love for Lu Yan doubled. Hearing that his precious disciple was in the cave in front of him, Leishuo instantly became nervous. Nothing could happen to his precious disciple again? Boom! The lightning on his body instantly soared. Leishuo put away his intention to test the other party and prepared to quickly destroy the other party. Crack! Crack! In the sky, a purple lightning instantly condensed. It tore through the sky and directly slashed down, arriving in Leishuo's hand. Purple lightning condensed, forming a huge hammer in Leishuo's hand. Leishuo roared angrily. He was wearing lightning armor and holding the purple lightning hammer as he directly smashed towards the lich in front of him. The lich's expression also changed, and the black fog on his face swayed. He felt an extremely dense threat from Leishuo in front of him. The surrounding necromancers raised the white bone staffs in their hands and condensed bone shields between Leishuo and the lich. The lich also raised the staff in his hand. A sharp pitch-black spear condensed and was directly thrown at Leishuo. Bang! The thunder armor on Leishuo's body bloomed with lightning power that almost instantly shattered the bone shields. At the same time, the sharp pitch-black spear also arrived in front of Leishuo. Leishuo raised the purple lightning hammer in his hand and smashed it down. Boom! The purple lightning hammer landed on the pitch-black spear, instantly making it tremble. Then, the spear directly shattered and disappeared into the surrounding air. At the same time, Leishuo also approached the lich below. The other netherworld dragon also rushed towards Leishuo, wanting to continue fighting him. Get lost. A lightning spear quickly condensed in Leishuo's left hand and he casually threw it at the rushing netherworld dragon. Buzz! The lightning spear pierced through space and instantly entered the netherworld dragon's body, directly piercing through its body. The huge force connected to the netherworld dragon and directly flew out towards the other side of the mountain. Looking at Leishuo, who had arrived, a large amount of black fog began to condense on the lich's body. This black fog directly covered the lich's body, and even the lich's aura was hidden. Leishuo frowned. Then, the lightning on his body instantly shot out and directly entered the black fog in front of him. The surrounding undead knights and undead swordsmen rushed forward and were directly smashed by Leishuo's hammer. The huge lightning power directly scattered the black fog in front of him. The lich's body appeared on the other side of the cave entrance. Damn it, there's not enough blood essence. My strength has not been completely transferred over. I can only use the last method. The lich looked at Leishuo and gritted his teeth. Then, he gathered all the undead beside him. Looking at the undead gathered beside him, the lich was stunned. Why are there so few? Including the consumption just now, there shouldn't only be so few undead, right? Beside the cave entrance, coupled with the undead that came out of the cave, there were a total of 200 to 300 of them. It was completely different from what the lich had expected. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What happened in the cave? The lich acutely sensed that something must have happened in the cave. Just now, he did not notice that the aura of the black flood dragon seemed to have already disappeared. However, the lich no longer had the energy and ability to care about the matters in the cave. Waving the staff in his hand, a majestic undead power surged out of the lich's body. This undead power directly triggered the staff in the lich's hand, making the staff in the lich's hand tremble violently. Bang! With a violent vibration, the staff in the lich's hand suddenly shattered. Thick undead power surged out and directly enveloped the lich and the undead beside it. The black undead power formed a dense black fog that resembled a huge black ball. Leishuo snorted coldly. The purple lightning hammer in his hand directly transformed into a purple lightning spear. With a sudden force, the purple lightning spear in Leishuo's hand was quickly thrown out and directly landed in the black ball in front of him. Bang! A crisp sound sounded, and the purple lightning spear in Leishuo's hand was directly sent flying. Leishuo raised his eyebrows and stood up to catch the spear. He looked at the surging black mass in front of him and frowned. This lich was very difficult to deal with. The black mass in front of him surged, and then a huge figure appeared. It was the lich from before, but at this moment, it had already devoured all the undead around it. Its body became huge, and the undead power in its body became richer. Without any hesitation, lightning flashed under Leishuo's feet and he directly rushed towards this big guy. Do you think getting bigger is going to help you? The purple lightning spear in his hand transformed into a purple lightning hammer again. Leishuo directly smashed the hammer onto the big guy in front of him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the huge lich in front of him instantly became shorter. A large amount of undead power was dispersed and dissipated in the surrounding space. The big hammer in his hand landed again. The lich raised the weapon condensed from the undead power in his hand to block. Bang! The weapon directly shattered, turning into undead power that dissipated. Leishuo's violent lightning power was not something just anyone could withstand. Moreover, now that Leishuo was really angry because of Lu Yan's appearance, the lich in front of him was even more unable to resist. If the lich was in his peak state, he might be able to resist Leishuo. However, now, even if the lich had become bigger, he could only be beaten up. The small number of undead he had devoured just now was also only slightly effective. Boom! The lightning hammer in his hand landed again, and the power of lightning suddenly exploded. The huge lich's body was shattered, and purple lightning instantly arrived. It directly pierced through the lich's body. The purple lightning kept flickering, shattering the undead power on the lich's body and constantly bombarding the lich's body. The lich's already somewhat illusory body became even more illusory, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. Staring fixedly at Leishuo in front of him, the lich's eyes were filled with unwillingness. I'll return again. At that time, I'll come in an invincible state and kill you. Then, I'll transform you into my undead. Remember my name. My name is Lei Saisai. The lich gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. If he had descended in his peak state, he would definitely not have been defeated by the guy in front of him. Leishuo said disdainfully, do you think you're worthy of having the surname Lei? You want to fight me again? At that time, I'll still crush you. Purple lightning surged out of his hands. Leishuo directly stretched out his hands and slapped them on both sides of the lich's head. The purple lightning power instantly surged into the lich's body and constantly washed over it. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. It was as if he was giving the other party an electrotherapy. Soon, the entire lich's body turned into grey smoke and slowly dissipated into the surrounding space. The lich's entire body and soul were crushed by Leishuo's lightning power and was completely destroyed. However, Leishuo frowned. This lich's soul was incomplete. It seemed that what it said about coming again was not baseless. At that time, Leishuo would just electrocute the other party again. Leishuo's body flashed and he quickly entered the cave in front of him to check on Lu Yan. After arriving at the cave, Leishuo saw a line of undead walking towards Lu Yan. You're courting death? How dare you attack my disciple? Sensing the aura of a lich on these undead, Leishuo was instantly furious and threw a bolt of lightning. Master, don't. Seeing this, Lu Yan had just opened his mouth when a bolt of lightning flashed in front of him, turning the undead in front of him into dust. Lu Yan patted his forehead. Fortunately, he had put the other undead into the undead space. He had only lost more than 10 undead just now. Sigh, it was fine. After all, the other party was his master and had to be pampered. Forget it, he did not take it to heart. Leishuo arrived beside Lu Yan and sized him up. Are you alright? Are you injured? Lu Yan smiled and said, I'm fine. I'm intact. He even gained a lot of undead. Leishuo nodded in relief when he heard this. Then, his gaze landed on Yuna behind Lu Yan. Yuna sensed the violent aura surging on Leishuo's body and was so frightened that she hurriedly hid behind Lu Yan. Her small hand grabbed Lu Yan's armor tightly, and her body trembled slightly. Damn, what a violent aura. This human is so powerful. He can probably kill me in an instant, right? It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. Yuna was filled with fear, feeling that she would be killed by this human filled with the explosive lightning attribute in the next moment. Dark Elf? I'm fighting outside while you're busy dating here. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and raised his eyebrows. Lu Yan hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. Master, you're mistaken. I have nothing to do with her. She was already in this cave when I came. When Leishuo heard this, his gaze landed on Yuna and sized her up. Leishuo sensed the aura coming from Yuna and raised his eyebrows as he asked, the aura on this dark elf is a little strange. What's your identity among the dark elves? Yuna felt the pressure on Leishuo's body and said with a trembling voice, I'm a dark elf princess. Princess. Leishuo's expression changed slightly as he thought of the dark elves he had encountered previously. It seemed that the reason why those dark elves appeared here was because of this dark elf princess. Thoughts surged in his mind. Leishuo looked at Yuna, who was holding Lu Yan's armor tightly, and smiled. You're really lucky. Lu Yan was somewhat confused. How was he lucky? What do you mean? Did his master discover that he had obtained many undead subordinates after coming here? Let's go. It'll be dawn in a while. It's time to go back and gather. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and said. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before remembering the special training. He hurriedly said, Master, given my situation, it's fine even if I didn't reach the destination, right? I can't be considered to have failed my special training, right? Although he had accepted many undead subordinates, Lu Yan did not want to receive an electrotherapy from his master. Leishuo said impatiently, what are you talking about? Why won't you reach the destination? Hurry up, I'll bring you there. Lu Yan was stunned again. He did not expect his master to actually want to bring him to his destination. Could they really cheat so openly? Not bad. He liked it very much. Then, Lu Yan pointed at Yuna behind him and said, Master, what should we do with this dark elf? Leishuo did not even turn around and said, it's trouble you brought unto yourself. Resolve it yourself. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to follow Leishuo, Yuna tightly grabbed Lu Yan's armor from behind. Can you not leave me here? Lu Yan turned around and looked at Yuna's pitiful expression, as if tears were about to fall in the next moment. I don't know you that well. I encountered some dark elves previously and they were probably looking for you. Wait here or go out and find them. As he spoke, Lu Yan prepared to catch up to Leishuo quickly. Leishuo, who was about to reach the entrance of the cave, stopped and his body froze. Why was this kid so ignorant? Turning around, Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before saying, Master, why are you turning around? Let's leave. Leave my ass? Bring that dark elf along. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and said resentfully. Why bring her? She's a dark elf. Just now, a small team of dark elves attacked me. If not for the fact that she's a woman, I would have directly killed her. Lu Yan looked at Leishuo in confusion. She was not a human. Why should he care about a dark elf like her? Leishuo looked at Lu Yan speechlessly. Didn't this kid have a good relationship with Bai Miao and Li Meier? Was he usually like this when he was with them? Just go and bring her along. Why are you so long-winded? Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and said. Seeing this, Lu Yan could only say, all right, I'll go now. After returning to the cave, Yuna was still inside. She was already squatting on the ground, her eyes somewhat dull. Hey, can you still walk? I'll bring you out. Lu Yan looked at Yuna in front of him and said. Yuna looked up and saw Lu Yan. Her eyes lit up as she hurriedly stood up and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I can leave. Just don't leave me behind. As she spoke, Yuna jogged to Lu Yan's side. Yuna had never experienced such a thing at all. Coupled with the series of events just now, her mind was somewhat fragile. Lu Yan had just given her a lot of security. Now that she saw that Lu Yan was returning to bring her out, she was very happy. You're really a good person. Yuna looked at Lu Yan in front of her. She was now certain that the guy in front of her was a good human. I'm bringing you out, but you're still treating me as some nice guy. You're really something. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth twitched. Then, he brought Yuna to the entrance of the cave. Leishuo was already waiting. When he saw Lu Yan and Yuna come out, he directly waved his arm. A large amount of lightning bloomed from Leishuo's hand and instantly enveloped Lu Yan and Yuna's bodies. Then, Leishuo soared into the sky. Lu Yan and Yuna's bodies also followed behind Leishuo under the protection of the lightning. Lu Yan looked at Leishuo in front of him. He did not expect his master to be so powerful. In midair, the corner of Leishuo's mouth curled into an evil smile. Then, his fingers moved slightly. The lightning that enveloped Lu Yan and Yuna flickered before instantly tilting. Ah! Yuna exclaimed and directly fell onto Lu Yan. Looking at the sky 10,000 feet below, Yuna subconsciously hugged Lu Yan tightly, afraid that she would fall. Damn! This dark elf is really strong. Lu Yan wanted to break free from Yuna's embrace and discovered that she was shockingly strong. He had no choice but to let her hug him helplessly. 2 bolts of lightning flashed in midair before quickly heading into the black fog forest. 10 minutes later, 2 bolts of lightning landed on the ground. Leishuo waved his arm and the lightning slowly dissipated. Hey, we're here. You can let go now. Lu Yan looked at Yuna, who was still hugging him tightly with her eyes closed, and was somewhat speechless. Lu Yan thought to himself, although your body is very soft and is very comfortable to hug, I still haven't forgotten how your clansmen attacked me. Huh? Oh, Yuna exclaimed. Then, she looked around and hurriedly retracted her palm. Looking at Leishuo in front of her, Yuna hid behind Lu Yan and carefully grabbed Lu Yan's armor. At this moment, Lu Quan's figure quietly appeared in front of him. He looked at Leishuo and said, "It's resolved." Leishuo nodded. Yes, a lich was summoned by the summoning formation. Now that I've destroyed the other party, the summoning formation is also useless. Lu Quan nodded. Then, he was stunned when he saw Yuna behind Lu Yan. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What's going on with that dark elf? Lu Quan looked at Leishuo and raised his eyebrows. When Leishuo heard this, he pulled Lu Quan to the side and said, "That's the princess of the surrounding dark elves. She happened to be in that lich's place. Then, I don't know why that kid Lu Yan also arrived at that place. Looks like he saved this dark elf princess." Lu Quan said, "In that case, those dark elves are here to find this princess." "Why? Did you bring her here to return her to the dark elves?" Leishuo said resentfully. "What do you mean? To think you usually say that I'm stupid. Why have you suddenly become so dim-wit?" Lu Quan frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Leishuo smiled and said, "Look, we don't have much interaction with the dark elves, right? Although we've always wanted to promote communication with the dark elves, because of the existence of the guy who hunted the dark elves, this process has never advanced. Now that this kid happened to save this dark elf princess, I think we can take advantage of this. Perhaps we can ease our relationship with the dark elves and become a breakthrough." Lu Quan said when he heard this, "You mean to let Lu Yan build a good relationship with this dark elf princess and use them as a fulcrum to further build a relationship with the dark elves?" Leishuo slapped his thigh and said, "This is the Lu Quan I know. Who was that stupid guy just now?" Lu Quan rolled his eyes. "However, has Lu Yan agreed to this?" Leishuo said disdainfully, "Him? Do I need his permission? Is it a loss for him to build a good relationship with a dark elf beauty? Moreover, even if it's his loss, so what if he sacrifices himself for the sake of building a relationship between humans and the dark elves?" Lu Quan sized up Yuna and nodded. "It's indeed not a loss, but what do you plan to do?" Leishuo looked at Lu Quan and said, "How about this? You bring the other 9 people to continue the special training. As for me, I'll bring Lu Yan and this dark elf princess to another place for special training. At the same time, I'll nurture their relationship." Lu Quan frowned and said, "Isn't Lu Yan supposed to undergo special training with Bai Miao and the others? There's a team competition in the National New Student Exchange competition." Leishuo shook his head. "There's no need. With that kid's strength, it's not a problem even if he's not used to working with them. Moreover, you can focus on Bai Miao for the remaining 9 people's special training. Lu Yan and Bai Miao still have a tacit understanding." Lu Quan nodded when he heard this. "Then let's do that." Lu Quan was also convinced by Lu Yan's strength. Lu Yan still did not know that he had already been sacrificed by Leishuo and Lu Quan. Seeing Leishuo return, Lu Yan asked, "Master, what do you plan to do with this dark elf?" This girl kept calling him a nice guy, making Lu Yan somewhat annoyed. Leishuo said, "We'll talk about this later. I've already discussed it with Dean Lu Quan. Lu Yan, your level has far surpassed Bai Miao and the others, so we've decided that I'll specially train you alone. Then, Dean Lu Quan will continue to specially train the other 9 people." Lu Yan nodded when he heard this. "I'm fine." His strength had indeed far surpassed the other 9 people. It was not a problem for Master Leishuo to train him alone. Leishuo nodded. Then, he waved his hand, and lightning enveloped Lu Yan and Yuna's bodies. Then, with a flash of lightning, Leishuo, Lu Yan, and Yuna instantly disappeared from their spots. Lu Quan took a glance and then disappeared from his spot. He was going to train the other 9 people. Arriving in midair again, Lu Yan looked at the scene of people quickly retreating below and could not help but ask Leishuo in front of him, "Master, where are we going?" Leishuo did not even turn around and said, "To the Gale Mountain Range." The Gale Mountain Range? Lu Yan's heart froze. The Gale Mountain Range was another wilderness area adjacent to the Black Fog Forest. That was considered the advanced area of the Black Fog Forest. The lowest level demon beasts there were level 25. It seemed that Master Leishuo was serious about the special training. However, Lu Yan was also somewhat eager to try it out. The level of his undead army was not above level 20. It was not bad for him to get a batch of high-level undead in the Gale Mountain Range. However, Lu Yan looked at Yuna behind him and frowned. If he was going to undergo special training alone, why did his master bring this dark elf along? Leishuo quickly passed through the Black Fog Forest with Lu Yan and Yuna and directly headed towards the Gale Mountain Range. About half an hour later, Leishuo brought Lu Yan and Yuna across the Black Fog Forest and arrived at the Gale Mountain Range. Slowly landing, Leishuo waved his hand and removed the lightning that enveloped Lu Yan and Yuna's bodies. There were also many trees in the Gale Mountain Range. However, compared to the Black Fog Forest, the trees were not as dense and lush. Moreover, the Gale Mountain Range was also much drier than the Black Fog Forest. Leishuo did not waste his breath. He looked at Lu Yan and said, "Lu Yan, time is relatively tight. I won't waste my breath on you. Next, I want to tell you about the special training schedule for the next 8 days." Lu Yan looked at Leishuo's solemn expression and also became serious. He looked at Leishuo sternly, prepared to listen to Leishuo's arrangements. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and said with a serious expression, "In the next 8 days, I want you to survive in the Gale Mountain Range." Lu Yan was stunned for a moment and said somewhat hesitantly, "That's all." With his strength, even if this was the Gale Mountain Range and the demon beasts were at least level 25, it should not be a problem for him to survive for 8 days, right? It had to be known that he had just recruited a group of subordinates with relatively high levels. Although they could not completely become their undead and he could not command them as if he was waving his arms and fingers, it was still fine. Due to the Netherworld King's intimidation, the level and strength of the submissive undead were not weakened. After all, it was not transformed from his undead servant skill but from his undead intimidation skill. With such a group of lackeys, it was still very easy for him to survive here for 8 days. Leishuo said solemnly, "Of course not. In order to increase the difficulty for you, this dark elf will also follow you. You have to ensure her safety for the next 8 days. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. No wonder his master asked him to bring this dark elf. So she was a tool for his special training. However, it shouldn't matter even if there was another person, right? Even if she was weak, it was not a problem. His undead army was enough to protect her. That's all. Lu Yan looked at Leishuo and wondered if there were other restrictions. That's all. In the next 8 days, I won't appear to help you. You have to rely on your own strength. Even if you encounter danger, I won't appear. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and said with a solemn expression. Lu Yan nodded slightly when he heard Leishuo's words, indicating that he understood. Seeing this, Leishuo directly said, "All right, spend the next 8 days well. It's best if you stay in the periphery of the Gale Mountain Range. Otherwise, you'll probably be in danger." After saying this, Leishuo transformed into a bolt of lightning and quickly disappeared. In the sky, Leishuo's figure appeared. He looked at Lu Yan below and nodded. "At this height, this kid definitely won't be able to discover me. In 8 days, he will have to be alone in the wilderness with a woman. At the very least, there should be some sparks, right?" Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and the other party below and smiled. Lu Yan watched as Leishuo disappeared. Then, he looked at Yuna beside him and said, "Stay by my side for the next 8 days, understand?" Yuna hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, I promise I won't leave your side n/o/vel/b/n.c//om." This was the Gale Mountain Range. It was even more dangerous than the Black Fog Forest. Only a fool would leave Lu Yan's side. Without that guy with a violent aura, Yuna felt much more relaxed. "What are we going to do now?" Yuna looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan glanced at Yuna. If not for the fact that she was a woman, he would have killed her first. Now that Lu Yan thought of how those dark elves had pushed their luck previously, he was still somewhat angry. If not for his relatively powerful performance, those dark elves would probably have killed him. "Stop talking nonsense. Just follow beside me." Lu Yan looked at Yuna and said. He wanted to spend these 8 days expanding the undead army. Now, Lu Yan's undead army had already exceeded 3,000. Among them, there were about 2,000 undead transformed by his undead servant skill. Most of them were transformed from demon beasts he killed. The remaining 1,000 or so were the submissive undead he had obtained from the cave just now with the Netherworld King's intimidation. If he summoned the skeleton elite army, Lu Yan's undead could reach nearly 4,000. This was a very exaggerated number. Lu Yan was now prepared to expand again and strive to expand the undead army to 5,000 in the next 8 days. He would do it immediately. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and undead began to appear beside him. These undead that appeared were all the undead that had submitted to Lu Yan in the cave just now. After these undead appeared, Lu Yan could clearly sense that his control over them had increased a lot. It seemed that his previous weak control was still related to the presence of the Lich. Of course, Lu Yan was still unable to command the surrounding undead the way he commanded his undead servants. Therefore, Lu Yan prepared to use these undead first. Firstly, their levels were high and their strength was not suppressed. They were the most suitable for exploring the Gale Mountain range. Secondly, if he commanded them more, he might have a deeper control over them. Looking at the surrounding undead that appeared, Yuna's mouth fell open. She did not expect this guy to be able to control undead. No wonder the undead in the cave did not attack him previously. With so many undead auras, Yuna was still somewhat afraid. However, Yuna then twitched her nose, the fear in her eyes turning into a trace of desire. This was a very delicious dark type power. Why was the dark power on this guy so to her liking? Lu Yan rode an undead silver moon wolf and got Yuna to ride one as well. Then, he quickly rushed into the surrounding forest. The surrounding undead explored the way and quickly encountered the demon beasts of the Gale Mountain range. Compared to the demon beasts of the Black Fog Forest, the demon beasts of the Gale Mountain range were much more ferocious. They directly attacked the surrounding undead. However, clearly, their attacks were not very useful. The surrounding undead were basically all level 25 to 30. Moreover, most of them were commander level. The surrounding demon beasts were not their match at all. The undead knights formed a cavalry regiment, and the undead swordsmen attacked from the ground. On the other hand, the necromancers attacked from afar. With the cooperation of the three undead groups, they could easily deal with a large number of demon beasts. As the surrounding demon beasts were killed, Lu Yan's undead army became enriched again. However, the strength of these transformed undead was much weaker than before. If only there were undead demon beasts around the Gale Mountain range, he would directly go over and intimidate them to subdue some lackeys. Yuna looked at Lu Yan's back, her eyes flickering slightly. This guy should be hunting now. However, compared to the hunting method of her clansmen, it was clearly much easier for Lu Yan. Sitting on the undead silver moon wolf, the surrounding undead helped him complete the hunt. It was so easy. Yuna's eyes revealed envy. If only she could hunt so easily. Then, Yuna thought of how she had just become an adult and had yet to hunt. She could not help but feel somewhat sad. I wonder if I can still go back and see mother again. Can I even go back on my own? Thinking of this, Yuna's mood sank, and tears welled up in her eyes. Then, Yuna sniffed and whispered firmly, "No, I can't cry. Mother told me that I am about to become an adult. I'm already a big elf. I have to be strong. That's right. I'll definitely be able to rely on myself to return. I definitely can." The expression in Yuna's eyes became more and more determined. At this moment, a 3-meter-tall stone sword tiger jumped out from the side and pounced towards Yuna. Sensing the aura from the other party, Yuna's face turned pale. However, soon, an undead swordsman directly rushed out and blocked this stone sword tiger with its sword. Then, it cooperated with its companions to kill this stone sword tiger. Reawakening, I will only be able to obtain the strength to hunt in a month. It seems that I still can't rely on my own strength now. Looking at Lu Yan on the undead silver moon wolf in front of her, Yuna sniffed. Forget it, I'll rely on him first. In any case, this guy is a good person. In the sky, Leishuo gritted his teeth in anger as he watched Lu Yan and Yuna interact. Damn, my good disciple, you missed such a good opportunity to save the damsel in distress just now. Aren't you going to move at all? I know you have an undead army, but what if you get a sickness from sitting on the undead silver moon wolf all day? Young people have to move more. Sigh, I was so popular with girls back then. Why don't you have the charm I had back then? Forget it, forget it. I'll help you again. You're really making me worry. Leishuo quickly arrived on the other side. Then, lightning surged on his body as a 10-meter-tall beast was summoned by Leishuo. This huge beast looked like a Kylan, but it had sharp horns on its head. Moreover, its appearance was luxurious and it looked extraordinary. This was Leishuo's mount, the Thunder Emperor Beast. An epic-level Thunder Emperor Beast? How many times have I told you to shrink a little when you come out to see me? I'm your master. Do you want me to raise my head every time I talk to you? Where are your manners? Leishuo looked up at the Thunder Emperor Beast and cursed. Lightning flickered on the Thunder Emperor Beast's body when it heard this. Then, its body quickly shrank to about a meter tall. Little Lei, I have a very difficult mission for you. Do you see the group of undead in the distance? Do you see the man and woman among them? In a while, you'll rush over and directly attack that woman. Then, you'll get that man to save her. How about that? The mission is very simple, right? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Oh, right, remember to suppress your strength when you go. Just, limit it to the commander level. Also, suppress your level to around 30. In any case, take it easy. Just don't make them despair. Also, don't destroy those undead. At most, just temporarily incapacitate them. When the Thunder Emperor Beast heard Leishuo's words, it directly tilted its head and looked at Leishuo. Its expression seemed to indicate that it was completely puzzled. I am a dignified Thunder Emperor Beast? An epic-level beast. And yet you want me to do such a thing? The Thunder Emperor Beast looked at Leishuo and said. Leishuo cracked his knuckles and looked at the Thunder Emperor Beast in front of him with an unfriendly expression. Master, I promise to complete the mission. I'll go. The Thunder Emperor Beast looked at Leishuo and directly left. Leishuo shook his head and then soared into the air again. There should be no problem now, right? On the other hand, Lu Yan was leisurely inviting the surrounding demon beasts to join his undead family. Because the surrounding undead were powerful, Lu Yan was very relaxed and basically did not have to do anything himself. Moreover, Lu Yan had no intention of messing with the commander-level demon beasts. This place was different from the Black Fog Forest. The level of the demon beasts here was relatively high after all. Even if they could defeat commander-level demon beasts, the damage to the undead would definitely be relatively serious. There was no need for that at all. Just as Lu Yan was about to rest and wait for dawn, he suddenly sensed something and his body suddenly tightened. Turning around, Lu Yan saw a bolt of lightning appear in front of him. Seeing the figure appear in the lightning, Lu Yan was directly stunned. Thunder Emperor Beast? There was such a rare lightning demon species in the Gale Mountain range? Before Lu Yan could react, the Thunder Emperor Beast in front of him knocked over the surrounding undead knights and undead swordsmen and quickly rushed over. Lu Yan's heart sank as he sensed a dense threat from this Thunder Emperor Beast. Without hesitation, Lu Yan directly summoned 2 bone dragons. The 2 bone dragons rushed towards the Thunder Emperor Beast in front of him. Lightning appeared on the Thunder Emperor Beast's body and quickly flickered, directly sending the 2 bone dragons flying. Damn, the mission Little Shuo gave me is really troublesome. I can't even destroy the other party's undead. If not for the fact that I'm afraid of being beaten, I wouldn't have accepted such a troublesome job. The Thunder Emperor Beast complained in its heart as it continued to rush forward. It just had to rush to the woman and get the man to save her while he pretended to be chased away, right? The Thunder Emperor Beast couldn't help but feel that this Leishuo was very lousy. After so many years, he was still the same. Back then, he had asked the Thunder Emperor Beast to be his tool to save the damsel in distress. After so many years, he was still using the same method. How uncreative. However, before the Thunder Emperor Beast could rush to Yuna's side, Lu Yan directly blocked its way. With the Monarch blessing on his body and the undead Netherworld armor covering his entire body, he activated the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Lu Yan looked at the Thunder Emperor Beast in front of him with a firm expression and directly rushed towards it. The surrounding undead could not stop this guy. He did not know what level this Thunder Emperor Beast was, but it actually easily sent the 2 bone dragons flying. Lu Yan had no choice but to activate the undead Netherworld armor and the Netherworld Soul Scythe. Fortunately, a long time had passed and the cooldown of the undead Netherworld armor had already ended. With his current strength, he should be able to block it, right? The Thunder Emperor Beast looked at Lu Yan, who was rushing towards it, and was somewhat stunned. What was going on? This was not part of the script. Why did he rush over so soon? It couldn't help but think, I haven't even arrived beside that female dark elf yet. You have to wait for me to go over and let her feel extreme threat and fear before appearing to save the damsel in distress. Did this guy even understand what was going on? It thought to itself, damn it, I hate acting with new people the most. They don't know anything. Looking up at the sky, the Thunder Emperor Beast was puzzled. It was as if it was trying to ask Leishuo, Director, what should I do in this situation? In the sky, Leishuo was also a little stunned. It seemed to be somewhat different from what he had expected. However, it was unlikely for him to personally guide the actors at this moment. The Thunder Emperor Beast clearly knew this as well. Lightning bloomed on its body and directly sent Lu Yan's body flying. Seeing Lu Yan's body fly out, the Thunder Emperor Beast's expression changed. Damn, I seem to have used a little too much strength. I haven't played such a trick in so many years. I've been somewhat negligent in controlling my strength. Lu Yan felt as if he had hit an electric pillar. A large amount of electricity instantly paralyzed his entire body. Then, a huge force directly sent him flying. After landing heavily on the ground, cracks instantly appeared on the undead Netherworld armor on Lu Yan's body. This Thunder Emperor Beast's level was very high. It was probably at level 40. Lu Yan looked at the undead Netherworld armor that was gradually shattering on his body, and his expression suddenly darkened. He had yet to enter the Gale Mountain range. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a Thunder Emperor Beast of this level to appear. He was completely unable to deal with such a Thunder Emperor Beast. Could it be that his master had really left? The current Lu Yan only had one last solution, and that was to escape. He used the Monarch Netherworld escape to quickly escape. However, looking at the Thunder Emperor Beast, Lu Yan frowned. The eruption speed of this lightning-type demon beast was extremely fast. It was probably impossible for him to escape even if he used the Monarch Netherworld escape. Was he going to die like this today? The Thunder Emperor Beast looked at Lu Yan, who had fallen in front of Yuna, and frowned slightly. What should it do now? The Thunder Emperor Beast's brain spun rapidly, but it could not think of a good solution in a short period of time. At the moment, it felt that its brain was somewhat insufficient. Damn, its brain was overloaded. Forget it, forget it. It would stick to the script. It directly pounced towards the female dark elf and, forget it, it could not just stand there and do nothing, right? That would make it look very stupid. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After making up its mind, the Thunder Emperor Beast rushed towards Yuna in front of it again. However, in Lu Yan's eyes, the Thunder Emperor Beast was clearly coming towards him. After all, he was in front of Yuna. Biting his lip, just as Lu Yan was about to use the Monarch Netherworld escape to retreat first, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. It was Yuna. Yuna did not know what was wrong with her and directly rushed in front of Lu Yan. Just now, she had clearly seen this demon beast emitting lightning towards her, and this good person had helped her block it. However, he was clearly not the match of this lightning demon. This attack might kill him. Then Yuna rushed in front of Lu Yan. She did not know why, but although she was clearly afraid to death, her body seemed to be disobedient. Looking at the Thunder Emperor beast rushing over in front of her, Yuna's previous memories quickly flashed in her mind. Then, Yuna screamed, and a large amount of dark power surged out of her hands, instantly landing in front of her. Rumble! The ground began to tremble, and the ground in front of her directly cracked. Giant pitch-black vines rose from it and quickly wrapped around the Thunder Emperor beast in front of him. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Yuna, who was blocking Lu Yan, and was also somewhat stunned. What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to save the damsel in distress? Why was it the other way around? At this moment, the Thunder Emperor beast felt blessed and the overloaded pig brain started working again. This was also good. It would just play along. After all, as a skilled actor, it was still good at improvising on the spot. The Thunder Emperor beast retracted the lightning on its body and then allowed itself to be entangled by the surrounding pitch-black huge vines, as if it was restrained. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly grabbed Yuna in front of him and threw her onto an undead silver moon wolf. Then, Lu Yan flipped onto the wolf and hugged Yuna from behind, riding the undead silver moon wolf to quickly escape. The undead silver moon wolf under him instantly accelerated and quickly rushed forward. Some of the surrounding necromancers also raised the staff in their hands and used an acceleration spell, directly landing on the undead silver moon wolf, increasing its speed a little. Then, Lu Yan recalled the other undead into the undead space and quickly escaped with Yuna. The Thunder Emperor beast kept roaring in the black vines, as if it was venting its unwillingness to be restrained. At this moment, Yuna finally reacted. She looked at her hands, her eyes revealing a pleasantly surprised expression. She could now use the power of hunting. Then, Yuna realized that she seemed to be in Lu Yan's arms. Looking at Lu Yan's body leaning over her and grabbing onto her arms, Yuna's face turned slightly red. Especially when her back kept rubbing against the chest of the good person behind her, Yuna felt a strange feeling in her heart. This was the first time she had come into such close contact with a member of the opposite sex. At this moment, Yuna could not help but think of some forbidden books she had seen in the tribe and what her sister-in-law had secretly told her previously. Yuna's face immediately turned red, and her body became awkward. She could not help but shake her body, her expression very shy. A crisp sound sounded, and the pain from her butt made Yuna cry out. Then, Yuna heard Lu Yan's voice. Stop swaying. If you fall later, I won't go back and pick you up. Lu Yan frowned and looked at the dark elf in his arms. He did not know what was wrong with this girl, but she was twisting around as if her body was itching after not showering for a few days. Yuna instantly stopped moving and obediently lay in Lu Yan's arms, her eyes revealing resentment. Lu Yan urged the undead silver moon wolf under him to quickly run forward as he looked back. Soon, a bolt of lightning appeared in Lu Yan's eyes. Indeed, the Thunder Emperor beast would not be restrained so easily. It still broke free from Yuna's vines. This Thunder Emperor beast was very fast and was already quickly approaching. Unfortunately, he could not bring people with him when using the Monarch Netherworld escape. Otherwise, he might be able to quickly escape the exploration range of this Thunder Emperor beast. Lu Yan looked at Yuna in his arms and asked, "Can you still release the black vines from before?" Yuna nodded. Although she did not know why she could use the hunting power just now, she was now able to unleash it at any time. Lu Yan looked at Yuna and said, "Keep summoning the black vines to restrain the Thunder Emperor beast behind you." Yuna nodded when she heard this. Then, without any hesitation, dark power surged out of her hands again. Then, the ground behind him split open again. Black vines crawled out from the ground and quickly wrapped around the Thunder Emperor beast. As expected, the Thunder Emperor beast was restrained again. Lu Yan looked at Yuna in his arms. This girl's strength was really strange. She was actually able to restrain the Thunder Emperor beast. Although it was only for a while, it was enough. For the next 2 hours, Lu Yan and Yuna kept repeating this move to restrain the Thunder Emperor beast. The Thunder Emperor beast would break free and rush over. Then, it would be entangled by the black vines released by Yuna. Lu Yan would then control the undead silver moon wolf to increase the distance between them before continuing. 2 hours later, there was no longer the aura of the Thunder Emperor beast behind Lu Yan and Yuna. Lu Yan controlled the undead silver moon wolf to advance for a distance before slowly stopping. Then the Thunder Emperor beast should have given up. "We can rest first." Lu Yan looked at the already lit sky and heaved a sigh of relief. Yuna's expression also relaxed. The pressure of the Thunder Emperor beast was still very powerful. "Thank you for just now." Lu Yan looked at Yuna in his arms and said. If not for the fact that she had released the black vines, the two of them would probably have died under the Thunder Emperor beast. Even with the Monarch Netherworld escape, Lu Yan probably could not escape from such a powerful Thunder Emperor beast. "You, let me down first," Yuna whispered. She did not dare to move now, afraid that she would be hit again. "Oh, okay." Lu Yan also let go of his palm when he heard this. Then, he got off the wolf and caught Yuna. Previously, Lu Yan did not like Yuna very much, mainly because the dark elves he had encountered previously had directly attacked him and were even aggressive. Now that Yuna had saved him, they were even. After looking at Yuna without bias, Lu Yan discovered that Yuna's appearance and figure were not inferior to that Fenja. In fact, because of her skin color, she was even more seductive. Coupled with the contact between the two of them just now, a strange atmosphere began to rise between the two of them. Rest first. There shouldn't be any danger here." Luyan had already summoned a large number of undead and got them to patrol the surroundings. There should not be any danger in the surroundings. Yuna nodded and then summoned the black vines to make a recliner and leaned on it. Then, looking at Luyan, Yuna waved her hand and made one for Luyan. Thank you. Luyan nodded at Yuna and also rested. He was still somewhat tired after not sleeping for the entire night, and Yuna was even more exhausted. After being captured by Aoyun, Yuna's nerves had been extremely tense. Now that she had finally relaxed, she naturally quickly fell asleep. Not far from Luyan and the other party, the shrunken Thunder Emperor beast looked at Leishuo and said, "How was it? My acting skills were not bad just now, right? I didn't leave on the first try. Instead, I chased after them for 2 hours. This is exactly the kind of realistic emotional atmosphere I want." Looking at the way the two of them hugged previously, I'm certain that the two of them have already started to develop feelings for each other. Leishuo looked at the Thunder Emperor beast and said, "What do you know as a demon beast? Develop feelings? You make it sound like you're a relationship expert. In fact, you made a mistake in the beginning n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." The Thunder Emperor beast glared. "I also ruled over thousands of demon beasts back then. How do you know I'm not a relationship expert? I'm not like someone who had acted out that scenario 3 times but failed to get the girl every time." Bang! Leishuo punched the Thunder Emperor beast and directly sent it flying. "How dare you disrespect your master?" Leishuo chased after it and directly beat the Thunder Emperor beast up. "Master, do you want to punch harder? If you need me to do anything else, just let me know." After being beaten up, the Thunder Emperor beast was clearly much more obedient. As it treated its injuries with lightning, it looked at Leishuo and flattered. Leishuo nodded. "We've only had a small success. In the next few days, you have to appear from time to time and give them a chance to get along. Do you understand?" The Thunder Emperor beast nodded. "Understood, Master. Don't worry. I guarantee that their relationship will advance by leaps and bounds in the next few days. Perhaps they'll directly give birth to a little grand disciple for you." Leishuo's expression turned stiff when he heard this. "Dirty bastard. What are you talking about? What are we doing? We're working hard to build a relationship between humans and the Dark Elves. Why does it sound so dirty when you talk about it?" The Thunder Emperor beast was speechless, but it still nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Master is right. There's something wrong with my thoughts." Leishuo nodded. "That's more like it. Moreover, how can she give birth so quickly? It will take at least a year and a half to give birth, right? All right, I won't waste my breath on you. Work hard. I'll go deal with something else first." With that said, Leishuo's figure directly disappeared from his spot. "Pfft, what a hypocrite. You don't even set a good example yourself. Although you try to act dignified, you were probably overjoyed when you heard that you'll be getting a little grand disciple." The Thunder Emperor beast curled its lips. Then, it looked at Luyan and Yuna in front of it and shook its head slightly. It originally thought that it would be a temporary performance. It did not expect it to become a series. However, it was not like there was anyone for it to complain to. In the depths of the Black Fog Forest, a large number of dark elves moved in the forest and quickly headed towards a camp in front of them. The camp was brightly lit. A large number of dark elves were entering and leaving, looking very busy. In the center of the camp, in a wooden house, a few dark elves were looking at the Dark Elf Queen in front of them with solemn expressions. Princess Yuna had been captured by the Black Flood Dragon and there was still no news. The queen was furious and ordered all the dark elves to find Yuna. Previously, the dark elves had always been in seclusion. They even controlled the scale of their hunt and did not want to have too much to do with the outside world. However, now that Yuna had disappeared, the dark elves were active in the Black Fog Forest again. At this moment, a young dark elf entered and knelt on one knee. He looked at the Dark Elf Queen and said, "Mother, we haven't found Yuna's whereabouts yet. That Black Flood Dragon seems to have also disappeared. There's no trace of the other party at all." When the Dark Elf Queen heard this, she suddenly tightened her grip on the seat handle and directly crushed it. "Search? Continue searching? We have to find Yuna even if we have to turn the entire Black Fog Forest upside down," the Dark Elf Queen said without hesitation. The young Dark Elf nodded and left. At this moment, a Dark Elf elder at the side said, "Your Majesty, perhaps it is not in our benefit to search on such a large scale? So many clansmen have encountered humans. What if they find our traces and hunt us again? Is it worth risking that just to find Yuna?" This Dark Elf elder's words froze the atmosphere in the entire wooden house. However, the other Dark Elf elders also looked at the Dark Elf Queen. The Dark Elves had always maintained a state of seclusion. Now that the Dark Elves had been exposed again because of Yuna, it was somewhat incomprehensible in the eyes of some Dark Elf elders. After all, they had previously hidden themselves because they were hunted by humans. Now, such a large-scale search would quickly cause them to be hunted by the humans again. The Dark Elf Queen raised her eyebrows and swept her gaze across the surrounding Dark Elf elders. Then, the Dark Elf Queen revealed a disdainful expression. "You only saw the danger of the Dark Elves being discovered. Don't you know the importance of Yuna?" The expressions of the few Dark Elf elders changed. Then, they looked at the Dark Elf Queen and said, "Your Majesty, even if Yuna can absorb Dark-type energy and is talented and has a high future achievement, it's still a bit much for us to sacrifice the entire tribe to find her, right?" The other Dark Elf elders also nodded in agreement. The Dark Elf Queen said with a complicated expression, "Do you know why we can't appear openly like the elves and can only hide?" Hearing the Dark Elf Queen's words, the expressions of the surrounding people were somewhat ugly. These words hit them where it hurt. They were also elves, but they had to hide when the other elves could appear openly. The Dark Elf Queen continued, "That's because very few of us Dark Elves have come from the Void Gate. We don't have enough strength to resist the other factions. Not only can Yuna naturally absorb Dark-type energy, but she can also summon her clansmen after she grows up. She's the hope of our Dark Elves. We need her in order to rise. Therefore, even if I have to risk exposing the entire Dark Elves, I have to find Yuna and bring her back unscathed." Hearing the Dark Elf Queen's words, the surrounding elders' bodies suddenly trembled. This was the first time they had heard of this situation. Previously, they only knew that Yuna was born to absorb Dark-type power. They did not expect Yuna to have the ability to summon clansmen from the Void Gate. This made the expressions of the surrounding Dark Elf elders become firm. "If that's the case, we have to find Yuna and bring her back unscathed." "That's right. Yuna is extremely important to us. We have to find her. But what if Yuna is killed?" The last Dark Elf elder's words stunned everyone. If Yuna was killed, wouldn't their search be in vain? Moreover, their location would be exposed. The Dark Elf Queen shook her head and said, "Don't worry, that won't happen. There's information about Yuna on the Elf Holy Tree of our race. In fact, she's unscathed and has even awakened the hunting power in advance. This has never happened before. Everyone, continue searching. Perhaps Yuna has already escaped the claws of the black-flegged dragon." Now, the Dark Elf Queen could only hope for Yuna's luck. Lu Yan slept until almost noon before slowly opening his eyes. He stretched and was slightly stunned when he saw Yuna, who was still sleeping at the side. At this moment, Yuna's entire body was curled up on the vine recliner. She frowned tightly, and her body was trembling slightly, as if she was afraid of something. Lu Yan took out a blanket from his spatial item and gently covered Yuna. Then, he took out some demon meat and started a fire to roast. Demon meat was basically the main food of professionals in the wilderness. Not only was it convenient, but it could also quickly replenish one's strength. Soon, the fragrance of meat wafted out, making Yuna, who was curled up at the side, sniff with her nose. It was extremely fragrant. Yuna slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yan roasting meat in front of her. She was slightly stunned before her stomach directly growled. After being captured by that hateful black-flegged dragon, she had yet to eat anything. Previously, she had eaten some of the dark power on Lu Yan's body to relieve some of her hunger. However, it was not food after all, so Yuna was still very hungry. Now, after seeing the roasted meat in front of her, her saliva could not help but secrete. "Here, take it and eat first." Lu Yan handed a piece of roasted meat to Yuna. "Thank you." Yuna thanked him and directly grabbed the roasted meat, wolfing it down. Yuna was extremely hungry after not eating for so long. Soon, the piece of roasted meat quickly disappeared into her mouth. She touched her stomach and it felt as if a cushion had been stuffed inside. Can I eat another one?" Yuna looked at Lu Yan and said somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yan handed Yuna another piece of roasted meat. The two of them could be considered to have been through a life and death situation now. It was only some roasted meat, so Lu Yan would not be stingy. Half an hour later, Yuna burped, and the ground in front of her was filled with skewers of meat. Lu Yan looked at Yuna with a shocked expression. This girl had eaten 20 meat skewers in a row. It had to be known that Lu Yan's demon meat pieces were very large. After absorbing the bloodline power of the Netherworld King, his appetite had increased a lot, but it still paled in comparison to the other party. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Burp, I'm sorry, I ate a little too much. Yuna looked at Lu Yan and said somewhat embarrassedly. The roasted meat was really too fragrant. Coupled with the fact that she had been hungry for so long, Yuna could not hold it in for a moment. "It's fine. It's just some demon meat." Lu Yan put the roasted demon meat in his hand into his mouth and began to eat. This female dark elf woke up at the right time. Lu Yan had just finished roasting the first piece of demon meat when she opened her eyes. 20 minutes later, Lu Yan's meal ended. Yuna looked at the sticks in front of Lu Yan and was stunned. The other party only had one less stick than her. This guy had eaten as much as her. "Let's go. Follow beside me and don't fall behind." Lu Yan looked at Yuna and said. Yuna nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'm very capable now." After awakening the hunting power, Yuna's strength was still very powerful. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor Beast was already prepared to attack after Lu Yan and Yuna left this area. The show was about to start. At this moment, a figure kept rushing forward in the Gale Mountain range, devouring many demon beasts along the way. Then, this figure crawled into a hole and hid his body. Damn it, the sacrificial array is just short of success. I didn't expect the rhythm to be disrupted by the sudden appearance of humans. Damn, now, I can only recover my body first before making plans in the future. Aoyun curled his body and began to rest and recover from his injuries. He was in the direction Lu Yan was advancing towards. Lu Yan brought Yuna and began to hunt in the surroundings. Same as usual, the undead led the way. The surrounding undead scattered and quickly searched the surroundings for traces of demon beasts. As long as they discovered the other party, the surrounding undead would swarm forward and directly drown the demon beast before killing it. A large number of demon beasts were killed, and Lu Yan's undead army expanded. I have to say that these undead knights, undead swordsmen, and necromancers are all very useful. their strength hasn't been reduced. As long as we're in the outer area of the Gale Mountain range, they can basically sweep through the surroundings. It's just that the number is a little lacking. If only Master had entered the cave later back then. Perhaps I could have relied on the Netherworld King's intimidation to create 2,000 undead elites. Lu Yan thought to himself. He looked at the surrounding undead army and revealed a satisfied smile. As time passed, the obedience of these undead suppressed by the Netherworld King's intimidation kept increasing. Although he could not command them as freely yet, it was already much better than before. It was not bad to spend the remaining 8 days here. At that time, his undead army would definitely increase by a lot. Lu Yan rode on an undead silver moon wolf, and the smile on his face became richer. Boom! At this moment, a gale wolf in front of him was wrapped in a wind shield and instantly dispersed some undead, roaring. This was a level 25 Lord level gale wolf. Its combat strength was very powerful, breaking the formation of the surrounding undead knights. Although these undead intimidated by the Netherworld King were very powerful, they were still at the commander level. They still needed help when facing Lord level demon beasts. Although he could use numbers to kill this Lord level gale wolf, he would definitely lose a lot of undead. Lu Yan naturally would not do this. Therefore, Lu Yan's gaze landed on Yuna at the side. Yuna, restrain this gale wolf. Yuna nodded heavily when she heard this. Yes. Then, Yuna condensed her strength with a solemn expression. Black vines quickly crawled out from the ground and quickly spread forward, directly enveloping the gale wolf in front of her. At the same time, spikes spread out from these black vines and quickly pierced into the body of this gale wolf. A large amount of poison was directly injected. Soon, the restrained gale wolf's expression became dispirited, and its struggling expression gradually turned into confusion. The surrounding undead swordsmen swarmed forward and directly killed this Lord-level gale wolf. Soon, this killed gale wolf swayed before quickly standing up. The undead servants successfully worked. This Lord-level gale wolf successfully became Lu Yan's subordinate. Of course, its strength was also greatly suppressed. Lu Yan was overjoyed. Then, he got this Lord-level undead gale wolf to come to his side and directly changed his ride. The gale wolf was also a demon beast that moved very quickly. Moreover, compared to the undead silver moon wolf, not only was the gale wolf faster, but its endurance was also stronger. This was because they could use the wind power to accelerate and reduce the consumption of energy. This gave them a very high advantage in movement speed. Looking at the excited Yuna at the side, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. This Yuna's combat strength was very powerful. Although she had not revealed any relatively powerful attack abilities yet, her binding ability was definitely top-notch. The binding effect of the black vines had basically never failed. Coupled with his undead, she was simply a qualified tool. At the side, Yuna was not aware that she was being used at all. She was still immersed in her hunting power. With my hunting strength, I should be ranked at the top among the clansmen who have just awakened their hunting ability, right? If I practice more, I can become even stronger. Yuna's face was very firm as she seriously helped Lu Yan constantly restrain the surrounding demon beasts. On the one hand, it was to increase her strength through this practice. On the other hand, it was also to let this good person see that she was not useless and was still very useful. It was definitely not a loss to bring her along. Although Lu Yan was bringing her along now, Yuna was still somewhat worried. What if he abandoned her? She did not have much ability to survive in this Gale Mountain range alone. Especially after accidentally revealing her appetite, Yuna was even more worried that she would be left behind, so she tried her best to show her usefulness. Lu Yan yawned. According to this progress, his undead army could reach more than 4,000 in 8 days. It could even reach 5,000 if he worked hard. Moreover, many of them had very high combat strength. Just as Lu Yan was fantasizing about the expansion of the undead army, a crackling sound suddenly sounded from behind. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before suddenly turning around, his eyes almost popping out. Damn, Thunder Emperor Beast? It's the same one from before? It's chasing after us, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan did not expect the Thunder Emperor Beast he had encountered previously to appear behind him. This made Lu Yan unable to help but think of the scene of him being chased last night. It had taken him and Yuna so long to shake it off. He did not expect it to chase after him again. What's going on? Does this Thunder Emperor Beast not have its own range of activity? Or is it so stubborn that it won't let go of a prey it has locked onto? Lu Yan was somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, demon beasts had their own range of activity and generally would not go past it. He and Yuna had escaped for so long last night and had definitely exceeded the range of this Thunder Emperor Beast. However, this guy chased after them again. How persistent? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. However, Lu Yan couldn't care less. He directly grabbed Yuna at the side and pulled her into his arms again. Then, he controlled the undead gale wolf under him to quickly rush forward. No matter what, he had to rush out first. The Thunder Emperor Beast behind him looked at Lu Yan and Yuna who had escaped in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This new actor was very sensible. He even knew to take the dark elf into his arms. He got into character very quickly and had a lot of potential. In that case, the performance would start. Lightning flickered, and the Thunder Emperor Beast revealed an angry expression, as if it was angry because they had escaped from it yesterday. Then, it roared and chased after Lu Yan. Continue to use your black vines to restrain the Thunder Emperor beast behind you like last night. Before Yuna could react, she arrived in Lu Yan's arms. Then, Lu Yan's hot voice sounded in her ear. Yuna's ears constricted slightly, and her face turned red. Then, she nodded. Thick dark type power surged out of Yuna's body again. Black vines began to break out of the ground behind her. Looking at the black vines that were welcoming it, the Thunder Emperor beast exclaimed softly. This female dark elf was not simple. In such a short period of time, her use of her strength had reached such a high level. Last night, although Yuna's black vines surprised the Thunder Emperor beast, they were basically randomly released. Black vines surged out in large numbers, but many of them were not used effectively. However, now, the number of black vines that surged out in front of it was just right. While blocking its path, they were also constantly entangling towards it. The movement speed of these black vines also increased a lot. The Thunder Emperor beast's eyes flickered before it was directly restrained by these black vines. Seeing that Lu Yan and Yuna were about to disappear from his sight, the lightning on his body bloomed, shattering the black vines. Because the other party was more skilled in using the black vines, it was also restrained for longer. This was the attention to detail from a skilled actor. Lu Yan, Yuna, and the Thunder Emperor beast behind them repeated last night's plot. The two of them fled in front, with the Thunder Emperor beast chasing behind. Yuna released black vines from time to time to obstruct the Thunder Emperor beast behind her. However, because Yuna's strength had increased, she only used an hour to shake off the Thunder Emperor beast behind her. Yuna panted slightly, her expression relaxed, revealing a happy expression. This time, the speed at which we shook off that Thunder Emperor beast is clearly much faster. This proves that our strength has increased. Yuna looked up, eager to share this good news with Lu Yan. Then, Yuna was stunned. At this moment, she was in Lu Yan's arms. She looked up and was met with Lu Yan's face. Lu Yan lowered his head when he heard this and looked at Yuna with a smile. That's right. The Gale Wolf has increased our speed a lot coupled with your stronger control of the vine power. We managed to shake off that Thunder Emperor beast in just an hour. Yuna looked at Lu Yan's face. For some reason, her face gradually turned red. This scene seemed to have been mentioned in those books. It was so beautiful. Yuna thought to herself, previously, when I was reading, I had imagined in my mind if I would appear in such a situation one day. I didn't expect it to really be. According to the book, the next step is for the male lead to kiss the female lead. Aya. When Yuna thought of the scene in the Forbidden Book she had seen, she could not help but blush and gently close her eyes. Lu Yan looked at Yuna in his arms and closed his eyes with a red face, feeling somewhat strange. Pa? A crisp sound sounded, making Yuna cry out again. Why are you closing your eyes? Don't you see the demon beasts in front? Hurry up and restrain them. The Thunder Emperor beast behind might still be chasing. We have to run further this time. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Yuna's eyes were filled with resentment as she reluctantly began to use her dark power. Twisting her butt, Yuna bit her lip lightly. This time, it did not seem to hurt as much. Instead, it was a little. Aya, what am I thinking? Yuna shook her head and forced herself to focus. She summoned the black vines to restrain the demon beasts in front of her so that Lu Yan could rush out with her. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor beast behind them had already arrived in the sky. It looked at Lu Yan, who was quickly escaping below, and raised its eyebrows. This kid still wants to run further and completely shake me off? Seriously, the show isn't over yet. How can I, the main lead, leave? Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan stopped and turned around to confirm that there was no trace of the Thunder Emperor beast behind him. The Thunder Emperor beast looked around and prepared to rest and do it again at night. Just as he was thinking, the Thunder Emperor beast suddenly frowned. Its gaze landed on a spot in front of Lu Yan and the others. What a dense demon aura. There is a very powerful demon beast there, but its aura is somewhat weak. It might be injured. Sigh, so troublesome. As the main lead, I even have to be in charge of clearing the area. The Thunder Emperor beast shook its head and transformed into a bolt of lightning that left. After all, this was his master's precious disciple. If the other party received any damage, it would probably not be able to bear the consequences when it returned. It could not be helped. The Thunder Emperor beast quickly arrived at a horizontal slope. The surroundings were very calm, as if there were no demon beasts. The Thunder Emperor beast's gaze landed on the soft soil in front of it and it whispered, "A demon beast that digs into the ground? What is it? An earth dragon." It was as if the Thunder Emperor beast was opening a mystery box. Lightning condensed on the Thunder Emperor beast's body, turning into a thick electric rod that directly stabbed into the soil in front of it. In an instant, lightning overflowed from the soil in front of him. The Thunder Emperor beast poured the lightning attack into the soil in front of it. Howl! A miserable cry sounded. Accompanied by waves of electric shocks, a huge figure quickly broke out of the soil in front of him. Whoa, it's quite big. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at the figure that had been electrocuted out in front of it and could not help but exclaim. What appeared was the Black Flood Dragon. It was injured and looked somewhat dispirited. The Thunder Emperor beast did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the Black Flood Dragon. Aoyun was stunned. He was resting here and recovering from his injuries. Why did a powerful electric current suddenly surge in and give him an electrotherapy? Then, Aoyun saw a figure emitting lightning power rush towards him. Sensing the aura from the other party, Aoyun directly exploded. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? My sacrificial formation was destroyed and I suffered a backlash. My injuries even worsened. Now that I've found a place to treat my injuries, I end up encountering such a powerful demon beast. Aoyun's injuries were too serious and he could only focus on healing. Because of that, he was completely unaware of the arrival of this Thunder Emperor beast. However, sensing the other party's aura, Aoyun's face directly turned pale. Even if he sensed this aura in advance, it was still impossible for him to be its match. Was he going to die here today? Aoyun's eyes revealed an unwilling expression. Then, he looked at the Thunder Emperor beast rushing over and gritted his teeth. I'll risk it. His body suddenly swooped over. After calculating the distance, Aoyun slid over and knelt. Brother, don't kill me, I'll even do anything for you. Please spare my life. The Thunder Emperor beast was slightly stunned after seeing Aoyun kneel in front of him. What was going on? Was this guy that spineless? He was a flood dragon after all, right? He directly knelt down? Aoyun looked at the Thunder Emperor beast and hesitated before hurriedly saying, Big brother, I didn't know that you were here and disturbed you. However, I beg you not to attack me. From now on, I'll follow Big brother's lackey. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Look, I'm already injured and the flesh on my body is somewhat rotten. It's not delicious. If Big brother is hungry, I'll help you hunt. How about that? The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun in front of it and raised its eyebrows slightly. This was the first time it had seen such a shameless flood dragon. It had really witnessed something new today. After sizing up the flood dragon in front of him, the Thunder Emperor beast's eyes lit up. A good piece of art needed more complexity. How could he and that kid act alone? That would be too plain. Wasn't this a perfect extra? It could use this useless dragon. Big brother, what do you want to do? Aoyun looked at the Thunder Emperor beast in front of him and could not help but feel somewhat guilty. The Thunder Emperor beast smiled and said, Since you've already called me big brother, it's not impossible for me to spare your life. However, there's something I need you to do. Aoyun hurriedly said, All right. As long as you can spare my life, I'll do anything. He had yet to become a divine dragon. How could he die just like that? Absolutely not. No matter what, he had to survive. Aoyun had long abandoned dignity. He only had one goal now, that was to survive first. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun and nodded in satisfaction. That's right. I have a scene for you to act in next. I hope you can complete it well. As he spoke, the Thunder Emperor beast brought Aoyun directly into the air and quickly arrived at Luyan and Yuna's location. Do you see the two guys below? Next, you need to put on a show and fight them. It's best if you can let them rely on each other in battle to experience the importance of each other. The Thunder Emperor beast pointed below and briefly introduced what Aoyun needed to do. Aoyun looked at Luyan and Yuna below and his body directly froze. It's them, that human who suddenly appeared, and that dark elf princess. Why, do you know them? The Thunder Emperor beast raised its eyebrows slightly and asked when it heard Aoyun. Aoyun nodded. That's right, big brother. Do you want me to deal with them? I promise that I'll definitely kill them later. At this moment, Aoyun was very excited. He did not expect to encounter the dark elf princess here again. If he could sacrifice her, not only would the injuries on his body recover, but he might also be able to continue advancing and become a divine dragon. When the Thunder Emperor beast at the side heard Aoyun's words, it slapped him. Who asked you to kill them? Act? Act, do you understand? What a pig brain. Aoyun was stunned. Act? What act? Was the bad taste of the upper-level demon beasts so severe now? Did they have to act and play around before hunting? The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun in front of it and frowned. This guy was clearly very excited just now. It seemed that he could not let it act. However, he could not waste this opportunity. Big brother, I'll do whatever you say. I'll act. Aoyun reacted and hurriedly looked at the Thunder Emperor beast. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun in front of it and pondered for a moment. Then, it said, Forget it, it's better to make it more realistic. Your goal is to kill them. I'll lower your combat strength first. As he spoke, bolts of lightning surged out of the Thunder Emperor beast's body and directly enveloped Aoyun in front of it. As crackling lightning flickered, Aoyun was directly charred by the lightning, and his aura weakened. Sensing the strength on Aoyun's body, the Thunder Emperor beast nodded in satisfaction. It should be all right now. At this moment, Aoyun's combat strength had been greatly weakened with his previous injuries. According to the combat strength of the kid below and the dark elf, they should be able to deal with him if they worked hard together. Aoyun was stunned and did not know what was going on at all. What was this big brother trying to do? All right, it's your turn to appear. It can be considered as an additional scene n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun and whispered. Then, it kicked Aoyun down from above. Aoyun fell from the sky and looked at the Thunder Emperor beast that was becoming smaller and smaller above with a lifeless expression. Damn it, what sin have I committed? Boom! Aoyun's body smashed heavily onto the ground, emitting a muffled sound. Luyan and Yuna were shocked. Looking at the huge figure that had fallen in front of them, Luyan directly protected Yuna behind him. Previously, because of the Dark Elves' attack, Luyan had been very vigilant against Yuna. However, after spending so much time together and with Yuna's help previously, Luyan let down his guard against Yuna. This Yuna looked different from those Dark Elves. At the very least, she was just somewhat dim-wit. She probably did not have any bad intentions. Looking at the huge figure descending in front of him, Lu Yan directly got the surrounding undead to retract their formation and protect him and Yuna. Then, Lu Yan saw the huge figure slowly straighten his body. Lu Yan's eyes suddenly constricted, and he subconsciously wanted to escape with Yuna. This was because the thing that appeared in front of Lu Yan was none other than the black flood dragon he had encountered in the cave previously. Why was he so unlucky? It was already very miserable to encounter a Thunder Emperor beast that had been chasing after him. He did not expect the black flood dragon from before to also show here. However, Lu Yan then realized that something was wrong. The aura of the black flood dragon in front of him seemed to have weakened a lot. It was not a lot, but it had become much weaker. Previously, the aura on this black flood dragon was very oppressive. It could shatter his undead netherworld armor with a single strike. It should be an epic level flood dragon, and its level was not low. However, the aura from the other party was very weak now, so weak that Lu Yan did not even want to retreat. Looking at the injuries on the black flood dragon in front of him and thinking of its weak aura at this moment, Lu Yan could not help but guess what demon this black flood dragon had fought that caused it to escape here with serious injuries. If that was the case, he could do something. Perhaps he could kill the other party. Putting everything else aside, the materials on its body were worth the risk. Even if he really could not defeat the other party, he should still be able to leave with Yuna's cooperation. It could not be helped. Aoyun's aura was really too weak at this moment, making Lu Yan restless. Aoyun slowly stood up and looked at Lu Yan and Yuna in front of him, his dead eyes gradually bursting with flames. Even in this situation, he could not give up. Wasn't it just two little brats? Even if his current strength was severely weakened, it was still more than enough to deal with the two of them. Although he did not know what the Thunder Emperor beast above meant, as long as he swallowed the dark elf in front of him and directly used the last of her blood essence to escape, there was still hope. At that time, even if his strength was damaged, he could still recover as long as he nursed himself well. Coupled with the bloodline of the Dark Elf Princess, he could still break through to the bloodline and become a divine dragon. He could even turn the situation around. Thinking of this, Aoyun felt that his severely injured body seemed to have become much more agile. He looked at Lu Yan and Yuna in front of him and directly rushed over. Yuna, restrict this guy's movements. I'll mainly attack and try to destroy this guy. Lu Yan raised his condition to its peak as he said to Yuna behind him. Yuna stared blankly at the pitch-black armor that appeared on Lu Yan's body and the pitch-black scythe in his hand that had become even sharper. She was slightly stunned. The black flood dragon in front of her was the source of her fear. It was this guy who had captured her. Moreover, at that time, Yuna had witnessed the powerful strength of this black flood dragon and was very afraid of this black flood dragon. Now that she saw Aoyun again, Yuna's body could not help but tremble. However, when she heard Lu Yan's words, Yuna still gritted her teeth and began to use her dark power. She was no longer the Yuna from before. Facing this black flood dragon, the fear in her heart decreased a lot. Moreover, there was still that good person beside her. Yuna looked at Lu Yan's back in front of her, her gaze becoming more and more determined. As long as Lu Yan was around, everything would definitely be fine. The ground in front of him began to crack, and a large number of black vines spread out, quickly spreading towards Aoyun in front of him. Aoyun frowned slightly. He did not expect this dark elf princess to actually have the ability to fight. Without hesitation, Aoyun opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames, wanting to burn the black vines in front of him to death. However, when the flames landed on the black vine, they did not cause much damage to it. These black vines curled their bodies and the flames on their bodies quickly extinguished, as if they had never appeared. Damn it! These black vines have dense dark power. My flame power is not very useful. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If not for the fact that I was injured and was electrocuted by the Thunder Emperor beast just now, even if the dark power on these black vines could resist the flame power, I would still be able to burn these black vines. Unfortunately, it was useless to say anything now. The black vines quickly spread over. In front of him, Lu Yan, who was covered in undead netherworld armor and holding the netherworld soul scythe wrapped in the black bone scythe, also rushed over. Aoyun's expression was gloomy as he stretched out his flood dragon claws to welcome Lu Yan. Bang! The black bone scythe wrapped in Lu Yan's hand landed on Aoyun's flood dragon claw, emitting a muffled sound. Then, Aoyun's body was sent flying. Although Aoyun had been treated by the Thunder Emperor beast, Aoyun was still very powerful. However, Aoyun then frowned and trembled. Lu Yan's attack did not cause him any external damage, but the soul damage of the netherworld soul scythe made Aoyun feel a pain in his soul. This soul attack ignored physical defense. Unless Aoyun's soul defense was very powerful, he would still suffer a lot of soul damage. This guy actually had soul attack methods. At this moment, the black vines had already wrapped over and quickly climbed onto Aoyun's body, as if they wanted to completely restrain his body. Aoyun frowned even more. The flood dragon claw in his hand danced and directly tore apart the black vines in front of him. Lu Yan landed on the ground and stabilized his body. He looked at the black flood dragon in front of him and smiled. As he had expected, the combat strength of this black flood dragon had decreased a lot. It was completely different from when Lu Yan was completely helpless in the cave. Without any hesitation, Liu Yan directly ordered the surrounding undead that were suppressed by his Netherworld King's intimidation to charge towards the Black Flood Dragon in front of him. Seeing this, Aoyun directly whipped his tail, wanting to sweep away these undead. However, the outcome was unexpected. A portion of the undead rushing towards Aoyun in front of him was swept away, but most of them directly resisted and rushed towards Aoyun. These undead were much stronger than the undead Liu Yan had previously. Coupled with the fact that Aoyun's strength had decreased a lot, it was impossible for Aoyun to destroy all the undead like before. The undead knight rushed to Aoyun's side and directly attacked him. A large number of undead swordsmen gathered their strength and jumped up, slashing down sharp undead sword aura at Aoyun from above. The Necromancers hid far away and began to use a large number of undead magic. Gain, weaken, and directly attack. All kinds of undead magic with various effects were released from the staffs in the hands of these Necromancers. They landed on Aoyun, the undead knights, and the undead swordsmen in front of them and began to reduce the difference in strength between the two sides. At this moment, Liu Yan also rushed towards Aoyun again. Through the battle just now, Liu Yan had already tested that he could definitely deal with the Black Flood Dragon in front of him. If he could kill it here, it would be worth it even if he had to pay a price. Aoyun roared angrily. He did not expect that it would one day be forced to this state by some ants. Aoyun opened his mouth and a large number of flames spat out, directly enveloping the undead and Liu Yan in front of him. Then, a black fog spread out from Aoyun's body, instantly increasing his speed. His figure flashed on the spot and Aoyun directly arrived beside Liu Yan. He had to capture the leader first. Those undead were all created by this guy. As long as he killed Liu Yan first, everything would be easy. This was something Aoyun learned from his experiences after fighting the humans for so long. Aoyun suddenly grabbed out at Liu Yan with his Flood Dragon Claw, his eyes flickered coldly. With this attack, he would definitely be able to kill him. Although Aoyun's combat strength had already been weakened to the extreme, he still mobilized all his strength and launched this powerful attack. The strength of this attack was still very high. If Liu Yan took it head-on, the undead netherworld armor on his body would probably shatter again. However, when Aoyun's Flood Dragon Claw slashed across Liu Yan's body, his attack seemed to have missed. Liu Yan's figure appeared beside Yuna, his expression changing slightly. I made the right choice. This guy really wants to end the battle quickly. After sensing that the other party's state was not right and was very likely to be injured, Liu Yan guessed that this Black Flood Dragon would definitely choose to attack with all his strength. Therefore, Liu Yan had always been vigilant. The moment the Black Flood Dragon moved, he used the Monarch Netherworld escape. Of course, this was also because the other party's combat strength had suddenly decreased, allowing Liu Yan to successfully dodge. If the Black Flood Dragon in front of him was still the same Black Flood Dragon from the cave, no matter how focused he was, he would probably be unable to dodge the other party's attack. Liu Yan looked at Yuna and whispered, "Not bad. Continue to use the power of the black vines to constantly restrict its movements." Yuna nodded and was full of energy when she heard Liu Yan's words. A large amount of dark power bloomed from Yuna's hand again. This time, not only did the black vines crawl out, but Yuna even formed black spears in front of her. The tips of these black spears flickered with a cold light. Clearly, they were very sharp. Moreover, they revealed a trace of poison aura. They also had the poison emitted by the black vines previously. Yuna waved her arm, and the black spears in front of her quickly shot out, directly towards Aoyun in front of her. Looking at the black vines spreading over in front of him and the black spears shooting over, Aoyun directly curled up his body and tore through the black vines as he blocked the black spears. Some black spears landed on Aoyun, but they were blocked by the scales on his body. Aoyun's defense was still very powerful. The surrounding undead also attacked Aoyun continuously. Moreover, they picked special spots to attack. They specially attacked the wounds on Aoyun's body, making Aoyun incomparably furious. However, no matter what, Aoyun could only rage helplessly and was unable to cause effective damage to these undead. Some of the long black spears also pierced into the wounds on Aoyun's body and directly penetrated into the other party's body. The intense pain made Aoyun's body tremble and distort. Moreover, the poison inside quickly spread out and directly entered Aoyun's body. The double pain made Aoyun incomparably irritable. Looking at Liu Yan and Yuna in front of him, Aoyun felt that they were incomparably far away from him. Aoyun suddenly bit his lip. The intense pain instantly woke up his numb nerves from the poison. Looking at Liu Yan and Yuna in front of him, Aoyun knew in his heart that he could not continue like this. He had to think of a way. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death here. Looking at Liu Yan and Yuna in front of him, Aoyun's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. Now, he had no choice but to use the blood essence left in his body to increase his strength. Aoyun originally wanted to swallow the Dark Elf Princess in front of him before using the power of his blood essence to escape. After all, there was still a Thunder Emperor beast watching him in the sky. However, he had no choice now. He could not think about how to escape anymore. He still had to think about how to destroy the two people in front of him. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. As long as he could swallow the Black Elf Princess in front of him and refine her bloodline power, he might have a chance of survival. Although the effect of directly swallowing and refining it was not even a tenth as effective as the sacrificial array, he couldn't care less now. Buzz? Aoyun directly used the power of his blood essence, and a majestic dark power spread out from Aoyun's body. The wounds on Aoyun's body began to quickly heal, and his aura began to rise. A bright light flickered in his eyes. Aoyun felt the strength in his body recover, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. It was his turn to fight back now. Boom! Aoyun's body directly rushed out, and the undead in front of him were directly sent flying by him. The flood dragon claw in his hand flickered with a cold light and directly shattered the surrounding undead. At the same time, Aoyun directly spat out a mouthful of fire at Luyan and Yuna in front of him. This time, the flames Aoyun spat out were pitch black and contained dense dark power. The flames were huge and instantly pounced towards Luyan and Yuna. Yuna's face turned pale. Then, she saw Luyan directly block in front of her. Boom! The huge black flames rushed onto Luyan's body and were instantly separated, spreading behind him from both sides. Yuna, who was behind Luyan, sensed the dense flame power on both sides and was directly stunned when she looked at the figure in front of her. The undead netherworld armor on Luyan's body began to crack. After using his blood essence, Aoyun's strength had recovered a lot. The strength of his attack had already exceeded the limit of the undead netherworld armor. Seeing this, Yuna, who was behind him, did not hesitate at all. She directly bit her lip and spat out a dense blood essence. As she spat out this mouthful of blood essence, Yuna's face instantly turned pale, and her expression directly withered. However, Yuna did not waste any time. She directly used her dark power to envelop the blood essence in her hand. The blood essence in her hand instantly transformed into a dense dark power that enveloped her and Luyan's bodies. Thick black trees spun out from the ground and quickly climbed up Luyan and Yuna's bodies, directly enveloping them. The flames Aoyun spat out landed on the black tree, instantly roasting the bark. However, the black tree isolated a large number of flames, preventing Luyan and Yuna from being injured by the flames. Aoyun looked at the black trees that surged out in front of him, his eyes revealing hidden hatred. The last time he captured this dark elf princess, she did not know anything. Now, she already knew how to mobilize so much power. How detestable. Aoyun's body quickly rushed out and he directly arrived in front of the black tree. The flood dragon claw in his hand directly grabbed towards the black tree. Although the black tree could block the black flames spat out by Aoyun, it was quickly broken in the face of Aoyun's direct attack. Luyan and Yuna were about to be exposed. Luyan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and summoned two bone dragons. The two dragons rushed towards Aoyun. At the current moment, the two bone dragons could still cause damage to Aoyun, but Aoyun did not care and continued to attack the black trees in front of him. The power of his blood essence could not last long. It was as if he was slowly dying. Aoyun knew very well that he had to kill these two guys before the power of his blood essence was exhausted. In the sky, the Thunder Emperor beast looked at the battle below and narrowed its eyes. The combat strength of that dark elf has increased a lot. Its performance has exceeded its expectations. However, the Black Flood Dragon actually still had the power of blood essence and had temporarily recovered some strength. This was something the Thunder Emperor beast did not expect. I made a mistake. I failed to take everything into consideration. There's about to be an accident with the show. I have to think of a solution immediately. The Thunder Emperor beast thought for a moment and began to use its strength. The surrounding clouds quickly gathered, and this area began to darken. If a lightning bolt struck, that kid would probably be able to guess something. It had to arrange the proper environment. Otherwise, he would be letting down his identity as a professional actor. Under the mobilization of the Thunder Emperor beast's strength, the sky above Luyan and the others quickly darkened. Lightning flickered, as if it was about to rain. Unfortunately, if I could use some water-type power at this moment and make it rain, it would be even more perfect. Lightning is the best I can do now. The Thunder Emperor beast shook its head with a regretful expression. Then, a bolt of lightning condensed from the sharp horn on its forehead and tore through the sky before suddenly slashing down. At this moment, Aoyun had already broken through the defense of the black tree and had already begun to attack Luyan and Yuna. Luyan fought Aoyun. After a few rounds, the cracks on the undead netherworld armor on his body increased, as if it would shatter in the next moment. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly tore through the sky and instantly struck Aoyun. Aoyun's body suddenly froze, and his bones were exposed from time to time by this lightning. After collapsing onto the ground, Aoyun looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Damn you! In the sky, the Thunder Emperor beast frowned. I think I used too much strength, but it doesn't matter. The effect has already been achieved. After this battle, the relationship between these two little guys should improve again, right? Below, Luyan and Yuna were stunned for a moment. They did not expect a lightning bolt to descend from the sky and directly slash the aggressive Black Flood Dragon to the ground. Luyan did not dare to be careless. He got the two bone dragons and the surrounding undead to go forward and test Aoyun. Then, Luyan discovered that this Black Flood Dragon was really injured by the lightning and could not move. Actually, it was not the power of the lightning. It was mainly because this lightning had exhausted the strength Aoyun had forced out with his blood essence. Therefore, not only did the injuries on Aoyun's body surge out again, but the consumption of his blood essence also made him incomparably weak. The two bone dragons and the surrounding undead left wounds on Aoyun's body, but at this moment, Aoyun did not move at all. He stared fixedly at the sky, his eyes already empty. Damn, are you kidding me? I give up. Do whatever you want. Perhaps I'll directly reincarnate into a divine dragon in my next life. Damn, I just want to become a divine dragon. Why is it that difficult? In his intense unwillingness, Aoyun was directly killed by the two bone dragons. Sensing the aura on Aoyun's body dissipate in front of him, Lu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, this was an epic level demon beast. Even if the other party's strength was damaged to this extent, the other party could still unleash extremely powerful combat strength. If not for Yuna's black vines and the black trees, as well as the last bolt of lightning, it would be impossible for them to kill this black flood dragon. However, as long as they succeeded in the end, it was fine. Is that guy dead? Yuna looked at Aoyun's corpse in front of her and said in disbelief. Previously, she had personally witnessed how powerful this black flood dragon was. Now that the other party had died in front of her, the impact on Yuna was still very huge. Lu Yan nodded. He's dead. His aura is already gone. Don't worry. When Yuna heard this, her expression suddenly relaxed and she heaved a sigh of relief. The gloominess from being captured from the Dark Elf tribe was finally swept away at this moment. However, in the next moment, Yuna's eyes suddenly widened. She quickly arrived beside Lu Yan and grabbed Lu Yan's armor tightly. It's alive again. Yuna pointed at Aoyun's corpse in front of her, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment before looking at the corpse of the black flood dragon in front of him. Indeed, he saw the other party's corpse move at this moment. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Yan revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Just now, this black flood dragon was definitely dead. Aoyun's aura was already completely gone. It was impossible for him not to be dead. However, now that the other party's corpse had moved, there was only one possibility. The undead servant had taken effect. The black flood dragon in front of him had transformed into his undead. This was something Lu Yan did not dare to imagine. Although he had killed this black flood dragon, Lu Yan had never thought that the other party could transform into his undead. After all, the higher the level of the target, the lower the chances of them transforming into his undead. Be it level or grade, this black flood dragon far surpassed him, so the chances of it transforming into his undead were close to zero. Nov. L. B /JNN. However, he did not expect it to work when the probability was so small. At the thought that he would soon have an undead black flood dragon, Lu Yan's expression became excited. He could not wait to head towards the black flood dragon. However, after taking 2 steps, Lu Yan was hugged by Yuna from behind. No, don't go, let's escape quickly. In Yuna's opinion, if they could not kill the black flood dragon in front of her, they were definitely not the other party's match. They might as well quickly escape. Lu Yan patted Yuna's small hand and smiled. Don't worry, this black flood dragon is already dead, but it has now transformed into my undead. It's just like the demon beasts you saw me kill previously. It's fine. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Yuna was stunned for a moment. Since she had been traveling with Lu Yan, Yuna naturally saw some demon beasts killed by Lu Yan revive and become his undead. However, Yuna did not expect that the black flood dragon in front of her would also transform into Lu Yan's undead. At this moment, Lu Yan had already arrived in front of Aoyun. Aoyun's body had already completely risen, and his eyes suddenly surged with light. Lu Yan arrived beside Aoyun and looked at the awakened Aoyun in front of him. He sensed the familiar undead aura on the other party and smiled. As expected, the undead servant was effective. This black flood dragon had successfully transformed into his undead. This made Lu Yan extremely excited. This was the first time Lu Yan had transformed such a high-level demon beast into his undead. After an epic-level demon beast transformed into his undead, he did not know how much strength it could retain. The flesh and blood on the black flood dragon in front of him did not fall, turning into bones. It was still its original body. However, undead power spread out from its body, helping it recover from its injuries. However, at the same time, the aura of this black flood dragon began to weaken. Clearly, the restriction effect of the undead servant had begun to take effect. Not all undead transformed by undead servants would transform into bones. As long as one reached the commander level, they would have a chance to preserve the flesh and blood they had when they were alive. It was just that their strength would transform into undead power. The black flood dragon in front of him was still the same as before, but the strength in its body had transformed into undead type power. Aoyun slowly opened his eyes and was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't he already dead? Why had he come back to life? Then, Aoyun panicked. What was going on with the power in his body? Why had it suddenly transformed into undead power? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the strength in his body was decreasing crazily. Soon, it stopped when it reached level 25. Damn, what's going on? Why has my level 50 strength decreased to level 25? Who did this? Do you freaking know how much effort I put in to reach level 50? Ao Qianjiao's entire body trembled. However, he then discovered something even more terrifying. An absolute suppression appeared in his soul, preventing him from having any thoughts of disobeying. He had to listen to the orders of the owner of this power. As for the owner of this power, at this moment, Aoyun noticed Lu Yan in front of him and was directly stunned. In front of him, Lu Yan was also stunned. He noticed the abnormality of the black flood dragon in front of him and suddenly realized that something was wrong. This black flood dragon still had the consciousness it had when it was alive. This was something Lu Yan had never encountered before. The undead he had previously transformed, be it low level or high level, even the Necromancer had lost his mind after transforming into an undead and only had combat instincts. However, this black flood dragon clearly still retained its previous consciousness. Lu Yan could sense it from the way it looked at him. Aoyun confirmed again and again that the suppression in the depths of his soul was from Lu Yan in front of him. His face revealed a hopeless expression. Although he did not know what exactly was going on, Aoyun could still figure out the gist of it. The guy in front of him was clearly a user of undead power. This guy was probably best at playing with other people's souls and corpses. After he died, this guy must have done something to him and recalled his soul before turning him into his servant. How could he have thought that as an epic level flood dragon that was determined to become a divine dragon, he had actually ended up becoming such a weak servant? He might as well die. Why are you rolling your eyes? What do you mean by this? Lu Yan looked at Aoyun in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Aoyun looked at Lu Yan and became angrier the more he thought about it. He snorted and ignored Lu Yan. Lu Yan was furious. He couldn't believe that after the other party transformed into his undead servant, it still dared to be so disrespectful to its master. With a thought in his mind, Aoyun in front of him roared in pain on the ground. Howl. Aoyun felt as if his head was instantly pierced by 10,000 needles, as if it was about to explode. No, it was not his head, but his soul. Aoyun could not withstand this pain in the depths of his soul at all. He kept wailing and his head kept hitting the ground, creating huge pits. Looking at Aoyun, who was wailing in pain in front of him, Lu Yan's expression was not sympathetic at all. For Lu Yan, the fact that the transformed undead creatures could preserve the intelligence they had when they were alive was a good thing. This meant that its memories and strength from when it was alive could be inherited very well. However, there was also a disadvantage. After all, he was the one who had killed it. The other party was probably filled with resentment. However, he was not afraid. Since the other party had already transformed into his undead, how could the other party still disobey him? There were many ways to deal with him. Big brother, I was wrong. Stop, I can't take it anymore. Aoyun felt as if his soul was being stirred and was about to turn into paste. This made him directly give up his arrogance and instantly beg for mercy. This pain was really not something a human could endure. Even if he was a flood dragon, he still couldn't endure it. Lu Yan looked at Aoyun, who was rolling on the spot, and said coldly, "Call me master." Master, I was wrong. I really know my mistake. I beg you, don't touch my soul. I really can't take it anymore. Aoyun kept rolling on the ground, looking like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. At this moment, Lu Yan stopped punishing Aoyun and withdrew that force from Aoyun's soul. Aoyun heaved a sigh of relief and lay on the ground. He felt the pain in the depths of his soul disappear, and his face revealed an expression of having survived a disaster. At this moment, Aoyun seemed broken. He lay on the ground and did not want to move at all. Lu Yan looked at Aoyun and said, "Do you have a name? Do you want me to give you a name?" "Yes, master, I do. My name is Aoyun." Aoyun turned around and looked at Lu Yan with a very respectful expression. This damn fate had teased him a few times. He originally thought that he was already close to success. If he succeeded in the sacrificial formation, he would be able to successfully advance and become a divine dragon. However, who would have thought that the guy in front of him would suddenly appear and disrupt all his arrangements? He was forced to escape. Thinking that he had already been discovered by human experts in the Black Fog Forest, he came to the Gale Mountain range to hide. Just as he began to recover his strength, he encountered that Thunder Emperor beast. Then, there was the ridiculous show he had to put on. So be it. He would agree to it if he could survive. However, the Thunder Emperor beast that was watching the show from above actually gave him a lightning attack at the critical moment. Now, he had actually become this guy's undead servant. He was simply numb to all of it. He had given up. These people could do whatever they wanted. In the future, he would probably just be a lowly undead servant. Thinking of this, Aoyun's heart turned ashen. Aoyun? Lu Yan nodded slightly when he heard this name. Not bad, there was no need to change his name. Then, Lu Yan saw the expression in Aoyun's eyes. He frowned. This was the second problem that came from the demon beast retaining its rationality. Because he had retained his previous intelligence, the higher his previous strength, the more he could not accept the difference. How could he be so dispirited? He had to be full of energy to unleash his value? What should he do if he wanted the other party to regain his composure? Of course, he had to give the other party the promise of a beautiful future. After coughing lightly, Lu Yan looked at Aoyun and said, I can be considered to have become your master. Tell me what your wish is. I'll definitely help you if I can. Aoyun looked at Lu Yan and revealed a self-deprecating smile. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I want to advance my bloodline and become a divine dragon. Can you help me? What a joke. What level was this guy? He was at most level 20. How could he help him increase his bloodline? Lu Yan said, of course. Why not? Even if he could not do it now, Lu Yan had to pretend to be very capable. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Aoyun was stunned. Then, he said, do you know how difficult it is to advance your bloodline? Lu Yan waved his hand and said, of course I know that, but it's not difficult for me. You should have seen the lightning power user who fought that lich last time. He's my master. What do you think my future will be like when I have such a master? With such a master, don't you think I have the strength to help you advance your bloodline? At this moment, it was time to mention Master Leishuo. As expected, when he heard Lu Yan's words, Aoyun was directly stunned. Then, the figure with the explosive lightning power appeared in his mind. That big shot was his master, which meant that this guy had very great potential. The growth speed of humans was the fastest among all races. Perhaps. Aoyun's dead heart instantly beat, and his eyes glowed. Is what you said true? Aoyun looked at Lu Yan and asked softly. Lu Yan nodded without hesitation. You're my underling now. I'm naturally duty-bound to help you increase your strength. After all, the increase in your strength is also the increase in my strength. Aoyun thought for a moment and realized that there was nothing wrong with this. He immediately revealed a happy expression. Master, since long ago, I already knew that you're extraordinary. When I was fighting you just now, I was shocked by the domineering aura emitted from your body and even missed a few of my attacks. With your help, I'll definitely be able to successfully advance and become a divine dragon. Aoyun's heart was reignited with confidence. Even if his strength had fallen to level 25, as long as he was not dead, he would always have a chance. He could not give up easily. He had to break through the bloodline power and obtain the divine dragon body. When Lu Yan heard Aoyun's words and saw Aoyun's flattering expression, he was slightly stunned. Looking at him just now, he thought that the other party was an especially aloof guy. He did not expect this guy to be a bootlicker. Alright, tell me the conditions you need to meet to advance to a divine dragon first. Lu Yan looked at Aoyun and said. Aoyun hurriedly nodded and said, Master, I need to satisfy 2 conditions to become a divine dragon. One is to reach level 50, and the other is to absorb enough pure dark power. However, now that I've become an undead, my second condition has been changed to obtaining enough pure undead power. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. I might really not have pure dark power, but I do have pure undead power. As he spoke, Lu Yan mobilized the bloodline power of the Netherworld King in his body. Sensing the pure bloodline power of the Netherworld King from Lu Yan's body, Aoyun was directly excited. This undead power was really too pure. As long as he increased his level back to level 50 and obtained this power, he would definitely have a high chance of becoming a divine dragon. Ha ha ha, there was a silver lining? Master, in the future, I, Aoyun, will follow your lead. If you ask me to go east, I definitely won't go west. Aoyun was completely revived and felt that his entire body was filled with energy. Looking at Aoyun, Lu Yan nodded in front of him. This was more appropriate. As for the bloodline power of the Netherworld King, Lu Yan naturally would not give it to Aoyun. Even if Lu Yan gave Aoyun all of his bloodline power to the Netherworld King, it was probably still not enough for Aoyun to become a divine dragon. In any case, Aoyun's level had already fallen to level 25. It would still take a long time for him to advance to level 50. Lu Yan would wait until then to find pure undead power for him. At this moment, Lu Yan's gaze landed on the careful Yuna at the side. It seemed that Aoyun had captured Yuna because she had pure dark type power. Alright, it's fine as long as we clear things out. Work hard with me. In the future, you'll have a good life. Let's go. I'll bring you to hunt first and help you level up. Lu Yan looked at Aoyun and said impatiently. He could not let such a top-notch laborer be idle. In the remaining few days, with Aoyun's help, the number of demon beasts he killed could directly double. At that time, the number of undead army could also quickly increase. Aoyun nodded, his expression very obedient. At this moment, in the sky, the Thunder Emperor Beast was stunned. What was going on? The extra had become a full-time actor? The Thunder Emperor Beast had been following Lu Yan and naturally knew that he had the ability to transform killing demon beasts into his undead. However, could demon beasts like the Black Flood Dragon be transformed? Wasn't this too much of a loss? Should it continue with the script? If it went down, what if the Black Flood Dragon exposed the matter? Even if it stopped looking for trouble, what if the Black Flood Dragon still decided to expose its matter? Was the series it had carefully acted out going to end just like that? Absolutely not. Looking at Lu Yan and Yuna who were leaving, and Aoyun, who was beside them, the Thunder Emperor Beast narrowed its eyes. I have to remind this guy that there are some things he should say and some things he definitely can't say. Thinking of this, the Thunder Emperor Beast did not hesitate and directly dived down. A bolt of lightning instantly blasted forward. Lu Yan sensed the commotion behind him and turned around, instantly shocked. Damn, it was this Thunder Emperor Beast again. Wasn't this guy too persistent? Aoyun looked at the Thunder Emperor Beast behind him and was also stunned for a moment. How could he have forgotten about this guy? Just as he was about to remind his master that this guy's strength was far more than that, a bolt of lightning suddenly rushed towards him. Aoyun's body was instantly sent flying, and he felt that his body was about to fall apart. Then, Aoyun saw that the Thunder Emperor Beast had already appeared in front of him. Aoyun, block this guy first. I'll put you back into the undead space later. Lu Yan roared at Aoyun. Then, he grabbed Yuna and quickly fled. Although that Thunder Emperor Beast was very powerful, it was not a problem for Aoyun to block it for a while. When Lu Yan increased the distance between him and the Thunder Emperor Beast, Aoyun could directly return to the undead space. Aoyun looked at Lu Yan's departing back and smiled bitterly. He had just found a master and was already abandoned? Before Aoyun could react, his body smashed onto the ground and he saw the figure of the Thunder Emperor Beast appear in front of him. Big brother, spare me, don't attack. Aoyun looked at the Thunder Emperor beast and directly begged for mercy. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun in front of it and raised its eyebrows. You're quite lucky. You can still revive after dying n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Then, the Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun and directly said, I didn't come for anything else this time. If you follow this kid in the future, you definitely can't mention the act I told you about, understand? Aoyun's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He thought of the figure covered in violent lightning power and looked at the Thunder Emperor beast in front of him. He suddenly understood something. This Thunder Emperor beast clearly had no intention of killing his master. It had only been acting. Now, it had even jumped out to emphasize that he could not tell his master about this. Clearly, this Thunder Emperor beast was somewhat related to his master. The lightning power made Aoyun think of only one person. It was none other than his master's master, the human expert with violent lightning power. Understood? Understood. Big brother, don't worry. I definitely won't expose any information about you. Other than this time, I've never seen you at all, Aoyun hurriedly said after understanding. Although he did not know what was going on with the master and disciple, it had nothing to do with him. It was fine as long as he did not get involved. Otherwise, when his master's master crushed him to death, he would be helpless. After all, his master was the other party's disciple. The Thunder Emperor beast looked at Aoyun and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, you have a promising future. Follow that kid well in the future. I think highly of you. With that said, the Thunder Emperor beast transformed into a bolt of lightning and quickly disappeared. At this moment, Aoyun's body quickly entered the undead space. In the Gale Mountain range, Lu Yan ran wildly with Yuna for a while before stopping. He looked at the surrounding environment and summoned Aoyun. How is it? Are you alright? Lu Yan looked at Aoyun and asked. Aoyun hurriedly said, I'm fine, master. After I fought that Thunder Emperor beast, it directly left. I'm not injured. Hearing Aoyun's words, Lu Yan did not suspect anything and cursed. This Thunder Emperor beast is really persistent. It chased after me all the way and did not give up. It's as if it has a grudge with me for killing his father. Aoyun lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. Let's go and hunt first. Lu Yan looked behind him and saw that there was no sign of the Thunder Emperor beast. Then, he began to hunt in the surroundings. Lu Yan quickly discovered that Aoyun could level up by devouring demon beasts. However, it needed to devour a lot of demon beasts. Previously, the level of the undead servants Lu Yan had transformed was fixed and would not increase. It seemed that those who could still retain their consciousness after transforming into undead could increase their strength themselves. Because Aoyun needed to devour demon beasts to level up, the demon beasts that were killed by Aoyun and did not transform into undead were directly devoured by Aoyun. In any case, Lu Yan had already gathered a lot of corpses. The raw materials for the corpse explosion were very sufficient. As for the demon beasts killed by the surrounding undead that were not affected by the undead servant skill, Lu Yan also threw them to Aoyun to devour. If Aoyun leveled up and increased his strength, Lu Yan's combat strength would also increase a lot. This touched Aoyun greatly. As he devoured the demon beasts, he thanked Lu Yan. With Aoyun's help, Lu Yan could completely sweep through the surrounding Gale Mountain range with the undead army. After all, they were still in the periphery of the Gale Mountain range. In the next few days, Lu Yan kept hunting with Aoyun. The Thunder Emperor beast was also persistent, appearing from time to time to attack Lu Yan and the others. The current Lu Yan and Yuna were already cooperating very well. They were now able to restrain the Thunder Emperor beast calmly and escape with ease. Aoyun watched quietly from the side every time. Seeing the Thunder Emperor beast being restrained, he could not help but find it somewhat funny. He wondered what his master's expression would be if he knew the true strength of this Thunder Emperor beast. The 10 days of special training quickly passed. Lu Yan had improved greatly in the Gale Mountain range. It was the same for Bai Miao and the others who were in the Black Fog Forest. At this moment, Lu Yan had already advanced to level 20 and his strength had increased a lot. Although he had only increased by 1 level, because of the Netherworld King bloodline, Lu Yan directly obtained 12 free attribute points and 3 skill points. It was directly 3 times that of before. Moreover, in the past few days, Lu Yan's 4 attributes had each increased by 2 points. This was even though Lu Yan had fought very rarely. After all, with the help of the undead, Lu Yan rarely needed to fight himself. As for Bai Miao and the others, they would further increase their 4 attributes in the next few days. However, the increase in his 4 attributes was only a bonus to Lu Yan. Now, the number of Lu Yan's undead army had already increased to more than 5,000. Moreover, there was also a new batch of undead among them. The main force had already been replaced by the elite submissive undead and the undead transformed from more than 25 demon beasts in the Gale Mountain range. Coupled with Aoyun, Lu Yan's combat strength could be said to have taken a qualitative leap compared to before the special training. Lu Yan pondered for a moment and increased his strength, physique, and agility evenly. This way, he could continue to increase his intelligence next time. After increasing, Lu Yan's 4 attributes also increased quite a bit. Strength, 111. Physique, 131. Agility, 115. Intelligence, 170. Just as Lu Yan was about to hunt again, a bolt of lightning quickly streaked across the sky and directly arrived in front of Lu Yan. The lightning on his body dissipated. Lei Shuo walked out and smiled at Lu Yan. How was it? Lu Yan, how's the special training in the past few days? As he spoke, Lei Shuo's gaze landed on Yuna beside Lu Yan. At this moment, Yuna stood beside Lu Yan and looked timidly at Lei Shuo. Then, she shrank behind Lu Yan, making Lei Shuo very satisfied. The Thunder Emperor Beast had already reported the situation to him in the past few days. The distance between Lu Yan and Yuna was constantly closing, making Lei Shuo very at ease. On this trip, Lei Shuo did not do anything else. He was still busy on the matter of building a relationship with the Dark Elves. Lei Shuo directly went to the Dark Elf tribe. Previously, the Dark Elves had been hiding like tortoises. Even Lei Shuo found it very difficult to find the location of the Dark Elves tribe. There was no way to communicate, which was also an important reason why he had never been able to build a relationship with the Dark Elves. This time, the activities of the Dark Elves were very intense. Lei Shuo also found the Dark Elves tribe and even met with the Dark Elf Queen. Lei Shuo told the Dark Elf Queen that Yuna was severely injured and had been saved by humans. He told the Dark Elf Queen not to worry. Then, with the excuse that Yuna's situation was critical and she needed treatment, he rejected the Dark Elf Queen's request to send Yuna back and told her that he would only send Yuna back in a month after she was properly healed. In the end, Lei Shuo expressed his willingness to build a relationship between humans and the Dark Elves and promised that he would firmly combat the hunting of Dark Elves in the future. After a series of moves, the Dark Elf Queen was directly stunned and expressed her gratitude to Lei Shuo for saving Yuna. Of course, the Dark Elf Queen was not a fool. She would wait until Yuna was returned to the Dark Elf tribe unscathed. Everything was going very smoothly. Lei Shuo was naturally in a good mood. Lu Yan looked at Lei Shuo and nodded. Not bad. Your strength has increased a lot. After this special training, the chances of you winning the new student exchange competition are even higher. Great. That's how I want you to feel? Alright, since the special training has already been completed, it's time to go back. There are still 5 days before the national new student exchange competition. You have to prepare when you go back. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan was stunned. Then, he looked at Yuna behind him. What about? Yuna's body tightened and she could not help but grab the corner of Lu Yan's shirt. After interacting with each other for a few days, it would be a lie to say that Lu Yan and Yuna did not have any feelings for each other. Especially after Lu Yan put down his prejudice about the Dark Elves attacking him previously, the relationship between the two of them also advanced by leaps and bounds. Lei Shuo looked at the two of them and could not help but smile. Don't worry, I've already found the Dark Elf Queen and told her about this. Yuna, right? I told her about you. The Dark Elf Queen told me that it's not suitable for you to return to the Dark Elf tribe now. She told you to stay outside for a month before returning. During this month, follow Lu Yan. Hearing Lei Shuo say that he was going to stay outside for a month, Yuna's body could not help but tighten. However, when she heard that she could follow Lu Yan, her body relaxed again, and her eyes revealed yearning. She had never left the Dark Elf tribe before. Now that she had the chance to go to the outside world, she was still very excited. Alright, let's go. It's time to meet up with Bai Miao and the others and see how successful their special training is. As he spoke, lightning surged out of Lei Shuo's body and instantly enveloped Lu Yan and Yuna. The three of them instantly disappeared from their spots. The lightning streaked across the area around the Gale Mountain Range and the Black Fog Forest and quickly entered the Black Fog Forest before landing beside Lu Quan. At this moment, Bai Miao and the other three were standing quietly beside Lu Quan. In the past few days, Lu Quan's special training for Bai Miao and the others had also ended successfully, including the training of teamwork. Without Lu Yan around, with Bai Miao as the core, the cooperation of the entire team increased greatly. Seeing Lu Yan and the other two arrive, Bai Miao and the others' gazes instantly landed on Lu Yan. Sensing the aura on Lu Yan's body, Bai Miao and the others had different expressions. They could clearly sense that the aura on Lu Yan's body had become richer. Clearly, Lu Yan had also improved a lot in his solo special training. However, they could not be envious of this. After all, Lu Yan's strength was enough for him to train alone. Although they also wanted to do so, their strength did not allow them to. Bai Miao and Li Meier's gazes lingered on Lu Yan before landing on Yuna beside Lu Yan. Looking at Yuna, Bai Miao and Li Meier were stunned for a moment before their expressions became complicated. Beside Li Meier, Feng Ye's gaze also landed on Yuna and she was slightly stunned. A dark elf? Feng Ye had the bloodline of an elf flowing in her body and knew about some of the connections between elves and dark elves. She did not expect to encounter a dark elf here. Then, Feng Ye realized that something was wrong. She looked at Lu Yan and Yuna in front of her and scanned the two of them suspiciously. After a few days of special training, he had brought back a dark elf. What was Lu Yan's relationship with this dark elf? Lei Shuo and Lu Quan briefly discussed the results of their special training members and nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yan also returned to the team and brought Yuna to the team. Lei Shuo's gaze landed on the 11 people in front of him and he directly said, "Students, your special training has just ended today. You're about to face the National New Student Exchange Competition. I believe there's no need for me to say anything. You also know what the National New Student Exchange Competition means to you. Go back and prepare well first. There are still 5 days left. At that time, we'll directly set off to participate." As soon as Lei Shuo finished speaking, Lei Shuo's aircraft also flew over and landed. Leishuo got Lu Yan and the others onto the aircraft and quickly returned to the school. After returning to the school, everyone was in a daze. These few days of special training had not only increased their strength, but their survival in the wilderness had also left a deep impression on them. Now that they had suddenly returned, they were still not used to it. Everyone dispersed and prepared to go back and rest first. Then, they would use the training room to increase their strength in the remaining 5 days. Yuna followed Lu Yan out of the aircraft and looked at the surrounding buildings with surprise. This was the first time she had seen such tall buildings. They were much larger than the wooden houses in her tribe. Moreover, everything around her was unfamiliar and novel to Yuna. She felt as if she was Granny Lu and had entered the Grand View Garden. Bai Miao looked at Yuna and then greeted Lu Yan before leaving with a smile. Li Meier looked at Yuna and then mustered her courage to come in front of Lu Yan. Lu Yan, how was your special training these past few days? Lu Yan said, not bad. My strength has increased a lot. There shouldn't be much of a problem for me in the National New Student Exchange competition this time. Nov. L. B//JNN. Li Meier did not listen to Lu Yan's answer at all. Her gaze landed on Yuna from time to time. After Lu Yan finished speaking, Li Meier pointed at Yuna and said, Lu Yan, this is. Lu Yan looked at Li Meier pointing at Yuna beside him and was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, she's a dark elf master saved in the wilderness. Master asked me to send her back to the wilderness in a month. I'll take care of her for the time being. This was what Leishuo had told Lu Yan about Yuna's identity. Li Meier heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. So it was only a month. For some reason, Li Meier felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from her heart. She looked at Lu Yan and smiled. We're leaving for the National New Student Exchange competition in 5 days. Take the time to treat my mother in the next 5 days. Hearing Li Meier's words, Maggie's figure appeared in Lu Yan's mind and he nodded happily. Half a month was indeed about to go by. He could also use some of the curse power in Maggie's body. Perhaps this National New Student Exchange competition would be useful. After saying a few more words to Li Meier, Lu Yan left with Yuna, prepared to go back and rest first. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Lu Yan's body froze. He had forgotten to ask his master where Yuna was going to live. Yuna saw Lu Yan stop and asked, what's wrong? Didn't you say that you wanted to go back and rest first? Along the way, she sighed at the prosperity of this place and was also somewhat curious about where Lu Yan lived. It was definitely different from the wooden house she lived in. Lu Yan looked at Yuna and said with an awkward expression, why don't I arrange a place for you to stay? Yuna's expression tightened when she heard this. She directly grabbed the corner of Lu Yan's shirt and said nervously, you want to chase me away? She did not know anyone here. Although the tall buildings around her gave her a lot of novelty, at the same time, she also felt isolated and unfamiliar. If not for Lu Yan being by her side, Yuna would probably feel more fear than anything else. Lu Yan shook his head and explained, I'm not chasing you away, but it's somewhat inappropriate for us, a man and a woman, to be together. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about that? Haven't we been sleeping together in the wilderness? Yuna looked at Lu Yan and asked somewhat strangely. When the surrounding students heard Yuna's words, they sized up Lu Yan and Yuna a few times. A boy even gave Lu Yan a thumbs up. In his eyes, Lu Yan was a complete playboy. Lu Yan hurriedly covered Yuna's mouth. You can't say that casually. People will misunderstand. Forget it, forget it. Follow me up? Looking at Yuna, Lu Yan finally compromised helplessly. He also knew that he was the only person Yuna was familiar with. She probably would not be used to it elsewhere. In any case, there was a guest room in the dormitory. She could just sleep in the guest room. The Golden Corner Academy had a strict dormitory inspection system. It was impossible for them to use the dormitory. Outsiders also had to report when they entered. Only people like Yuna, who had been directly brought in by Leishuo, could easily enter the dormitory of the number 1 new student. Arriving at the top of the small mountain, Yuna sensed the beautiful environment around her. There seemed to be a strange energy here that could increase one's comprehension. If she lived here, her hunting strength could increase very quickly. After entering Lu Yan's dormitory with him, Yuna looked around. It did not seem to be any different from a wooden house, but the inside was more exquisite. Then, Yuna's gaze was attracted by the various high-tech things in the house and she quickly looked around. Lu Yan looked at Yuna and also explained to her in detail how to use the various equipment in the house. After arriving at the bathroom, Yuna's eyes directly lit up as she looked at the tap that directly produced hot water and the large bathtub at the side. Can I take a shower? Yuna looked at Lu Yan and asked. She had not taken a shower for the past few days she was in the wilderness. In the wilderness, Lu Yan could still wipe his body with a towel. Yuna was also embarrassed to ask Lu Yan for his towel to wipe her body. She was still somewhat dirty and messy. Lu Yan nodded and then told Yuna about the various functions in the bathroom. Then, he left a bathrobe for Yuna and closed the bathroom door. Soon, the sound of water falling came from the bathroom. Lu Yan sat on the sofa and originally wanted to rest. When he heard the sound in the bathroom, his heart could not help but race. Indeed, he was full of lust. When he was in the wilderness, he came into contact with her every day and did not have any other thoughts. Now that he was back and was no longer threatened by the demon beasts, various thoughts appeared after he relaxed. Lu Yan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Yang Wei. Hey Lu Yan, I heard that you're back from your special training. Let's have a meal tonight. You're going to participate in the National New Student Exchange competition in 5 days. It'll be a while before we see each other again. Hearing Yang Wei's words, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly agreed. Then, the two of them chatted over the phone. As they chatted, the bathroom door opened, and a bright fog leaked out. Then, Yuna, whose hair was wet, walked out wearing a white bathrobe. Yuna's beautiful black skin looked especially attractive under the white bathrobe, as if it had a special magic power. Lu Yan, how does that hairdryer work? I don't understand. Can you teach me again? Yuna looked at Lu Yan and asked. Lu Yan and Yang Wei were silent for a moment. Then, Yang Wei's excited voice sounded. Damn, Lu Yan, what's wrong with you? A woman is in your room? Did you go out to get a room? Good kid, not bad. You've already learned to do these things yourself. You've finally figured it out. Yang Wei's teasing voice sounded, making Lu Yan blush. Alright, let's talk over dinner tonight. Lu Yan directly hung up and arrived in front of Yuna. After entering the bathroom, Lu Yan taught Yuna how to use the hairdryer again and left the bathroom. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lowering his head slightly, Lu Yan shook his head. Sigh, it was really a headache. In the wilderness, he did not realize that this girl's chest was actually so big. Soon, Yuna finished drying her hair and walked out, her face red. Because she did not have a change of clothes, Lu Yan helped Yuna book a set in the school's treasure vault and got someone to send it over. Then, Lu Yan walked into the bathroom. No, he had to quickly take a shower to bring down the heat. Otherwise, he would not be able to take it. Yuna sat on the sofa and tidied her hair. At this moment, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Yuna listened to the sound of water flowing in the bathroom and looked at the door again. She hesitated for a moment before getting up and going to the door. Opening the door, Yuna saw Bai Miao standing outside. Looking at Yuna, who was wearing a white bathrobe and had a red face, Bai Miao was directly stunned. She had come to tell Lu Yan about the results of the special training for the past few days and then tell Lu Yan the combat characteristics of the others. After all, Lu Yan had not undergone special training with them. However, she did not expect to see this scene as soon as she opened the door. What was going on? Bai Miao was somewhat stunned. She did not expect the person who opened the door to be a woman in a bathrobe. Moreover, it was a dark elf. Bai Miao that she had returned with the team, but Bai Miao did not take it seriously back then. However, looking at Yuna in front of her in a bathrobe, Bai Miao had no choice but to think more. What was her relationship with Lu Yan? Could it be that the two of them? Hello. Yuna looked at Bai Miao in front of her and whispered. She had seen Bai Miao on the aircraft, so she was not too panicked. Bai Miao was stunned for a moment before asking, "Where's Lu Yan?" Yuna said, "Oh, he's taking a shower. Are you looking for him? Do you want to come in and wait for him?" Shower? Looking at the bathrobe on Yuna in front of her, Bai Miao's face turned red. Why were the two of them taking a shower? Bai Miao resisted the urge to let her imagination run wild, but her thoughts could not help but wander. At the same time, for some reason, the scene in the supply station room last time appeared in Bai Miao's mind. Looking at Yuna in front of her, an inexplicable emotion flashed on Bai Miao's face. There's no need. It's fine. I won't disturb you. With that said, Bai Miao directly headed to her dormitory. Yuna looked at Bai Miao's back and was somewhat puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Her emotions seemed to fluctuate a lot. Seeing Bai Miao's figure disappear, Yuna closed the door and sat back on the sofa. Lu Yan took a cold shower and felt his heart and body become much cooler. After changing his clothes, Lu Yan walked out of the bathroom. Yuna watched Lu Yan come out and looked at him. Lu Yan, a woman who came back with us just now came to find you. I said that you were taking a shower and asked her to wait, but she said that it was fine and would not disturb us anymore, so she left. After all, she was here to find Lu Yan. Yuna recounted the scene in detail. Lu Yan's body froze when he heard this. Just listening to Yuna was enough for him to imagine the scene back then. Bai Miao had definitely misunderstood something. Lu Yan walked towards the door, wanting to explain to Bai Miao. After taking 2 steps, Lu Yan stopped. He had nothing to do with Bai Miao. Why should he explain anything to her? It might even make things worse. Forget it, he did not do anything wrong. She could think whatever she wanted. After talking to Yuna about some room facilities and arranging for Yuna to stay in the guest room, Lu Yan went out to find Yang Wei. Ever since school started, the number of times the two of them had met could be counted on one hand. Yang Wei could not attend this National University New Student Exchange meeting, so the two wanted to meet up tonight. Not long after Lu Yan left, Bai Miao arrived at Lu Yan's dormitory again. I don't have anything to do with Lu Yan. Who cares if he has anything to do with that dark elf? I had come to talk to him about serious matters, but I just left like that. Now, it seems as if I have some special feelings. Bai Miao took a deep breath and knocked on the door in front of her. Although she thought this in her heart, Bai Miao did not know if she subconsciously wanted to interrupt the two of them. Crack! The door opened, and the dark elf appeared again. Where's Lu Yan? Has he taken a shower? Bai Miao looked at Yuna and asked. Yuna looked at Bai Miao, who had come again, and was stunned for a moment. Then, she said, Lu Yan said that he went to find his friend. I think it's someone called Yang Wei. You probably have to wait for him to return. Do you want to come in and wait? Bai Miao was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She did not expect Lu Yan to have actually gone out. He had let such a beauty go out to find Yang Wei? Bai Miao reacted. It seemed that she had misunderstood Lu Yan's relationship with this dark elf. It's fine. I'll come and find him when he comes back. Bai Miao smiled and looked at Yuna. Then, Bai Miao skipped back to her dormitory. Strange, she seems to be very happy. Yuna looked at Bai Miao and shook her head. Were all humans' emotions so volatile? When Lu Yan found Yang Wei, he could not help but be interrogated about the female voice on the phone just now. Lu Yan explained for a long time, but Yang Wei did not seem to believe him and just smiled at him. In the end, Lu Yan simply gave up and stopped trying to explain himself. Nov. L. B /JNN. The other party could think whatever he wanted to. In any case, he couldn't control the other party's thoughts. This time, there were only the two of them. Lu Yan and Yang Wei drank to their heart's content and only returned to the school at 11 in the evening. Opening the door, Lu Yan staggered towards the master bedroom and was bumped into by Yuna, who had opened the door to check on the situation. Seeing that it was Lu Yan who entered, Yuna heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Lu Yan and hurriedly supported Lu Yan, who was about to fall. Lu Yan, where did you go? Why did you drink so much? Yuna smelled the wine on Lu Yan and frowned. There was also alcohol in the tribe, but Yuna did not like the smell of alcohol and hid far away when she saw her clansmen drinking. Lu Yan looked at Yuna and smiled. I'm fine. It was a happy occasion so I drank a little bit more. I'll be fine after sleeping. Sigh, as his physical strength increased, getting drunk basically would not cause him to lose consciousness. It was basically impossible for him to get drunk. With some regret, Lu Yan returned to the master bedroom and directly climbed onto the bed. Soon, he fell asleep. Yuna looked at Lu Yan on the bed, her eyes flickering. Then, she arrived beside Lu Yan's bed. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. A dark type power surged from her hands. Yuna slowly stretched out her hand and directly covered Lu Yan's body in front of her. This force slowly nourished Lu Yan's body. Although it would not help Lu Yan clear his drunkenness, it could allow his body to rest better. The next morning, Lu Yan opened his eyes and shook his head. He discovered that there was no headache after getting drunk. It seemed that his physique was not bad. After washing up briefly, Lu Yan brought Yuna to the canteen for breakfast. After the two of them arrived at the canteen, they directly began to eat crazily. Plates were stacked on their dining table, forming a beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Lu Yan had long expected this situation, so he chose an ordinary restaurant. This way, he could pay with energy coins and could eat freely. Yuna ate relatively elegantly at first, but after a few dishes, Yuna's eyes directly lit up. This was the first time she had eaten such delicious food. Previously, in the tribe, their food was all made up of the demon beasts and demon meat they had hunted. They would only roast them briefly. During the few days she was with Lu Yan in the Gale Mountain Range, Lu Yan's seasoned roasted meat had already subverted Yuna's understanding of food. She did not expect the food here to be even more delicious. Soon, Yuna started eating heartily. She was already looking at the other plates of food on the table before she could even finish. The two of them ate for a full half an hour before leaving the restaurant with their hands on their stomachs. Lu Yan prepared to go to Li Meier's house to treat Maggie. After asking Yuna if it was alright, Lu Yan brought Yuna back to the dormitory and let her stay inside. Yuna did not want to wander around either. After eating and drinking her fill, she returned to the dormitory and played games on the computer. It was as if she had opened the door to a new world. Lu Yan called Li Meier and the two of them rushed to Li Meier's house together. After walking through the familiar corridor, Li Meier knocked on the door. A familiar, mature, and tempting voice sounded from inside. Coming, coming. The door opened and Maggie, who was dressed in loose home clothes, appeared in front of Lu Yan. It had to be said that Maggie's figure was really too good. Such loose clothes could not hide her proud figure. Instead, because the loose clothes stuck to her figure, they gave off a different kind of beauty. Little Yan, Meier told me yesterday that you were coming. However, I didn't expect you to come today. Maggie looked at Lu Yan and said with a smile. Lu Yan smiled. I'm about to participate in the National New Student Exchange competition, so I wanted to treat Auntie first. Alright, alright, alright. Come in quickly. After your last treatment, I've been feeling much more relaxed recently. I really have to thank you. Maggie smiled and welcomed Lu Yan in. She pressed Lu Yan onto the sofa and brought over a piece of fresh fruit. Humph, isn't it because I have a discerning eye? At that time, you didn't even believe in Lu Yan. Li Meier raised her chin and said proudly. Alright, alright, alright. It's all your credit. Seriously, you're already so old, but you still act like a child. Maggie patted Li Meier's head and smiled. Auntie, why don't we start directly? Lu Yan looked at Maggie and said. Lu Yan did not know if it was because some of Maggie's curse power had disappeared, but he now felt that the temptation from Maggie was even greater. It was better to quickly treat Maggie first. Otherwise, it would be bad if he messed up later. After arriving at the bedroom, Li Meier did not follow along this time. Perhaps it was because she already knew the process and was not so curious. She checked the news of the National New Student Exchange competition on the sofa. Maggie glanced at Li Meier in the living room and gently closed the bedroom door. After all, Maggie was still somewhat shy to expose her abdomen. Shall we start now? Maggie looked at Lu Yan and asked with a slightly red face. Although she had already been treated twice, Maggie was still somewhat embarrassed lifting up her clothes in front of this young man. Lu Yan nodded slightly. Maggie took a deep breath and was about to lift her clothes when she realized that something was wrong. This was because she was wearing a onesie today with a slit at the bottom. It was somewhat similar to a cheongsam, but it was much looser. If such clothes were lifted, not to mention her thighs, even her underwear would probably be exposed. Lu Yan was also stunned for a moment when he saw this. Then, he said, "Auntie, why don't I go out first and you can change?" Maggie blushed and said, "No need, little Yan. Just extend your arm from here. It's the same." Although it was a treatment, Maggie was still somewhat awkward to be in the same room as a young man and wanted to end it quickly. Lu Yan looked at the slit on Maggie's lower body and was slightly stunned. He could indeed reach it from there, but he kept feeling that it was somewhat strange. However, since Maggie had said so, Lu Yan could not refuse. Nodding, Lu Yan reached out and directly inserted his right hand into Maggie's abdomen. Fortunately, he did not touch anything he should not have and safely arrived at the other party's abdomen. As soon as he came into contact, Lu Yan felt a cold aura. It was the aura of the curse. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan directly used the undead rainbow absorption and began to absorb the curse power in Maggie's body. Maggie snorted. Although she had experienced it previously, Maggie still felt some pain. However, compared to before, it was already much better. Seeing Lu Yan staring at her abdomen with a serious expression, Maggie's eyes were somewhat blurry. This young man's side profile was really good looking. Maggie was then stunned and shocked. Seriously, what was she thinking? He was Mayer's classmate. A sense of shame rose in her heart, making Maggie subconsciously move back. Lu Yan was focused on using the undead rainbow absorption to absorb the curse power when the other party suddenly moved away, causing him to subconsciously lean forward. Because of the movement, his palm slid down slightly. Lu Yan seemed to have touched something made of cloth. Before he could react, Maggie grabbed Lu Yan's hand and adjusted his palm to its original position. Maggie looked at Lu Yan, her face red, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I was a little flustered just now." Why did she suddenly panic? She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lu Yan also reacted. He coughed lightly and pretended that nothing had happened as he continued to absorb the curse power in Maggie's body. Soon, Lu Yan finished absorbing the curse power this time and gently took out his hand. "Auntie, I'm already done." Lu Yan looked at Maggie and said. Maggie nodded when she heard this and then went out with Lu Yan. "It's done? You were so fast this time," Li Mayer, who was on the sofa, said when she saw Maggie come out. Maggie nodded. We've already gotten used to it. It's naturally faster than before." Li Mayer nodded and did not notice the redness on Maggie's face. Then, she said, "Mom, I won't be eating at home today. The principal just informed us that the top 10 new students have a meeting. Lu Yan, let's hurry to the school." Lu Yan hurriedly nodded and escaped from the awkward atmosphere with Li Mayer. Looking at Lu Yan's back, Maggie bit her lip and touched her abdomen. It was unknown what she was thinking. After Lu Yan and Li Mayer arrived at the school, the two of them arrived at the principal's office building. Lei Shuo had probably gathered the top 10 new students here for the National New Student Exchange Competition. When they arrived at the meeting room at the top, the other top 10 new students had already arrived. Sitting in the main seat were Lei Shuo and Lu Quan. Lu Yan and Li Mayer found a seat and sat down before Lei Shuo spoke. "I called you here today mainly to confirm the final representatives of our Golden Corner Academy that will participate in the National New Student Exchange Competition. Also, I want to talk about some matters regarding the National New Student Exchange Competition." As soon as Lei Shuo finished speaking, a voice sounded in Lu Yan's mind. "Ding, congratulations on triggering the achievement mission, National New Student Exchange Competition." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. He did not expect to trigger the achievement mission at this moment. Achievement mission, National New Student Exchange Competition. According to the host's performance in the National New Student Exchange Competition and the ranking he obtained, the next achievement reward will be given. Although the mission seemed relatively ordinary, the rewards for this achievement mission should be not bad. After all, according to the previous achievement mission rewards, the more attention one received in the mission, the richer the achievement rewards. With the encouragement of the achievement reward, it seems that I have to obtain a good ranking in the National New Student Competition this time. Lu Yan pondered in his heart. After all, the achievement rewards were still very abundant. With just a little more achievement points, he could reach the next level. He was still very much looking forward to this achievement mission. The surrounding people were all prepared and listened quietly to see what Lei Shuo had to say about this National New Student Exchange Competition. Lei Shuo looked around and then said, "The first thing today is to confirm the participants of our Golden Corner Academy's New Student Exchange Competition. Every year, the top 10 new students of our Golden Corner Academy represent the school to participate in the National New Student Exchange Competition. In other words, everyone here. However, a lot of time has passed since the school's new student competition. Therefore, some new students are still somewhat unconvinced and want to participate in the National New Student Exchange Competition. After all, this is a very easy opportunity to obtain resources. Therefore, every year, the last place in the new student competition has to basically become a goalkeeper and accept the challenges of the other new students. If no one succeeds, the quota will not change. If anyone succeeds, they will be replaced and the next person will start to receive the challenges. In the past, there were basically very few challengers who succeeded, but it's not like there weren't any. Therefore, the goalkeeper this time is Li Meier, who is ranked 10th. In the next 3 days, you will face challenges from other new students. I hope you can protect your position. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, everyone's gaze landed on Li Meier. They all knew this news. After all, it had always been like this in the past. Everyone looked at Li Meier, hoping that she could hold on to her position. After all, if Li Meier lost, she would be replaced. Then, the 9th place would start accepting challenges and so on. Be it in terms of their spots or because of their cooperation during the special training, the others did not want Li Meier to fail. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan's gazes also landed on Li Meier. They were very confident in Li Meier. This was because Li Meier's succubus bloodline had awakened again in this special training, and her ability had increased further. Now, it should not be a big problem for her to be ranked 7th or 8th among these 10 people. Li Meier nodded when she heard this. She was already mentally prepared for this. At this moment, Lu Quan said, "All right, next, I'll tell everyone the exact process of this National New Student Exchange competition. First of all, the national qualifiers. There are too many universities in the country. It's impossible for them to compete all at once. Therefore, the universities in every province will hold the preliminaries together first. The top 10 universities in the province and district can obtain the participation spots for the main competition. Our Golden Corner Academy's ranking in the universities of Suhang province is still very high. In the past, there have never been cases of people being eliminated in the preliminaries. Everyone's strength is also not bad, so there's no need to worry about advancing from the preliminaries. In the main competition, there will be 2 parts, the individual competition and the team competition. The individual competition is a separate competition to determine the ranking. It's similar to the school's new student competition. The team competition is relatively important. The teams of new students will compete together and the specifics of the competition will be announced after the individual competition. In the end, the school's ranking is based on the combined results of the individual competition and the team competition. Among them, the team competition is weighed more heavily. Hearing Lu Quan introduce the process of the National New Student Exchange competition, the expressions of Lu Yan and the other 10 new students became excited. As long as one could obtain the top ranking, be it from the country's rewards or the school's rewards, they would be able to receive rich resources. Lei Shuo looked at everyone and continued, "The rewards for the new student exchange competition are very rich. Everyone should know this. I'll reveal the rewards of the school first. If our Golden Corner Academy can obtain the first place in the country this time, then the 10 of you will be rewarded with at least 10,000 credits. Other than that, S-level resources, diamond equipment, rare materials, and so on will be distributed according to your performance. By the way, although I don't know what the national reward is this year, the rewards for the top 10 new students in the country last year are all S+ resources, epic-level skill books, epic-level equipment that surpasses diamonds, epic-level demon pets, and so on. Therefore, all the best." Hearing Lei Shuo's words, all the surrounding new students became even more excited. These rewards were all unimaginable to them. However, as long as they obtained a good ranking in this National New Student Exchange competition, they would be able to obtain them all. After a simple introduction of the new students in the country, Lei Shuo directly adjourned the meeting. Lu Yan and the others walked out of the principal's building. Most of them went straight to the training room, wanting to take advantage of the next few days to train their combat strength. Bai Miao found Lu Yan and began to explain the combat techniques and focus of the others to him so that they could increase their cooperation during the team battle. After a simple chat, it was already time for dinner. Lu Yan and Bai Miao went to the restaurant for a meal and Bai Miao continued to explain. After hearing Bai Miao's words, Lu Yan already had a rough understanding of the strength of the other new students. Everyone had improved quite a lot from the special training. On average, they were at level 18, and about 4 to 5 of them were at level 19. Level increase was not the most important. More importantly, everyone's strength had increased a lot in this special training. These increases in strength were not only reflected in the increase in their 4 attributes, but also in the use of their strength. In general, their combat strength had all increased by quite a bit. By the way, there's Li Meier's position defense battle in the afternoon. Let's go and take a look together. It's also a direct way for you to understand Li Meier's situation. Bai Miao thought of something and looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan nodded. It was not bad to go and watch Li Meier's battle. He could also understand Li Meier's current combat strength. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the school's arena. At this moment, Li Meier had already begun to welcome the challenges of the other new students on the largest arena. The National New Student Exchange competition was an opportunity that all new students dreamed of. There were naturally many challenges for Li Meier. When the 2 of them arrived, Li Meier was already fighting the 3rd new student. This was a mage. After bowing to Li Meier on the arena, the staff in his hand began to emit dense fire power. Li Meier did not hesitate at all and directly released a ball of pink flames from her hand towards the other party. This is Li Meier's fallen flame. After it lands on you, not only can the flames cause a burning effect, but it can also wear down your fighting spirit and reduce your desire to attack. The effects are most obvious in reducing your attack speed and movement speed, Bai Miao explained to Lu Yan from the side. Lu Yan nodded. This ability was still very powerful. Although the burning effect did not seem to be as powerful as fire magic, the main effect was its ability to mess with the opponent. It still worked very well. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lee Mayer's fallen flame forced the mage in front of her to stop casting her spell and quickly dodged this attack. However, in the next moment, Lee Mayer's figure appeared behind the mage like a ghost. A dagger was directly pressed against the neck of this new mage. The mage new student's body froze before he directly admitted defeat. Liu Yan was also stunned when he saw this. He did not even see Lee Mayer's actions clearly just now. It should be an ability similar to the Monarch Netherworld escape. Lee Mayer is an assassin. Liu Yan looked at Bai Miao beside him and asked softly. Lee Mayer's battle movements just now were similar to an assassin. Bai Miao smiled and said, "This is Lee Mayer's bloodline ability. Lee Mayer's combat strength is very comprehensive. She's very powerful in close combat and can also attack with magic attacks from afar. Her chasing and dodging abilities are also top-notch. Other than her relatively weak defense, she almost doesn't have any shortcomings." Hearing Bai Miao's words, Liu Yan nodded. Previously, he did not know much about succubi. Now, it seemed that succubi did not only have a powerful charm. Of course, it might also be because Lee Mayer was relatively special. After watching Lee Mayer's battle for the entire afternoon, Liu Yan already had a full understanding of her. In the next few days, Liu Yan and the others were increasing their strength to welcome the new student exchange competition. Yuna had also been cooped up in Liu Yan's dormitory. Other than eating, she played games every day and had become a homebody. Sometimes, Liu Yan even caught Yuna secretly playing games in the middle of the night and warned her to stop playing games at night. He even had to threaten to take away her playtime during the day before getting the other party to stop. 4 days later, the preliminary competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition began. Lee Mayer also successfully defended her position. None of the new students successfully defeated her. Lei Shuo and Lu Quan personally led the team to the nearby Xingming University to participate in this year's preliminary competition. The new student exchange competition in Sohang Province was held by the universities in Sohang Province in turn. This year, it was the Xingming University's turn to hold it. All the university participants in Sohang Province had reached Xingming University. Xingming University first arranged for food and accommodation. Then, everyone rested briefly. In the afternoon, they announced that the preliminary round of the new student exchange competition for the Sohang Province had officially begun. Under the lead of Lei Shuo and Lu Quan, Liu Yan and the 10 new students quickly arrived at the stadium of Xingming University. At this moment, this place was already noisy. There were quite a lot of people as all the universities in the entire Sohang Province participated. Moreover, the new student exchange competition this time would be shared through a live broadcast. The rules of the preliminary competition were still relatively simple. There were only individual battles and no team competition. After all the participants entered, the principal of Xingming University, Li Jianfeng, arrived at the large arena in the center of the stadium and began to introduce the rules of this preliminary competition. Li Jianfeng waved his arm, and the large arena was instantly divided into 10 arenas. Pointing at the 10 surrounding arenas, Li Jianfeng said, "Welcome to our Xingming University and the preliminaries of this year's National University New Student Exchange Competition. As the principal of our Xingming University, I will now introduce the rules of the preliminary competition to everyone. The rules of the preliminary competition this time are the same as last year's. It will be held in the arena. The top 10 universities in Sohang Province that represented Sohang Province to participate in the main competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition last year will each be assigned an arena and become the arena lord. The arena lord can send the new students of the school to defend the arena. The new students of the other universities will each have a challenge opportunity and can challenge the arena lord. After succeeding, they will become the new arena lord. After all the new students' challenge opportunities are used up, whichever universities that are still on the arena will be the top 10 universities of the Sohang Province preliminary competition. They will represent Sohang Province to participate in the official competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition." Hearing Li Jianfeng's words, the surrounding people nodded. This was the same rule as before and was relatively recognized. Every new student has a chance to challenge other students. After the new students finish defending in the arena battle, they will be fully recovered by the high-level priest. It will not be a chaotic battle. It's still relatively fair. That's right. However, the final spots will probably be the same as last year. They should basically all be the same as the top 10 of Sohang Province last year. It can't be helped. Their foundation is too powerful. I just hope that the defending students sent by the top 10 will be relatively weak. At that time, we can at least win and make an appearance. That's not necessarily true. Dark horses still appeared in the past. It still depends on the specific situation. The top 10 universities last year had very rich foundations. They would definitely be able to recruit more talented new students, so the outcome would basically not change much. Of course, there were also dark horses who rushed out, but such situations were relatively rare. Liu Yan looked at the arena in front of him. He did not expect the preliminary round of the National New Student Exchange Competition to be held in the arena. At the side, Lei Shuo looked at Lu Quan and asked, "How about it? Do you want to send a new student with about the same strength to the arena to test the waters first?" Generally speaking, the schools guarding the arena would send mid-range new students to guard the arena. Firstly, it was so that they could observe the situation. Secondly, even if they were challenged and lost, it was not a big deal. They could just observe the other arenas and then challenge the weaker arena masters. This method was the safest. Unless one was very confident in the strength of their new students, usually, no university would directly send out the new students with relatively high strength to defend the arena. Just as he was thinking, a voice suddenly sounded from below. Hey, Lu Yan, I didn't expect you to really come to the preliminary round of the new student exchange competition. How about it? Do you want to go to the arena? I'll challenge your Golden Corner Academy first. Lu Yan frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He discovered that the person shouting was the Yang Fenghu he had encountered in the Heavenly Blessing restaurant. Lu Yan looked at Yang Fenghu and did not expect the other party to directly provoke him. However, Lu Yan did not plan to pay attention to him. He was just a clown. At this moment, a voice appeared in Lu Yan's mind. Ding! Achievement Mission Preliminary Round begins. Preliminary competition. Successfully defend the arena and prevent anyone from successfully taking over the arena. Reward, 1 diamond equipment, 500 achievement points. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the achievement mission of the National New Student Exchange Competition to be separated. Now, it had triggered the achievement mission of the preliminary round. It wanted him to successfully defend the arena? When Lei Shuo heard Yang Fenghu's voice below, he looked at Lu Yan and smiled. It hasn't been long and you've already provoked your opponents? Did you have conflicts in the past? Lu Yan shook his head and said, he's just a clown. Don't worry. Master, let me defend the arena this time. Hearing Lu Yan's words, the surrounding people were stunned for a moment. Lu Yan was the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy. Logically speaking, he should show up last. Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and said, are you sure? Shouldn't we send someone up to test the waters first? Lu Yan smiled and said, let them rest and focus on preparing for the main competition. I'll guard this arena. His words were filled with confidence. Hearing Lu Yan's words, Lei Shuo smiled and said, all right. As expected of my disciple, this is the domineering attitude I want. Go, let them see how powerful the new students of our Golden Corner Academy are this year. Lu Yan nodded and directly headed to the arena. Below the stage, Yang Fenghu was directly stunned when he saw Lu Yan's actions. What was going on? He had only come over to say a few words, but the other party was already going up to defend the arena? He knew that Lu Yan was the first place in the Golden Corner Academy's new student competition. It was definitely impossible for him to defend the arena immediately. However, who would have thought that he would really go? This made Yang Fenghu somewhat hesitant. Should he challenge the other party? At this moment, Lu Yan walked past Yang Fenghu and directly headed towards the arena of the Golden Corner Academy without even looking at him. Seeing this, Yang Fenghu gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yan's back, his eyes filled with anger. This guy actually ignored him? Without any hesitation, Yang Fenghu directly headed to the arena of the Golden Corner Academy. In the stands, Bai Miao and the others sat down with relaxed expressions when they saw Lu Yan directly go up. Nov. L. B/JNN. If Lu Yan goes on stage, I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to go on stage. That's right. I originally thought that I would be able to make an appearance in the preliminary competition this time. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even have the chance to show my face. Sigh, I can only sit here and watch. Don't pretend like you're not enjoying this. How good is it to rest here? You don't even have to go up and risk embarrassing yourself if you get defeated. You can lie comfortably and wait for the main competition. Bai Yuez and the others were all smiling and chatting. After Lu Yan went on stage, the nervousness on their side instantly relaxed, and they directly changed from participants to spectators. This was the result of their confidence in Lu Yan's strength. All the new students of the Golden Corner Academy acknowledged Lu Yan's strength. Even Xia Binjayun did not dare to challenge Lu Yan after seeing his strength. Even now, Xia Binjayun's strength had increased again, but he was still afraid of Lu Yan. With a nervous discussion, the top 10 universities in Sohang province all sent new students to defend the arena. The other universities still had some understanding of the new students of the top 10 universities. After all, only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one win 100 battles. Look, that's the 5th place new student of Xingming University. Her name seems to be Fi Yinlu. She's an assassin. Her speed is her strongest advantage. Her movements are ghost-like and very accurate. That's the 3rd-ranked new student of Fenjiao University, Wading Road, right? I heard that he's the dark horse of Fenjiao University. He obtained 3rd place in the new student competition without unleashing his full strength. I didn't expect Fenjiao University to let him guard the arena. Among the 10 universities, only Linghuan University sent out the weakest student. It's Lu Yu, ranked 10th among the new students. He should be easy to defeat. After the new students guarding the arena went on stage, the new students of the other universities below the stage could choose to attack. They looked at the new students in the arena and discussed. Then, most people's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Damn, I didn't see it just now. The person sent by the Golden Corner Academy to defend the arena seems to be their #1 new student, Lu Yan. What's going on? That's right, it's Lu Yan. He's the top champion of Sohang province. I have an impression of him. Is the Golden Corner Academy that confident? They directly sent out the 1st place. Hehe, if new students from the other universities take over the arena of the Golden Corner Academy, this Lu Yan won't be able to make a move anymore. It's not at all beneficial for the Golden Corner Academy when they want to challenge the arenas again. I wonder who will challenge this arena first. I don't want to fight such an expert first. It's better to see the others fight him first. No one expected the Golden Corner Academy to send the first place in the new student competition, Lu Yan, to defend the arena. However, after a discussion, no one picked Lu Yan at all. After all, the risk was too high. If someone rashly went up, he would probably just end up shining a spotlight on Lu Yan. At this moment, a figure entered Lu Yan's arena. It was Yang Fenghu. He had a bad temper to begin with. When he saw Lu Yan directly ignore him and enter the arena, how could he endure it? He directly went to the arena to challenge Lu Yan. Look, Yang Fenghu of Xingming University has gone on stage to challenge Lu Yan. What's going on now? Xingming University still hasn't lost their arena. Why did Yang Fenghu go and challenge Lu Yan? That's right. Although this is not prohibited, generally speaking, schools that already have arenas will not send new students to challenge other arenas. After all, the school only has one spot and can't occupy 2 advancement spots. Moreover, if you scatter to challenge multiple arenas, if you fail the challenge, it's equivalent to losing an opportunity. Who knows? However, I remember that this Yang Fenghu is also the #1 student of Xingming University, right? The #1 of Xingming University is fighting the #1 of the Golden Corner Academy head-on. It's going to be a good show. We have to watch carefully. When they saw Lu Yan enter the arena, the surrounding people focused their gazes. Now that Yang Fenghu had challenged Lu Yan, it attracted a large number of eyeballs. The two of them were both the first place in the new student competition of their respective schools, so the sparks they caused were naturally very dense. Moreover, Xingming University was eliminated by the Golden Corner Academy in the main competition last year. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. With this feud, the hostility between the two sides seemed even stronger. Li Jianfeng listened to the discussion and also saw Yang Fenghu walk onto Lu Yan's arena. Bastard? Who told him to go and challenge someone? Li Jianfeng's expression immediately darkened. Yang Fenghu was the trump card of Xingming University. It was impossible for him to go on stage immediately. In the past few years, the strength of the new students of Xingming University was inferior. Only the top 3 were slightly stronger. The new students behind even made Li Jianfeng lose confidence in the preliminaries. The top 3 new students like Yang Fenghu would definitely be used last. At the very least, they had to maintain their position in the top 10 of the preliminaries. Why did this Yang Fenghu directly go and challenge someone? One of the new students said carefully, "Principal, that Lu Yan seems to have a grudge with Yang Fenghu, so Yang Fenghu went on stage to challenge him." Li Jianfeng said angrily, "So what if they had a grudge? How can that disrupt the school's plans? This Yang Fenghu is really bold." At the side, the dean of Xingming University said, "All right, old Li, don't be angry. Yang Fenghu has the dragon bloodline and is the #1 new student in the entire school with 4 attributes. After our special training, he has developed a lot of the dragon bloodline. Not to mention this batch, he's also stronger than all the new students in the past few years. It's very normal for young people to be frivolous. Let him be. If he defeats this Lu Yan and resolves his personal grudge, his thoughts will be clearer. It's also beneficial to him in the main competition in the future." Li Jianfeng nodded, but he was somewhat hesitant. "I heard that this Lu Yan is quite powerful. What if Yang Fenghu?" The dean of Xingming University smiled and said, "Don't worry. Don't forget that Yang Fenghu has also comprehended a secret technique. Unless this Lu Yan also has the dragon bloodline and has developed it well, Yang Fenghu won't lose no matter what." Li Jianfeng nodded, and his expression softened. New students also began to go in the arenas one after another. The battles officially began. Most of the people in the stands' gazes landed on Lu Yan's arena. Everyone wanted to see which was stronger, the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy or the #1 new student of Xingming University. Lu Yan looked at Yang Fenghu in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. "You shouldn't have come up. Why? Are you afraid? It's useless to beg for mercy now." Yang Fenghu looked at Lu Yan and smiled. Lu Yan shook his head. "I just feel pity for Xingming University. Now that you've come up, Xingming University lost a challenge opportunity." Yang Fenghu said angrily, "You're still very eloquent. I can't win an argument against you. I hope you can still be so arrogant when you're lying on the ground later." Lu Yan did not speak again and directly took out the black bone scythe. He had already put on his equipment when he got to the arena. Yang Fenghu snorted and also took out his weapon. Previously, Yang Fenghu's weapon had been confiscated by Lu Fang. He was too embarrassed to tell his teachers and spent more credits to buy a diamond-level weapon. Twin Dragon Halberd? This Twin Dragon Halberd was mixed with a large number of dragon materials and could resonate with Yang Fenghu's dragon bloodline. It was very compatible with Yang Fenghu. With the Twin Dragon Halberd in hand, Yang Fenghu did not hesitate and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand, and the figures of undead appeared around him. Undead knights, undead swordsmen, and undead necromancers? Lu Yan directly summoned the undead with the Netherworld King bloodline. At the same time, several undead lord-level demon beasts that were recruited in the Gale Mountain range also appeared. The undead knights were the first to charge. The team formed by 10 undead knights rushed towards Yang Fenghu. "You want to stop me with just some undead? How laughable." Yang Fenghu suddenly slashed out with the twin dragon halberd in his hand, releasing a huge dragon roar. The afterimage of a huge dragon directly rushed out from the twin dragon halberd towards the undead knight. This attack will shatter your undead. Boom! The dragon's afterimage landed on the 10 undead knights rushing over in front of him, emitting a muffled sound. The 10 undead knights' charging bodies were instantly stopped. A few undead knights rolled off their mounts. However, they then shook their heads and rode their mounts again. Other than the undead knights who had lost their arms from facing this attack head-on, all the other undead were not seriously injured. However, these undead knights were still forced to stop their attacks. Yang Fenghu was directly stunned and could not believe his eyes at all. There were only some undead knights in front of him. How could some summoned undead resist his attack? The audience from the surrounding stands also sneered. Pfft, I'm dying of laughter. When I heard him yell out, I thought it was going to be a powerful attack. I didn't expect him to only cut off an arm of Lu Yan's undead. That's right. The might of that dragon phantom looks quite powerful. Why is it so weak? If you want to test out the waters, so be it. Why did you have to shout? It's so ridiculous. It had to be said that Yang Fenghu's actions just now were very charming. With a furious roar, the attack directly carried a huge dragon phantom. Coupled with that roar, it was still very exciting. However, it seemed somewhat laughable that he did not cause any damage in the end. Hearing the surrounding sneers, Yang Fenghu's expression became very ugly. However, his expression also became solemn. He knew very well that his attack was not weak. Although he did not use too much strength in the first attack, it was definitely very powerful. It was not that his attack was weak, but that the other party's undead was too powerful. How could this guy be so powerful? Yang Fenghu naturally knew about Lu Yan's situation and had even seen the video of Lu Yan's battle. He knew that Lu Yan had a large number of undead, but those undead were not too powerful and were definitely not his match. No matter how many there were, it was useless without quality. However, how long had it been since then? How could the other party's undead have become so much stronger? Before Yang Fenghu could figure it out, several undead swordsmen rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Fenghu gritted his teeth and directly welcomed the other party without hesitation. This time, he mobilized all the strength in his body to face the enemy with all his strength. The undead swordsman attacked Yang Fenghu from all directions. Yang Fenghu raised the twin dragon halberd in his hand and used the accompanying skill. The twin dragon halberd danced in Yang Fenghu's hand as dragon roars sounded, completely blocking the attacks of the surrounding undead swordsmen. Moreover, as they attacked, undead swordsmen were sent flying by Yang Fenghu. A few of them were directly destroyed by Yang Fenghu. The corner of Yang Fenghu's mouth curled into a smile. If he went all out, these undead would not be able to withstand his attacks. Just as he was thinking, the arena under his feet suddenly turned into a green swamp, making him directly sink in. At the same time, 2 bone dragons suddenly danced out from in front of him and quickly pounced towards him. After landing in the green swamp, Yang Fenghu realized that something was wrong. His defense was constantly weakening. Although it didn't weaken by a lot, it was still very disadvantageous to him if it continued. He had to rush out quickly. Yang Fenghu was about to rush out of this swamp when the 2 bone dragons in front of him pounced forward. Yang Fenghu gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to face the 2 bone dragons in front of him first. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. These 2 bone dragons were very powerful. If he did not face them first, he would probably be injured. Damn it! How can this guy's undead have such high combat strength? Yang Fenghu gritted his teeth and slashed out with the twin dragon halberd in his hand. He had already thought of a solution. He would first block the attack of one bone dragon and then use the force to land the twin dragon halberd on the other bone dragon. Coupled with his full strength attack, he would destroy one bone dragon first. As long as he could destroy one bone dragon first, the pressure on him would be greatly reduced. It would also be a matter of minutes for him to destroy the other bone dragon. However, reality was very harsh. When the twin dragon halberd in his hand landed on the bone dragon in front of him, Yang Fenghu realized that something was wrong. This bone dragon was just too ridiculously powerful. A huge force directly shook off Yang Fenghu's twin dragon halberd. Then, the other bone dragon directly grabbed at Yang Fenghu. Yang Fenghu held the twin dragon halberd firmly and quickly lowered it to barely block this bone dragon's claw. However, Yang Fenghu was also sent flying by a huge force and directly retreated. At the same time, the other bone dragon opened its mouth and spat out white flames that quickly enveloped Yang Fenghu. Yang Fenghu bit his lip and suddenly slashed out the twin dragon halberd in his hand in midair. The phantom of a huge dragon appeared and directly welcomed the white flames. The dragon phantom dispersed the white flames, but some white flames still landed on Yang Fenghu's body and directly attached to him before quickly burning. Yang Fenghu's body landed on the arena and he quickly retreated. Then, he used the purification skill to extinguish the white flames on his body. However, it was useless. After all, Yang Fenghu was not a priest. The effect of the purification skill was very weak. The white flames were still attached. As they burned, they kept causing damage to the armor defense on Yang Fenghu's body. If there was enough time, the armor on Yang Fenghu's body would probably be burned to scrap by this white flame. Fortunately, this armor was platinum level and could last for a long time. Yang Fenghu looked at Lu Yan among the undead in front of him and his expression became very ugly. He originally thought that even if this Lu Yan was the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy, Lu Yan would still not be his match. After all, he had the dragon bloodline and his 4 attributes were extremely high. No new student in the entire Xingming University could last a minute against him. However, the guy in front of him was actually so powerful even though he had only summoned his undead. Look, in this fight between Yang Fenghu and Lu Yan, Yang Fenghu actually ended up being at a disadvantage. I heard that this Yang Fenghu has the bloodline power of the giant dragon. Is that true? He has the dragon bloodline power and can't defeat Lu Yan? You have to know that Lu Yan hasn't even personally attacked yet. He's completely relying on the undead he summoned to fight for him. What a loss. I originally thought that Yang Fenghu has the dragon bloodline and would at least be invincible among the new students of Suheng province. I didn't expect this guy to actually force Yang Fenghu to retreat step by step with just the undead. Which school is this new student from? However, Yang Fenghu probably hasn't used the dragon bloodline power in his body yet, right? The final outcome is still unknown. I didn't expect to see such an intense battle from the beginning. How exciting. The surrounding new students in the stands were also in an uproar. They did not expect the battle between Lu Yan and Yang Fenghu to be so intense. Of course, they did not expect the undead Lu Yan summoned to force Yang Fenghu to retreat step by step before he could attack. Some new students who knew that Yang Fenghu had the dragon bloodline power exclaimed and could not believe their eyes. The other party had only used some undead and had already beaten Yang Fenghu, who had the dragon bloodline power. To this extent, Lei Shuo looked at the scene in the arena and laughed. Ha ha ha, Lu Quan, this disciple of mine is not bad, right? Look at that guy, he is almost forced out of the arena. Lu Quan looked at Lei Shuo and shook his head. I don't know what to say about you. As a principal, you don't seem reliable at all. However, Lu Yan is indeed very powerful. I was originally somewhat worried about the special training in the past few days. Now, it seems that his strength has increased the most. Previously, Lei Shuo had brought Lu Yan for special training alone. Lu Quan naturally knew the reason. It was for that dark elf. Therefore, Lu Quan was somewhat worried that Lu Yan's strength would be affected because of this. However, from the looks of it, this was completely not the case. The increase in Lu Yan's strength should be the highest among all the new students. Li Jianfeng looked at the battle in the arena, and his expression directly darkened. What's going on with that Lu Yan? How could he have such powerful undead? At the side, the dean also frowned and said, previously, we gathered information about the top 10 of the new student competition of the other universities. Although this Lu Yan is the first place in the new student competition of the Golden Corner Academy, his undead power was not that powerful previously. He mainly relied on his own attacks. Li Jianfeng's expression became even uglier when he heard this. Don't tell me that the strength of these undead is inferior to this Lu Yan's own strength. The dean said, Old Li, don't worry first. Yang Fenghu hasn't completely used the dragon bloodline power in his body yet. He still has that secret technique. After using it, Lu Yan will definitely not be Yang Fenghu's match. Li Jianfeng's expression improved a little, but his gaze was still very gloomy. It was already somewhat bad for Yang Fenghu to challenge other arenas when Xingming University already had an arena. Now, if he still lost, it would be too embarrassing. The entire Xingming University would be humiliated. This was a situation that Li Jianfeng absolutely could not allow to happen. In the arena, Yang Fenghu panted slightly and stared fixedly at Lu Yan in front of him. This guy had yet to attack or even move his position, but he had already caused him to end up in such a sorry state. A furious emotion rose in the new students, making Yang Fenghu's gaze become ruthless. Damn it! Why are you standing there acting cool? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Yang Fenghu began to crazily mobilize the dragon bloodline power in his body, prepared to directly rush towards Lu Yan in front of him. The powerful undead in front of Lu Yan were only the 2 bone dragons. As long as he could avoid them and rush to Lu Yan's side, he could directly cause damage to him. Through the battle just now, Yang Fenghu could clearly sense that the combat strength of the 2 bone dragons in front of him was somewhat abnormally powerful. Lu Yan had probably used some skill to increase the combat strength of the 2 bone dragons. In his opinion, Lu Yan's combat strength was definitely inferior to these 2 bone dragons. As long as he could get close, he had a high chance of winning this arena. The current Yang Fenghu no longer had the thought of humiliating Lu Yan properly. His standards had already decreased to the point where he only needed to win this battle. This was because if he wanted to humiliate the other party in the arena, he had to be far stronger than the other party. The current Lu Yan was very troubling for Yang Fenghu and he wanted to end the battle quickly. After making a decision, Yang Fenghu directly attacked. The dragon bloodline power in his body was completely mobilized and he directly welcomed the undead knights rushing forward. A scarlet flame appeared on the twin dragon halberd in Yang Fenghu's hand. Then, Yang Fenghu held the twin dragon halberd in his hand and suddenly slashed at the undead knights in front of him. This attack, combined with the dragon bloodline power mobilized by Yang Fenghu, instantly sent the undead knight in front of him flying. However, Yang Fenghu stabilized his strength and did not completely pour it out. Although that way, he could completely kill these undead knights, it would also waste a lot of strength. Yang Fenghu's goal was Lu Yan. He had to control his strength well so that he could unleash his strongest attack when he arrived beside Lu Yan. He wanted to kill the other party in one strike. The 2 bone dragons quickly arrived and directly pounced towards Yang Fenghu. Yang Fenghu did not hesitate. Crimson flames directly surged out of his body and instantly covered his entire body, forming a dragon flame armor. The white flames on his body were instantly swallowed by the scarlet flames. Then, Yang Fenghu raised the twin dragon halberd in his hand and instantly slashed forward. The phantoms of 2 fire dragons suddenly rushed out of the twin dragon halberds and directly welcomed the 2 bone dragons, instantly colliding. Yang Fenghu took this opportunity to roll past the 2 bone dragons. Then, flames enveloped his feet, and his movement speed instantly increased as he charged towards Lu Yan. The undead swordsman in front suddenly rushed over, but Yang Fenghu waved the twin dragon halberd wrapped in flames in his hand and sent these undead swordsmen flying. After quickly breaking through all the undead, Yang Fenghu headed straight for Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at Yang Fenghu rushing over in front of him and his expression changed slightly. The flames that surged out of Yang Fenghu's body contained a huge dragon bloodline power. It seemed that he had refined the dragon bloodline power. Xingming University was also very rich. It was still reasonable for them to take out the dragon bloodline for Yang Fenghu to refine. However, this guy could be considered a genius for being able to fuse the dragon bloodline power so well in such a short period of time. Waving the black bone scythe in his hand, the necromancers beside Lu Yan who were prepared to release attacks retreated. Some new undead began to appear beside Lu Yan. Seeing Lu Yan's actions, Yang Fenghu smiled. Did the other party want to fight him head-on? How laughable. I'll let you see the power of my dragon bloodline. Yang Fenghu broke through the blockade of the undead swordsman and quickly rushed in front of Lu Yan. He could clearly see the undead that appeared beside Lu Yan sway and even fall to the ground. They were completely incomparable to the bone dragon. Indeed, the other party did not have a lot of strong undead. As long as he broke through them and arrived beside Lu Yan would be helpless. Yang Fenghu naturally knew that Lu Yan's combat strength was also very powerful. However, now that he had activated the dragon bloodline power, he was sufficiently confident that the Lu Yan in front of him was definitely not his match. Yang Fenghu quickly rushed in front of Lu Yan and could not wait to raise the twin dragon halberd in his hand and suddenly slash at Lu Yan. Lu Yan's body froze, as if he was frightened by this attack. His body did not move. Then, the twin dragon halberd slashed across Lu Yan's body, hitting a phantom. The twin dragon halberd passed through Lu Yan's phantom and directly landed on the undead beside him, instantly slashing open a portion of their bodies. Yang Fenghu's eyes suddenly constricted. Before he could think of Lu Yan's disappearance, Yang Fenghu sensed that something was wrong with the twin dragon halberd. Something was wrong. How could these undead not have any defense at all? Looking at the dancing undead body, Yang Fenghu's body trembled. This was not an undead, but a corpse. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions suddenly sounded. Around Lu Yan, the corpses on the ground began to suddenly explode. Corpse explosion? At this moment, Yang Fenghu was a meter away from the explosion. The explosion directly enveloped his body. The power of the corpse explosion naturally would not cause much damage to Yang Fenghu, but that was the corpse explosion of corpses. Lu Yan took out more than 100 corpses he had collected and carried out the corpse explosion together. Although the power could not be stacked 100 times, it was enough for Yang Fenghu to suffer. The new students in the surrounding stands were also shocked by Lu Yan's actions. Damn, just now, I thought that Lu Yan was going to face Yang Fenghu. I didn't expect it to be a feint. Then what's with the explosion? It feels so powerful. What skill is this? Isn't it a little too powerful? Who knows? However, from the looks of it, Yang Fenghu is probably not in a good state. Lu Yan has the ability to suddenly disappear. If he doesn't have a chasing skill that's equally as powerful, it's probably very difficult for him to catch up to Lu Yan and cause damage. Nov. L. B //JNN. That's right. Under such circumstances, if he doesn't have the skill, he can only destroy all of Lu Yan's undead before attacking Lu Yan. The new students in the stands were discussing the battle between Lu Yan and Yang Fenghu when a loud laugh suddenly sounded from the arena. Ha ha ha, Lu Yan, you've been tricked. Do you think I don't know that you have a teleportation skill? I also know that your teleportation skill will stun you for a second. Let's see how you can dodge my attack now. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. It was Yang Fenghu's voice. Moreover, the other party was beside him. Suddenly, the surrounding air distorted. Yang Fenghu held the twin dragon halberd and had already slashed towards Lu Yan's waist. Yang Fenghu knew Lu Yan's news very well. Yang Fenghu had checked Lu Yan's few combat videos. Therefore, Yang Fenghu had also been thinking of a way to resolve Lu Yan's sudden teleportation ability. Through the observation of several battle videos, Yang Fenghu discovered that Lu Yan would freeze for a second before using this displacement ability. This second was Yang Fenghu's chance. The twin dragon halberd in Yang Fenghu's hand also came with a skill that could create a clone for Yang Fenghu. This clone had half of the 4 attributes of the main body and could last for 10 minutes. After using this skill to create a clone, Yang Fenghu's main body would hide in the air for 10 seconds. Using this skill, not only did Yang Fenghu escape the attack of the corpse explosion, but he also hid. After Lu Yan appeared, he quickly rushed over. With this attack, he had won. Yang Fenghu's eyes revealed an excited expression. He could not wait to gather all the strength in his body. He waved the twin dragon halberd in his hand and suddenly slashed at Lu Yan in front of him. Damn, the tables have turned. How did Yang Fenghu appear there? Yang Fenghu's attack power is very powerful. This Lu Yan probably won't be able to block this attack. Generally speaking, it's impossible for him to use the ability to change his position without stopping. Lu Yan will probably have to withstand this attack. Exciting, exciting. I didn't expect the situation to change so drastically. In the end, Yang Fenghu is still superior. The new students in the stands looked at the scene in the arena and could not help but exclaim. Everyone originally thought that Lu Yan would be at a disadvantage after being pounced on by Yang Fenghu. They did not expect Lu Yan's figure to disappear, and a violent explosion directly occurred on the spot, involving Yang Fenghu. This made everyone think that Yang Fenghu was about to be severely injured. They did not expect the situation to change again. They did not expect the tables to be turned twice. Their actions almost made the new students in the stands dizzy. Lei Shuo frowned. He did not expect Yang Fenghu to be able to do this. It seemed that the number one new student of Xingming University was not an ordinary person. However, Lei Shuo was not worried about Lu Yan at all. He knew very well how powerful Lu Yan's 4 attributes were. Although Yang Fenghu had the enhancement of the dragon bloodline, Lu Yan had also absorbed the bloodline power of the Netherworld King. Moreover, the enhancement of his 4 attributes far exceeded the other bloodline power. Coupled with his previous abnormal 4 attributes, this attack would not cause any damage to Lu Yan, but it would probably put Lu Yan in a sorry state. On Xingming University's side, Li Jianfeng smiled. Yang Fenghu's performance was not bad. Thinking of Yang Fenghu's 4 attributes after absorbing the dragon bloodline power, Li Jianfeng felt that this attack should be able to end the battle. However, just as the smile on Li Jianfeng's face curled up, it directly froze. In his eyes, the twin dragon halberd in Yang Fenghu's hand slashed over, but it still did not hit Lu Yan's body. It was another phantom. The twin dragon halberd in Yang Fenghu's hand slashed across Lu Yan's body but did not hit his physical body. Yang Fenghu's body trembled, and his eyes revealed shock. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. How was this possible? He clearly understood this guy's ability. If he used this teleportation ability, it would definitely take him a second to recover. However, his attack definitely landed on him in less than a second. Lu Yan's figure appeared again and had already arrived above the corpse explosion. Traceless moon steps. If Yang Fenghu's clone was only a phantom, Lu Yan might not be able to leave behind the mark of traceless moon steps and directly transfer it over. Unfortunately, Yang Fenghu's clone was a physical body. Lu Yan could still leave behind the mark of the traceless moon step and quickly teleport away. It was even faster than the Monarch Netherworld escape. Of course, compared to the Monarch Netherworld escape, the traceless moon steps could only allow him to return to the position of the mark. Of course, even if Lu Yan stayed where he was, he could still completely block Yang Fenghu's attack. He did not even need to use the undead Netherworld armor. Although he had also obtained the bloodline power, Yang Fenghu's improvement was far inferior to Lu Yan's. After Yang Fenghu noticed that the attack had not landed, he quickly adjusted his position. After landing steadily, he suddenly rushed towards Lu Yan again. Damn it! Damn it! How dare you play with me? Yang Fenghu was furious. Just now, he thought that everything was set in stone. He did not expect this to be the outcome. Boom! The flame power on Yang Fenghu's body burst out again and directly enveloped his entire body, slowly forming a flame dragon robe. His movement speed increased again. Lu Yan looked at Yang Fenghu, who was rushing over, and raised the black bone scythe in his hand. In the battle just now, Lu Yan was only testing the combat strength of the undead knights, undead swordsmen, necromancers, and the bone dragons. Now that the test was almost completed, it was time to end the battle. A large number of undead began to appear in the surroundings. They were dense and directly enveloped the arena. The first to appear beside Yang Fenghu were a large number of undead swordsmen and the Lord-level undead. These undead swordsmen and Lord-level undead directly blocked Yang Fenghu's rushing body and fought him. The Necromancers at the side began to unleash their attacks. Previously, these Necromancers had all condensed their attacks and had not used them. Now, a lot of their attack power had already been condensed. White flames, pitch-black arrows, green water that emitted a corrosive aura were unleashed. A large amount of undead magic condensed from the hands of these Necromancers was shot towards Yang Fenghu. Soon, these undead magic enveloped Yang Fenghu's body. Magic attacks began to melt the flames on Yang Fenghu's body. Yang Fenghu kept waving the twin dragon halberd in his hand and roared. However, he still could not rush out of the encirclement of the surrounding undead swordsmen and undead. It could not be helped. There were too many undead around, making Yang Fenghu unable to move at all. Even if he sent an undead flying and killed it, new undead would quickly surge over and further reduce the space Yang Fenghu could move around in. At this moment, the 2 bone dragons quickly arrived beside Yang Fenghu and began to attack him. Damn, Lu Yan actually has so many undead. How did he get so many undead? That's right. How powerful is his mental strength? He can actually control so many undead. Even a high-level necromancer can't do this, right? The number is not the key. The key is that this Lu Yan's undead are also very powerful. This is somewhat exaggerated. Yang Fenghu is already very powerful, but in front of these undead, it's almost impossible for him to move. Yang Fenghu's situation surprised everyone. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. According to their understanding, even the undead controlled by a necromancer would not be much stronger than the necromancer himself. However, Lu Yan's undead in front of him seemed to be able to deal with the people in the audience stand on their own. It was not that Yang Fenghu was not powerful, but Lu Yan was too powerful. It was already beyond their expectations that Yang Fenghu could still last. However, if this continued, Yang Fenghu would be exhausted to death. Perhaps it would not take that long. After the two bone dragons joined the battle again, Yang Fenghu's situation became even more difficult, as if he was no longer unable to last. In the arena, Yang Fenghu naturally knew that if this continued, he would lose sooner or later. Looking at Lu Yan, who had still not personally attacked, Yang Fenghu bit his lip. He was probably going to lose this time. Although Yang Fenghu's temper was very fiery, he still knew his limits. After a few battles, he understood that he was not Lu Yan's match. However, that did not mean that the other party could defeat him without having to attack himself. At the very least, he had to force the other party to attack. Yang Fenghu's eyes bloomed with light. Without any hesitation, he directly used his last move, secret technique, dragon transformation. Thick dragon bloodline power surged out of Yang Fenghu's body and completely enveloped him. Then, Yang Fenghu's body began to undergo a huge change. Yang Fenghu's body quickly expanded. Two huge wings stretched out from his back. In just a few seconds, Yang Fenghu directly transformed into a huge dragon wrapped in flames. It was not a phantom, but Yang Fenghu had directly transformed into a huge dragon. Roar! After transforming into a dragon, Yang Fenghu roared angrily. Then, a flame spat out from his mouth and directly enveloped the undead in front of him. At the same time, Yang Fenghu kept waving his claws, sending the surrounding undead flying. The two bone dragons welcomed him and barely blocked Yang Fenghu. The arena instantly became a battle of three dragons. Two bone dragons and a raging flame dragon, who Yang Fenghu had transformed into. The combat strength of the raging flame dragon Yang Fenghu had transformed into was still very powerful. The two bone dragons needed to work together to take on the other party. However, it probably would not be long before Yang Fenghu could break through the blockade of the two bone dragons. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate and directly used the undead twin. Beside the two bone dragons, two new bone dragons appeared. At the same time, some of the undead swordsmen with the Netherworld King bloodline were also replicated. With the siege of the four bone dragons and the attacks of the undead swordsmen, the raging flame dragon that Yang Fenghu had transformed into quickly fell into a disadvantage and roared angrily. Soon, wounds appeared on the raging flame dragon Yang Fenghu had transformed into. Yang Fenghu stared fixedly at Lu Yan, his eyes filled with anger. He did not want to give up yet, but the injuries on his body began to quickly drain his strength. Just as Yang Fenghu was about to rush forward again, a light covered his body and directly teleported him out of the arena. Xingming University had admitted defeat. Li Jianfeng looked at Lu Yan in the arena, his eyes revealing a solemn expression. This guy, Yang Fenghu, had already used his secret technique, but he was still unable to resist Lu Yan. If they did not admit defeat now, Yang Fenghu would probably suffer a backlash from the secret technique. The new students in the stands held their breaths as they watched the battle in the stands. When they saw Yang Fenghu's body suddenly disappear, they could not help but wail. Ayo, what are they doing? We were still watching the battle. Why did they admit defeat? There's no choice. After all, even after using such a secret technique and transforming into a flaming dragon, he still can't approach Lu Yan at all. I really didn't expect this. I originally thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. I didn't expect that from the beginning to the end, Lu Yan didn't use any attacks and only used his undead to win this battle. This Lu Yan is really too powerful. If I face him, I probably won't even be able to last 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? If you can last a minute in front of Lu Yan, I'll directly call you father. The new students in the stands watched as the competition in the arena ended, their hearts still unable to calm down for a long time. They originally thought that such a competition would appear in the later stages of the arena. He did not expect it to directly happen at this moment. The final outcome was also shocking. Yang Fenghu did not even get Lu Yan to attack before ending the normal battle. As expected, Lu Yan's strength is still so powerful. Li Meier looked at Lu Yan in the arena and said with a smile. Bai Miao nodded. Compared to before the special training, Lu Yan's undead strength has clearly increased. It's really difficult to imagine how he did it. Bai Yuez lay comfortably on the chair. I've long told you. With Lu Yan going up to fight, we can all just rest. You were so worried just now. Why are you worried? This is the man who defeated me. How can he lose? Bai Miao's eyebrows twitched when she heard this. She directly punched Bai Yuez. So you're even proud to be defeated now? Lei Shuo's eyes also revealed a surprised expression. He had not been watching the special training for the past few days. He did not expect this kid's strength to have increased so much. The Thunder Emperor Beast even told him that he had recruited an undead fled dragon. This time, he did not even summon it and had resolved the other party with ease. It seemed that the Golden Corner Academy could regain the championship in this national new student exchange competition. Yang Fenghu returned to the stands of Xingming University. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He looked at Li Jianfeng and said in shame, Principal, I've embarrassed Xingming University. All right, heal your injuries yourself. This can be considered a lesson for you. It's good to become more powerful, but be careful not to become more arrogant. Li Jianfeng did not condemn Yang Fenghu too much. After all, Xingming University still needed to rely on him to stand out in the national new student exchange. In the arena competition was still in full swing. The new students began to ascend the arena one by one to challenge. Some successfully challenged and became arena lords, and some struggled to defend their arenas. In half an hour, the arena lords of the other 9 arenas had all changed. However, in the arena of the Golden Corner University, Lu Yan stood quietly with the black bone scythe in his hand. After Yang Fenghu, no one else dared to challenge him. The preliminaries of the National New Student Exchange Competition in Sohang Province were being carried out fiercely. Other than the arena Lu Yan was in, the other arenas had already gone through several new arena lords. However, most of the new students were still looking at Lu Yan with shocked expressions. Nov. L. B //JNN. It's been almost an hour, right? I didn't expect anyone to challenge Lu Yan. It can't be helped. The battle between Lu Yan and Yang Fenghu just now was really too exaggerated. Just his undead alone is impossible for most new students to defeat. There's no need for anyone to go up and embarrass themselves. He's really so handsome. No one dares to challenge him when he stands there. How good would it be if it were me? Tisk tisk tisk. Even though almost an hour had passed, discussions about Lu Yan's strength continued to rise. Everyone looked at Lu Yan with surprise. As time passed, the entire preliminaries had already lasted for 4 hours. The preliminaries had already reached the end. Among the new students present, there were not many who were qualified to challenge. The new students of the various universities had already been sent on stage and began to compete for the spots that were about to be confirmed. The arena of the 10 universities was similar to the ones in the beginning. Only 3 arena lords had changed. The rest had all been snatched back after losing the arena. Only the arena of the Golden Corner Academy had never changed. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Yang Fenghu was the only challenger. Lu Yan stood in the arena with the black bone scythe in hand. No matter how many people came and went in the surrounding arena, no one went to the arena to challenge him. Just as everyone was wondering if no one would challenge the arena of the Golden Corner Academy, a figure appeared in the arena where Lu Yan was. The expressions of the new students in the stands were shocked. Their gazes instantly locked onto the arena in front of them. Damn, someone is challenging Lu Yan. Hurry up and see who it is. He's so bold. It seems to be the second-place new student of Firefly University, Lu Wuying. The arena of Firefly University was taken down. I didn't expect him to not counterattack and instead choose to challenge Lu Yan. What's going on? Could it be that he thinks Lu Yan is weaker than the new student who took over the arena of the Firefly University? This Lu Wuying seems to be a top-notch assassin. I heard that his attainments in his profession are very high. Every time he attacks, he kills with a single strike. Seeing Lu Wuying challenge Lu Yan in the arena, the surrounding new students began to discuss Lu Wuying's situation. I've seen Lu Yan's combat video. Previously, he seemed to have used a bone hand in the new student competition to restrain the other party's movements. It's still relatively effective against assassins. Don't tell me this Lu Wuying doesn't know. Impossible. Since he dares to challenge Lu Yan, he definitely knows a lot about Lu Yan. He should have a solution. Don't care so much. Since he dares to go on stage, he should have some confidence. It might be another exciting battle. Just watch carefully. The gazes of the surrounding new students in the stands landed on Lu Yan's arena, wanting to see the battle between Lu Wuying and Lu Yan. This was the second person to challenge Lu Yan. He might be able to surprise them. After arriving at the arena, Lu Wuying's expression also became solemn. He had seen Lu Yan's combat video and knew that the other party had the ability to restrain the enemy. However, he felt that as long as he could avoid those powerful undead and directly attack Lu Yan himself, he still had a high chance of winning. With the strength of his attack, as long as he could land a hit, the battle would end. The entire process had already been practiced many times in Lu Wuying's mind. Lu Wuying felt that it should be foolproof. Lu Yan looked at Lu Wuying in front of him and stretched his muscles. It was also very tiring to stand here for a few hours. Finally, someone had challenged him, giving him a chance to exercise. Lu Yan waved his arm, and a large number of undead instantly appeared. The corner of Lu Wuying's mouth curled into a smile as his figure indifferently disappeared from the surrounding space. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. After the guy disappeared, even his aura had completely vanished. It was somewhat similar to the ability of Heio Mao he had encountered in the new student competition. After sensing carefully, Lu Yan discovered that he could not sense the other party's location. Such an ability was somewhat troublesome for Lu Yan. This was because the Monarch Netherworld escape would cause him to freeze up for a second. If he could not sense the other party's attack in advance, it was unlikely for him to use the Monarch Netherworld escape to dodge. Frowning, Lu Yan did not want to use himself to resist the other party's attack to lure the other party out. It was not that he felt that he would not be able to withstand the other party's attack, but because the attack damage of an assassin was still very powerful. After one attack, his armor would have to be repaired with difficulty. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yan directly got the undead behind him to form a circle and he summoned Aoyun. However, Lu Yan did not completely summon Aoyun's body and only revealed his head. Although Aoyun's undead level had decreased a lot because he had transformed into Lu Yan's undead, some of his abilities, such as perception, had not decreased much. This assassin new student was at most level 20. In front of Aoyun's perception, it was as if the other party was just running around. However, Lu Yan did not want to expose his trump card, Aoyun, yet, so he only summoned Aoyun's head. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Aoyun had been transformed into an undead after Lu Yan killed him and could be telepathically connected. When his head appeared, Aoyun understood what Lu Yan wanted to do. Master, that guy is now 3 body lengths to the left and is carefully approaching you. Aoyun directly reported to Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not hesitate when he heard this. The 2 undead swordsmen in front of him attacked in the direction Aoyun had reported. The long swords of the 2 undead swordsmen directly slashed across the spot Aoyun mentioned. Bang! 3 body lengths to Lu Yan's left, a black fog suddenly bloomed and dissipated into the surrounding air. Lu Wuying's figure flashed. The moment he appeared, he disappeared again. In a corner of the arena, Lu Wuying, who had fused into the surrounding space, panted slightly, his eyes revealing shock. What's wrong with this guy? Can he actually discover my location? How is this possible? Even the instructors will find it difficult to discover me. How could this guy discover me? However, the 2 undead just now were clearly attacking based on the location he gave them. Looking at Lu Yan in front of him, Lu Wuying's eyes were uncertain. Then, he carefully approached Lu Yan again. This time, he directly mobilized his hidden strength to the limit. However, what Lu Wuying did not know was that there was an epic-level demon beast in his location. His concealment was useless. Instead, he looked somewhat like a clown. Boss, that kid is now 10 meters in front of you and is carefully approaching you. Lu Yan nodded and did not hesitate. The surrounding undead stretched out and suddenly attacked Lu Wuying. Unfortunately, the ghost bone hand had to have a specific target to be activated. Otherwise, Lu Yan would have been able to restrain Lu Wuying after discovering his location. Seeing the surrounding undead suddenly attack him, Lu Wuying's eyes revealed shock. Without any hesitation, he directly raised the dagger in his hand to block the attack. However, this also caused his body to appear from the surrounding space. Damn! Lu Wuying's figure was directly forced out. What's going on? No way, Lu Yan can discover Lu Wuying's location. How is this possible? Lu Wuying's concealment ability is top-notch. How can he be discovered? I remember that in the new student competition previously, Lu Yan also encountered an assassin with very powerful concealment ability. However, he couldn't discover the other party's location and relied on his body to resist a blow to lure the other party out. Has his perception increased so much in such a short period of time? What a loss. This Lu Yan has so many powerful undead, but his perception is actually so powerful. Moreover, from his previous battle videos, his combat strength is also very powerful. He simply has no shortcomings. The surrounding new students watched as Lu Wuying was forced to appear in the arena and discussed. The surrounding new students were very shocked by Lu Yan's combat strength. This was because Lu Yan's performance was simply comprehensive and did not have any shortcomings. If they were the ones facing him, they probably would not even be able to last for half a minute. In the arena, the battle continued. After Lu Wuying's body was forced out, Lu Yan directly used the ghost bone hand. Bone hand stretched out and directly grabbed at Lu Wuying. Lu Wuying was shocked and knew that this was an ability Lu Yan had that could restrain him. Without any hesitation, Lu Wuying's body transformed into a black fog and quickly disappeared, causing the ghost bone hand to miss. His figure appeared not far away again. Lu Wuying's body had already hidden in the surrounding space. Lu Wuying looked at Lu Yan in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. He stopped moving first, wanting to see if his whereabouts had been exposed because of his movements. If that was the case, there was still a solution. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Wuying saw the few undead beside him attack his position again. It was not that he had exposed his whereabouts by moving, but that this guy could clearly sense his location. Lu Wuying had a helpless expression and could only raise his hand to block the attacks of the surrounding undead. In the next moment, his figure appeared again. This time, Lu Yan directly used the ghost bone hand to directly restrain Lu Wuying before he could stabilize his figure. Looking at the ghost bone hand that was restraining him, Lu Wuying did not hesitate and directly raised his hands to surrender. It could not be helped. If his concealment method did not work against Lu Yan, he would not be able to approach the other party. If he could not get close, he basically had no hope of winning. It was better for him to admit defeat. He originally thought that he could rely on his ability to obtain a fatal blow. He did not expect that he could not even approach the other party. He had lost wholeheartedly. Seeing Lu Wuying admit defeat and disappear from the arena, the surrounding new students in the stands were all in an uproar. Indeed, Lu Wuying lost as expected. Isn't this Lu Yan too powerful? From the looks of it, be it facing Ying Fenghu or Lu Wuying, it's very easy for him. There's no difficulty at all. Lu Yan is probably the #1 new student of Suheng province. The others are completely not his match. Not only that, but from Lu Yan's performance, I think he might even be the champion of the National New Student Exchange competition. He'll at least be in the top 3. Lu Yan's performance in the 2 rounds directly convinced the surrounding new students. Now, despite not having personally made a move, Lu Yan had already been crowned invincible by the surrounding new students. Lu Yan was probably going to shine in the National New Student Exchange competition. The remaining new students who still had a chance to challenge looked around and completely gave up on challenging Lu Yan. They began to challenge the other 9 arenas. In the end, all the new students' arena matches ended. The 10 arena lords were also determined. This year, among the 10 universities in Suheng province that obtained spots to the main competition, only 3 were different from last year. The others were still the same. It was worth mentioning that Ming University still managed to defend the arena in the end and relied on their second place to regain the arena. Among them, the performance of the Golden Corner Academy was the most eye-catching. They had only sent one single new student who only participated in 2 arena matches before ending this arena match. After coming down from the arena, a large number of gazes were still focused on Lu Yan. Ha ha ha, not bad. As expected of my disciple. Lei Shuo watched Lu Yan come down and patted his shoulder with a smile. Bai Yuez and the others also spoke politely and had a clear understanding of Lu Yan's strength. With Lu Yan around, Bai Yuez and the others were still very happy. After all, there could be a team competition in the main competition. With Lu Yan around, the stability of the team competition would increase by at least 3 levels. Perhaps it was even more than that. Alright, the preliminaries have already ended. Today, we'll rest at the place arranged by Ming University for the night. We can directly enter the main competition tomorrow. The main competition this time is held at Qingbei University in the capital. Everyone, prepare well and rest well. Lu Quan looked at the surrounding people and said. Hearing Lu Quan's words, the surrounding people nodded. The preliminaries were only a warm-up. Everyone knew very well that the main competition was the most important. As long as one could obtain a ranking in the main competition, various rewards would arrive as promised. At that time, it was not impossible for them to directly reach the peak of their lives. Thinking of this, Bai Yuez and the others became even more excited, wishing they could participate in the main competition immediately. At this moment, the voice in Lu Yan's mind suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations on completing the achievement mission preliminary round. The reward has been distributed. Please take note. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Yan was stunned. The arena competition was too boring and he had forgotten the achievement mission of the preliminary round. Ding, achievement mission preliminary round completed. Preliminary competition, successfully defend the arena and prevent anyone from taking over the arena. Completed. Reward, 1 diamond equipment, 500 achievement points. Lu Yan was still more concerned about the diamond equipment reward. At this moment, the equipment reward had already appeared in Lu Yan's storage space. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lu Yan directly checked the attributes. Undead armor. Grade, diamond. Equipment intelligence plus 20, agility plus 10, physique plus 15. Effect, you can summon the undead power to cover your entire body and double your defense. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Looking at the attributes of this diamond equipment, Lu Yan's eyes revealed joy. The attributes of this undead armor were very good. It added quite a lot of attributes. Moreover, it had a skill that doubled defense. If he used the Monarch Blessing and then used the undead Netherworld armor to activate the effect of the undead armor, he wondered how powerful its defense would be. At the very least, no new student should be able to break through his defense, right? His achievement points were 500. Coupled with the previous ones, Lu Yan's achievement points had already reached 2,900. Now, he only needed to obtain another 100 achievement points to receive the 3,000 achievement points reward. Other than arranging accommodation, Ming University also arranged food. They could eat freely in the canteen of Ming University. Everyone naturally chose the demon meat restaurant and headed there one after another, prepared to rest after eating. It was worth mentioning that Yuna had also followed along. After all, this national new student exchange competition would probably take a long time. Yuna did not want to stay in the school alone. Lei Shuo also did not want Yuna to stay in the school alone, so he directly brought her along. After arriving at the demon meat restaurant of Ming University, everyone directly began to order food. After Yuna heard that this meal was free, her eyes directly lit up and she began to order crazily. Lu Yan was also the same. After finishing a plate, he immediately ordered another plate. The surrounding Bai Miao and the others were directly stunned when they saw Lu Yan and Yuna eating heartily. They did not expect Lu Yan and Yuna to eat so much. After eating, everyone went to the place where Ming University arranged their accommodation and began to prepare to rest in preparation for going to the imperial capital tomorrow. At this moment, Yuna still had to stay in the same room as Lu Yan. Lei Shuo had no objections. In any case, Ming University had not arranged many places for them. He could not let Yuna stay in the teacher's room with him and Lu Quan, right? That was not appropriate. It was better for her to sleep with Lu Yan. Ahem, stay with him. Yuna was naturally very happy, but Lu Yan basically did not sleep the entire night. Because there was only one bed in the room, Lu Yan slept on the ground. In the middle of the night, for some reason, Yuna rolled to his side and hugged him tightly. Lu Yan did not dare to move, or he would end up touching some sensitive parts. He could only make do and spend the entire night like this. The next morning, Yuna woke up and could not help but exclaim when she saw that she had fallen asleep beside Lu Yan. Her face turned red and she directly jumped up. Lu Yan also opened his eyes. There were still some dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept well last night. Glancing at Yuna, Lu Yan looked away and said, "Sort out your clothes first." As he spoke, Lu Yan yawned and stood up. Yuna exclaimed and tidied her messy clothes in a hurry. The two of them had interacted for a long time and did not seem too awkward. After tidying up briefly, Lu Yan left the room with Yuna and began to eat breakfast. Fortunately, Lu Yan's room was arranged to be relatively far away by Lei Shuo. The others did not know that Yuna was staying in Lu Yan's room. Otherwise, who knew what kind of gossip would be spread? After breakfast, Leishuo and Lu Quan gathered everyone and prepared to follow the large group to the imperial capital to participate in the official competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition. There were about 100 people in all 10 university teams in Suheng province. Coupled with the teachers, it was not a lot. Therefore, they all took the teleportation formation to the imperial capital. Since they were going to participate in the main competition, Leishuo also distributed the uniforms of the Golden Corner Academy to Lu Yan and the others. After all, there were still many university teams participating in the main competition. The distinctive school uniform could allow the audience to clearly distinguish which university the students were from. The uniform of the Golden Corner Academy was still not bad. It was black overall and had faint patterns embroidered on it. It was very beautiful. On the way to the teleportation formation, the surrounding students of Xingming University also pointed at Lu Yan and the others when they saw them. Some students even directly clapped and cheered for Lu Yan and the others. After all, they were all teams from Suheng province and these students naturally hoped they could obtain a good result. Moreover, the strength Lu Yan displayed last night had convinced a large group of new students. Therefore, even in Xingming University, Lu Yan and the others were still relatively popular. This is the first time I've felt such anticipation. Listening to their cheers, I seem to feel that the strength in my body has become much stronger. Bai Yuez narrowed his eyes when he heard the surrounding cheers. He was very intoxicated, as if he was lost in the surrounding cheers. Lu Quan smiled when he heard this and said, "All of you are carrying the hopes of Suheng province. It's not just them. The entire Suheng province is cheering for you. At that time, the entire Suheng province will see the competition live. You have to work hard." The surrounding people nodded one after another. Then, under the lead of Leishuo and Lu Quan, they arrived at the teleportation venue in the east of Xingming University. It was a venue the size of several basketball courts and was surrounded by an iron net. On the ground inside, array patterns outlined, covering the entire ground, emitting powerful spatial fluctuations. This was the teleportation formation of Xingming University. There was usually a teleportation formation in universities, but it was not as stable as the military region. Therefore, they usually used the military region's teleportation formation. However, the teleportation of the National New Student Exchange Competition was born by the school holding the preliminaries. The teleportation formation of the university was only slightly unstable compared to the teleportation formation of the military region. It was still very stable compared to other civilian teleportation formations and was not a problem. The new students and teachers of the surrounding universities also rushed over and waited for the teleportation formation to open. Some of the teachers in charge who had arrived had already begun to give instructions to the new students of their school. Leishuo also looked at Lu Yan and the others and said solemnly, "Everyone is an outstanding new student of the Golden Corner Academy. This time, you're not only representing our Golden Corner Academy but also Suheng province. I hope everyone can perform well. In addition, ever since our Golden Corner Academy was established, we've already won the championship 6 times. We almost didn't win the championship last time, so I hope you can win the championship and build on the success of the Golden Corner Academy." Hearing Leishuo's words, Lu Yan and the others nodded and instantly felt a sense of responsibility surge in their hearts. Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan. Unknowingly, Lu Yan had already become the stabilizing force in their hearts. With Lu Yan around, there should not be much of a problem in the National New Student Exchange Competition this time. As time passed, the new students and teachers of the other universities also rushed over. When the teacher of Xingming University in charge of the teleportation formation saw this, he did not hesitate. After getting all the participating new students and teachers to stand on the teleportation formation, he directly activated it. The array patterns on the ground began to light up one by one. Then, a huge spatial power filled the surroundings and instantly enveloped the bodies of Lu Yan and the others. As a light flickered, Lu Yan and the others instantly disappeared from their spots. In the capital, at the entrance of Qingbei University, a middle-aged man was bringing a girl with a long sword to the entrance of Qingbei University. "Master, do I really have to go to school here?" Luo Liulai looked at Wang Yanzhai in front of her and asked. Ever since she became Wang Yanzhai's disciple, Luo Liulai had received Wang Yanzhai's careful guidance. Her comprehension of the sword Dao had advanced by leaps and bounds, and her strength had also increased very quickly. However, yesterday, Wang Yanzhai had brought her to the capital and said that he wanted to introduce her to a school. Luo Liulai did not expect this school to be Qingbei University. This made Luo Liulai somewhat nervous. Could she really attend a famous university like Qingbei University? Looking at Luo Liulai, Wang Yanzhai smiled and said, "Don't worry, you're only attending class here. I'm not telling you to enroll in the school. I, Wang Yanzhai, am not that shameless." As he spoke, Wang Yanzhai brought Luo Liulai into Qingbei University in front of him. Soon, Wang Yanzhai brought Luo Liulai to the principal's office building of Qingbei University. "Wait here for a while. I'll talk to the principal of Qingbei University." Wang Yanzhai looked at Luo Liulai and said. Luo Liulai nodded and stood on the spot to wait. During this period of time, her strength had improved a lot after following Wang Yanzhai. However, she had not told Lu Yan about becoming Wang Yanzhai's disciple. Now that her strength had increased by a sufficient amount and enough time had passed since her master ordered her to keep this a secret, Luo Liulai was preparing to find a suitable opportunity to tell Lu Yan about this. As the light of the teleportation formation landed, Lu Yan and the others' vision blurred. When they could see properly again, they had already appeared in the teleportation formation of Qingbei University. Everyone's gazes quickly sized up the surroundings. After all, Qingbei University was still very famous. Many of them had never been to Qingbei before. Qingbei University seems to be very big. The overall style is more luxurious. Look, that seems to be a huge dragon, right? It directly flew over from the sky. Doesn't Qingbei University prohibit demon beasts from flying? That height doesn't seem to affect anything below. It should be the mount of a teacher from Qingbei University. Everyone sized up the surroundings and discussed softly. At this moment, a voice sounded from the side. Welcome to our Qingbei University. Principal Leishuo, Principal Zhang Fenghu. How have you been? A group of people welcomed him from the side. The person in the lead looked at Leishuo and the other principals and smiled. So it's Director Wang. I didn't expect you to welcome us. We haven't seen each other in a long time, right? Leishuo and the others clearly knew the other party and chatted with each other. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. After a simple chat, Director Wang got the people behind him to receive Leishuo and the others. The teams of every university were received by 2 staff. They would first bring the team from the university to the accommodation and then inform everyone of the venue of the main competition. Now that there were still 3 days before the main competition of the National New Student Exchange Competition, everyone could familiarize themselves with the environment of Qingbei University first or stroll around the imperial capital. Soon, the 2 staff in the lead brought Lu Yan and the others to a villa in the accommodation area. Teachers and students of the Golden Corner Academy, this is where you will live during the National New Student Exchange Competition. The entire villa will be yours to use for the time being. The villa is still very big. There are a total of 6 floors. There are 5 rooms on each floor. You can freely assign accommodation. In addition, there are various entertainment facilities inside that can help you relax. Oh right, there's a contact inside. If there's any problem, you just need to make a call. We'll send someone to deal with it. After briefly introducing some villas in front of them and giving everyone a map of Qingbei University, the 2 staff turned around and left. Wow, I didn't expect us to live in a big villa. Not bad. This villa looks not bad. According to the introduction, there's a KTV room inside. When we enter later, I'll show everyone my singing voice first. Don't. Once I hear you sing, I won't even want to sleep tonight. Everyone chatted and laughed as they entered the villa in front of them. Leishuo and Lu Quan also briefly distributed everyone's accommodation. The others were all on the first 4 floors. Leishuo and Lu Quan were on the 5th floor, while Lu Yan and Yuna were on the 6th floor. In any case, there were so many rooms, so no one cared about the distribution of the rooms. After putting away their things, Leishuo organized everyone to come out. Everyone has just arrived at Qingbei University and is not familiar with the surroundings. Dean Lu Quan and I will bring you around Qingbei University first to let you familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. Don't get lost and become a joke. Leishuo looked at Lu Yan and the others and smiled. Lu Yan and the others nodded. Then, under Leishuo and Lu Quan's lead, they began to stroll around the campus of Qingbei University. Along the way, Leishuo and Lu Quan explained to the surrounding buildings and told everyone where they were. Do you see that building? That's the principal's office building of Qingbei University. It's a little small and not as imposing as mine. Arriving in front of a building, Leishuo pointed and said in a very arrogant tone. Lu Yan did not care about his master's strange behavior. His gaze landed on a figure in front of the principal's office building of Qingbei University. Sister Liulai? Why is she here? Lu Yan looked at the figure in front of him. It was clearly Luo Liulai. However, why was Sister Liulai here? Before he could think carefully, Lu Yan looked at Leishuo and said, Master, my sister Liulai seems to be there. I'll go and see what's going on. Leishuo was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He knew Lu Yan's situation and was also familiar with Luo Liulai. Looking at the figure in front of him, Leishuo nodded. However, he was also somewhat puzzled. Why was Luo Liulai here? Wasn't she in linen? Lu Yan quickly walked forward and quickly arrived beside Luo Liulai. Sister Liulai. Luo Liulai was waiting for Wang Yanjai. When she heard the shout from behind, her body trembled. She turned around and saw Lu Yan walking over. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Little Yan, why are you here? Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan and asked in surprise. Lu Yan said softly, I'm here to participate in the National New Student Exchange Competition. As for you, Sister Liulai, why are you here? Luo Liulai's appearance was completely unexpected, making Lu Yan feel somewhat strange after seeing the other party here. Luo Liulai did not know how to explain for a moment. In any case, she was already prepared to tell Lu Yan about the matter of becoming Wang Yanjai's disciple. Thinking of this, Luo Liulai told Lu Yan about how Wang Yanjai had brought her to Qingbei University. Little Yan, don't tell me you blame me for not telling you this news immediately. Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan and whispered. Lu Yan smiled and said, how is that possible? This is Sword God Wang's instructions after all. Speaking of which, Sister Liulai, I didn't expect you to be able to acknowledge Sword God Wang as your master at all. It's really too good. Lu Yan was also excited and happy for Luo Liulai. In the principal building of Qingbei University, after Wang Yanjai entered, he revealed his identity to the front desk and expressed that he wanted to see the principal of Qingbei University. However, the receptionist said that the principal was not around for the time being and only the vice principal was in the office. Thinking that meeting with the vice principal was also fine, Wang Yanjai arrived at the vice principal's office under the lead of the receptionist. After knocking and entering, Wang Yanjai saw the vice principal of Qingbei University. When he saw the other party, Wang Yanjai was directly stunned because he knew this vice principal. Dai Tianhu? Wang Yanjai originally did not have much interaction with Dai Tianhu, but because of a melodramatic matter, they became mortal enemies. Previously, Wang Yanjai had carried out a rescue mission and saved a woman from an epic-level demon beast. That woman was Dai Tianhu's wife. After Dai Tianhu's wife was saved by Wang Yanjai, she fell in love with Wang Yanjai and insisted on getting a divorce with Dai Tianhu to be with him. Wang Yanjai was naturally unwilling to break up the other party's marriage and refused. He persuaded the other party to return to her family. However, this wife of Dai Tianhu was also strange. After being rejected by Wang Yanjai, she directly killed herself to express her admiration for Wang Yanjai. Dai Tianhu had lost his wife. Moreover, although he was not cuckolded, it was not much different from being cuckolded. He directly vented his anger on Wang Yanjai. From then on, the two of them became mortal enemies. Wang Yanjai did not expect Dai Tianhu to become the vice principal of Qingbei University. At this moment, Dai Tianhu also raised his head. When he saw Wang Yanjai, he was also stunned for a moment before his eyes revealed disgust and hatred. Yo, isn't it Sword God Wang? Why? I heard that you were severely injured. So you're still alive. Dai Tianhu opened his mouth and kindly asked about Wang Yanjai's injuries. Wang Yanjai frowned, but when he thought of Luo Liulai, he went forward and said, Tianhu Dai, I didn't expect you to have become the vice principal of Qingbei University. I didn't come to find you for a private matter, but because I have something to ask. Dai Tianhu sneered. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Wang Yanjai looked at Dai Tianhu and frowned. I have the privilege of recommending talents to universities and I want to use it. I want to recommend someone to Qingbei University. I want to ask about the process. Hearing Wang Yanjai's words, Dai Tianhu was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and held back. Recommend someone? Not everyone is qualified to attend our Qingbei University. Wang Yanjai said, don't worry, she's my disciple. She's very talented and is definitely worthy of attending class in Qingbei. When Dai Tianhu heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he said, it's not up to you to decide if she's talented or not. I want to check it personally. Wang Yanjai frowned and then nodded. All right, she's downstairs. I'll get her to come up. When Dai Tianhu heard this, he directly stood up and said, there's no need. I'll personally follow you down to see your so-called disciple. Seeing this, Wang Yanjai did not say anything. He nodded and brought Wang Yanjai downstairs. Soon, Wang Yanjai and Dai Tianhu arrived downstairs. Looking at Lu Yan beside Luo Liulai in front of him, Wang Yanjai was stunned for a moment before quickly rushing over. Liulai, this is. Wang Yanjai sized up Lu Yan, his eyes somewhat vigilant. Luo Liulai smiled and said, Master, this is my brother Lu Yan I told you about. Lu Yan, this is my master, Wang Yanjai. When Wang Yanjai heard this, the vigilance in his eyes dissipated and he smiled. So you're Lu Yan. Your sister often mentions you to me and says that you're a genius. You were directly accepted by the Golden Corner Academy in the university entrance examination. Lu Yan looked at Wang Yanjai and smiled. How can I dare to call myself a genius in front of Sword God Wang? Thank you for helping my sister resolve the sword aura problem and even taking her in as your disciple. Wang Yanjai smiled and said, what's there to thank? I accepted your sister as my disciple because I took a fancy to her potential. At the side, Dai Tianhu frowned and said, are you done talking? If you want to talk, go home and talk. Lu Yan frowned and looked at Dai Tianhu in front of him. He did not know who this guy was and why his words were so blunt. Wang Yanjai also frowned, but then he looked at Luo Liulai and said, Liulai, this is the vice principal of Qingbei University, Dai Tianhu. Let him check on your situation. As long as you have enough potential, you can attend classes at Qingbei University. Hearing Wang Yanjai's words, Luo Liulai obediently arrived in front of Dai Tianhu. Dai Tianhu snorted coldly and then pretended to check Luo Liulai's situation. A moment later, Dai Tianhu directly mocked, can such a trashy physique be called a genius? Wang Yanjai, you're really getting worse. Do you really accept such trash as your disciple? When Wang Yanjai heard this, his expression instantly darkened. Dai Tianhu, our matter is our matter. Don't implicate the juniors. Wang Yanjai could tell that Dai Tianhu did not have any good intentions. Dai Tianhu sneered and said, implicate a junior? Are you worthy? Why? Can't I tell the truth? With her trash situation, not to mention our Qingbei, even a third-rate university won't accept her. What kind of trash is this? It's simply dirtying my eyes. Dai Tianhu looked at Wang Yanjai, anger surging in his heart. In his opinion, the other party had caused his wife to commit suicide. Today, he'll belittle the other party's disciple and destroy her confidence. Sword aura began to bloom from Wang Yanjai's body. He looked at Dai Tianhu and said, I told you not to implicate the juniors with our matter. It's my right to recommend talents to Qingbei University. Dai Tianhu did not give in at all. You also said that you only have the right to recommend. It's not your business whether we accept it or not. This disciple of yours is useless. Our Qingbei University won't accept her? Why? Do you have a problem with that? Also, this is Qingbei University. Do you want to attack me here? Then come. Dai Tianhu really did not believe that Wang Yanzhai dared to attack him here. The sword aura on Wang Yanzhai's body became more and more unstable. He looked at Dai Tianhu in front of him, as if the sword aura on his body would bloom towards him in the next moment. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. At this moment, Luo Liulai spoke. Master, forget it. Qingbei doesn't look like much. I don't want to attend classes here anymore. Wang Yanzhai was stunned for a moment. He looked at Luo Liulai beside him and discovered that she no longer had the yearning and reverence she had for Qingbei previously. Her expression was much calmer. Dai Tianhu was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect that not only was this girl not affected by his words, but she even dared to speak up against him. Let me tell you, it's not that you don't want to attend class here, but you're not allowed to attend class here because you're not worthy. Dai Tianhu looked at Luo Liulai and said coldly. Luo Liulai looked at Dai Tianhu, her expression becoming firm. I'll also tell you that because of your disgusting behavior, I really don't want to attend classes here anymore. It's really a sad thing for Qingbei to have a vice principal like you. Such a Qingbei is not worthy for me to attend classes here. Luo Liulai did not want Wang Yanzhai to start a fight here. That would cause a lot of trouble for her master, so she wanted to take over the argument for her master. Dai Tianhu laughed angrily. Ha ha ha, I'm really dying of laughter. You're just some unknown brat and you're still saying that Qingbei University is not worthy of you. Who do you think you are? Then who do you think you are? Why are you barking here again? A voice suddenly sounded from the side, making Wang Yanzhai and Luo Liulai stunned. Then, the two of them saw Lu Yan arrive in front of Dai Tianhu. He pointed at the other party and scolded, "Don't you think you're cheap? My sister came here to attend Qingbei. With the recommendation of Sword God Wang, everything is reasonable. Why do you have to jump out and cause trouble? Even Sword God Wang has acknowledged her talent. Isn't the fact that she's the only disciple he accepted enough to prove my sister's potential? Who do you think you are? Is there anything to praise about you? From the moment you opened your mouth, you've been talking about how my sister is trash. Have you read too many novels and have become an idiotic villain?" Wang Yanzhai looked at the furious Lu Yan and was directly stunned. He did not expect Luo Liulai's brother to be so aggressive. The other party directly scolded him. Dai Tianhu's face turned red. He pointed at Lu Yan and said, You what? If you don't know how to speak, shut up. Look at how you're holding it in. Are you constipated? As the vice principal of Qingbei University, you speak so disgustingly. How did you become the vice principal? Oh, I understand. You probably got in through the back door, right? Wait, that's not right. If you had used the back door, you wouldn't have constipation. Don't you think so? Lu Yan pointed at Dai Tianhu and cursed, making Dai Tianhu's face turn even redder. How dare the other party scold Sister Liulai? Lu Yan wanted to scold this guy to death. Damn it, the disciple recommended by Sword God Wang was not qualified to come to Qingbei to teach. This guy was clearly making things difficult for Sister Liulai. How dare you? Dai Tianhu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He was about to attack Lu Yan. Seeing this, Lu Yan suddenly took a step back and shouted, Master, someone wants to kill your precious disciple. A bolt of lightning suddenly bloomed. Lei Shuo instantly appeared in front of Lu Yan and his gaze directly landed on Dai Tianhu. Who wants to attack my disciple? You? Are you courting death? Just now, Lei Shuo had roughly heard it from the side. When he heard Lu Yan curse Vice Principal Qingbei, the corner of his mouth twitched. There was no one else like this kid. After all, he even dared to scold the Vice Principal of Qingbei University. However, after Lu Yan yelled out, he still directly rushed over. Now, he only had Lu Yan as his disciple. Not to mention the Vice Principal of Qingbei, even if Principal Qingbei was here, he would still fight the other party head-on. Moreover, this kid was really to his liking. Dai Tianhu looked at Lei Shuo in front of him and his expression changed. He had heard of Lei Shuo's reputation before. He did not expect this kid to be Lei Shuo's disciple. Looking at Lei Shuo, Dai Tianhu naturally did not dare to attack. He could only point at Lu Yan and say, Principal Lei Shuo, is this your disciple? He's so foul-mouthed. Why don't you discipline him? Discipline? What discipline? I think my disciple is right. On the other hand, you're only a vice principal, but you're already humiliating a junior. Moreover, the other party is even Sword God Wang's disciple. Do you have any shame? Lei Shuo looked at Dai Tianhu and said disdainfully. In any case, he had already offended them. He might as well offend more. Dai Tianhu forced himself to say, I always do things according to the rules. Even if it's Wang Yanzhai, he only has the right to recommend students. If she's not talented, she can't enter Qingbei. You also know that every year, people try their best to enter Qingbei. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter and attend classes here. Lei Shuo mocked when he heard this, tisk tisk tisk, and you're even talking about Tom, Dick, and Harry. Don't you know who this is? Are you blind? This is Sword God Wang Yanzhai. By letting his disciple come to Qingbei to attend class, he's giving you face. On the other hand, not only did you not accept his goodwill, you even tried to act all high and mighty. Isn't it just a private grudge between you and Wang Yanzhai? There's a reason why your wife admires Wang Yanjai. Look at you. If I were a woman, I wouldn't fancy you either. You. Dai Tianhu's expression became extremely gloomy. Lei Shuo's words had exposed his scar. However, facing Lei Shuo in front of him, he was really helpless. No matter what, it's impossible for her to enter Qingbei. Just give up. Dai Tianhu looked at Wang Yanjai and left. Tisk. Who cares? Luo Liulai, right? You were right just now. Qingbei is not worthy of you. Only our Golden Corner Academy can teach you well. Lei Shuo said disdainfully and conveniently brought up the Golden Corner Academy. As for offending Qingbei, he, Dai Tianhu, did not represent Qingbei. Moreover, so what if he offended the other party? Lei Shuo had already offended many people. He did not care about offending another person like Dai Tianhu. Master, you're so domineering. Lu Yan gave Lei Shuo a thumbs up. Lei Shuo smiled and said, do I need you to say that? Tisk, if not for the fact that this is Qingbei's territory, I would have directly attacked long ago. Why are you still wasting time with him? Principal Lei Shuo, thank you for helping us resolve the situation. Wang Yanjai also looked at Lei Shuo and whispered. Although the two of them had never met, they had still seen each other through video conferences. Moreover, people like them still had some understanding of each other. Just as Lei Shuo knew about Wang Yanjai and Dai Tianhu, Wang Yanjai naturally also knew something about Lei Shuo. Lei Shuo smiled when he heard this and said, it's a small matter. With your identity, Wang Yanjai, aren't you able to choose any university in the country if you want to recommend your disciple? Principal Qingbei probably won't have any problems. This is only because of the conflict between you and Dai Tianhu. However, to be honest, do you want to consider what I just said? Our Golden Corner Academy's teaching resources are also top-notch. Moreover, given Luo Liulai and Lu Yan's relationship, it's definitely the best choice for her to come to our Golden Corner Academy. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Wang Yanjai hesitated for a moment before looking at Luo Liulai and asking, what do you think? Nov. L. B /JNN. Master, I'm willing to go to the Golden Corner Academy to attend classes. Luo Liulai looked at Wang Yanjai and said, be it because of Lei Shuo's help just now or because Lu Yan was also in the Golden Corner Academy, Luo Liulai had no reason to refuse. Seeing this, Wang Yanjai looked at Lei Shuo and said, then I'll have to trouble Principal Lei Shuo. Sigh, it's not troublesome. You were severely injured protecting Dragon Country. This is something I should do. Lei Shuo looked at Wang Yanjai and smiled, feeling very happy. Lu Yan's potential was so great. Although Luo Liulai was not his biological sister, for her to be accepted as Wang Yanjai's disciple, her talent in the Sword Dao was definitely very powerful. Even if she was not going to be a registered student in the Golden Corner Academy, he could still be considered to have accepted a genius for the Golden Corner Academy. Wang Yanjai's recommendation could only allow Luo Liulai to attend the university. She would not be able to enjoy the resources of the school. However, as Wang Yanjai's disciple, Luo Liulai was already very rich. She was only lacking some other guidance. After all, Wang Yanjai could only teach Luo Liulai the Sword Dao. The group chatted and laughed as they strolled around the campus of Qingbei University. Lu Yan and Luo Liulai also chatted together. After Bai Miao and the others learned that Luo Liulai was Lu Yan's sister, they all came to greet her. Li Meier even chatted with Luo Liulai. The two of them directly shook off Lu Yan and chatted. After walking around the Qingbei Academy, Wang Yanjai left with Luo Liulai. Wang Yanjai prepared to bring Luo Liulai to stay in the capital for a while. After the National New Student Exchange competition ended, he would bring Luo Liulai to the Golden Corner Academy. After dinner that night, Lei Shuo, Lu Quan, and the others gathered on the first floor of the villa, prepared to tell Lu Yan and the others some information about the National New Student Exchange competition. Lu Yan and the others arrived at the conference hall on the first floor and sat down. After everyone was done, Lei Shuo closed the door and turned on the projector. Information appeared on it. I called you here today to tell you about the National New Student Exchange competition. There are a total of 340 universities in the 34 regions of the country that are participating in the National New Student Exchange competition. The number of people has even reached more than 3,000. However, the only universities that need our Golden Corner Academy's attention are the top 10 universities in the National New Student Exchange competition in the past few years, such as Qingbei University, Demon City University, Chuanan University, and so on. As Lei Shuo spoke, some information about these school teams began to appear on the projection, such as the powerful new students and dark horses. These were all gathered by the school's intelligence department. Every university would collect this information to obtain some understanding of the participating new students in advance. Of course, this information was only for reference. The information from the new student competition and the preliminary competition of the various universities might not accurately represent the full strength of the participating new students. Lei Shuo briefly listed the relatively powerful new students from the top 10 universities last year and analyzed their strength and ability, as well as what they needed to pay attention to in the future. This process took an hour. However, Lu Yan and the others still listened very seriously. After all, these were all information about their opponents. It was naturally best to know more. After giving a brief explanation on the new students who needed to be paid attention, Lei Shuo began to continue the process of the main competition. I've already told everyone just now that there are many new students participating in the main competition. Therefore, the entire main competition is divided into two parts. The first part is the individual competition, which is also the elimination round. The elimination round is the same as the new student competition. The secret realm ranking will be carried out first before the arena competition. According to the results of the two, the ranking and points will be calculated. In total, the 20 university teams with the highest points can advance and enter the second team competition in Lu City. The content of the team competition is different every year. The content of the team competition will only be confirmed after the 20 university teams are confirmed to have advanced. Therefore, the most important thing now is to pass the first part, the individual competition, and advance to the team competition. Everyone, try your best to rush forward and strive to get placed in the top 10. The points of the top 10 new students are very high and can often widen the gap. Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan and the others nodded, their expressions becoming solemn. The individual competition in the first part was still very intense. There were more than 30 teams and only 20 would remain. After all, the 10 strongest universities in the various provinces and districts were all here to participate. Their strength could not be underestimated. Although it was an individual competition, it also tested the overall strength of the universities. After all, if there were new students who dragged them down in the individual competition, the entire school's points ranking would be at the bottom. The competition for the top 10 was the most intense because the points given to the top 10 new students were very high. In the past, a student who ranked first even helped the whole team advance to the team competition even though the others ranked after the hundreds. Therefore, they had to try his best to obtain the top 10 rankings. To Lu Yan, there was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to try his best to obtain first place. Lei Shuo spent another hour telling Lu Yan and the others about other things to take note of. In the end, Lei Shuo looked at Lu Yan and the others and said, "There are still a few days before the National New Student Exchange Competition. You can move around freely in the next few days. You can all go to the imperial capital. However, be careful and keep a low profile. Don't wear your school uniforms when you go out to Qingbei University. Although the defense of the imperial capital will definitely increase during the National New Student Exchange Competition, you still have to be careful. In the past, there were cases of infiltrating foreign races and attacking new students." Hearing Lei Shuo's words, Lu Yan and the others nodded. They had long heard of this. The National New Student Exchange Competition was a grand occasion for humans, but for some foreign races, it was a good opportunity to assassinate human geniuses. Many foreign race assassins would choose this moment to invade and assassinate the new students of the universities. Although there would be strict protection during the National New Student Exchange Competition, the foreign races would sometimes send out top-notch assassins. There were still cases where they succeeded. It was still necessary to be careful. However, Lu Yan and the others were not too worried. After all, the National New Student Exchange Competition was held in the capital this year. The defense of the capital was still very secure. After disbanding, Lu Yan returned to his room and took a simple shower before directly sleeping. Of course, Yuna slept in the same room as Lu Yan. Lu Yan had told Yuna that there were many rooms around, but Yuna said that she was afraid and insisted on sleeping in the same room as Lu Yan. Afraid? Even when she faced Ao Yun, she was not afraid. Lu Yan helplessly grabbed the corner of his shirt and led her into the room. Then, he arranged for her to stay in the master bedroom and slept in the second bedroom. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Yan left Qingbei University with Yuna, prepared to stroll around the imperial capital. Lu Yan also called Luo Liulai over. The three of them strolled around the capital. Soon, Lu Yan realized the mistake of this decision. Luo Liulai and Yuna quickly became familiar with each other. Then, they shopped around and got Lu Yan to follow behind. Soon, he was exhausted. Lu Yan could not help but wonder why he was so tired after shopping for a while when his four attributes were so powerful. It had to be said that the imperial capital was still very prosperous. There were all kinds of mechanical buildings and high-tech products everywhere. Compared to spells that were more troublesome to use, mechanical technology was still more frequently used more in daily life. In the next few days, Lu Yan almost accompanied Luo Liulai and Yuna to tour the imperial capital. Of course, he did not miss his daily training. Soon, it was time for the new student exchange competition to begin. The entire Qingbei University became lively. Since it was a national grand event, not only were the various universities watching the National New Student Exchange Competition, but also top-notch people from all walks of life. It would also be directly broadcasted and would attract the attention of the entire country. All the universities in the country would play the live broadcast to let the students see the elegance of the top new students. This way, they could motivate the students. Early in the morning, Lu Yan and the others arrived at the venue of the individual competition under the lead of Lei Shuo and Lu Quan, at the largest stadium of Qingbei University. At this moment, the seats in the stadium were basically already filled with people. There were representatives of universities, elites from all walks of life, and even many foreign race representatives who were on good terms with humans. Everyone's gazes were on the huge arena in the middle in front of them. In a while, all the competitions in the first stage would be held in the huge arena in front of them. At 10 o'clock, under everyone's gaze, a host arrived on the stage and began to briefly introduce the situation of this National New Student Exchange Competition. After a passionate 3-minute speech, the host began to introduce the participating teams this time. Everyone's gaze is focused because the first to appear would be the top 10 universities in the country last year. First of all, the first team to appear is also the first place in the National New Student Exchange competition last year, Demon City University. As the host spoke, a team of 10 slowly arrived at the arena. They were wearing the uniforms of Demon City University and looked energetic. Look, it's Demon City University. They were the champions last year. They're not weak this year either. They'll probably also be in the top 3. Do you see the person in the middle? His name is Song Kinga. He's very powerful. I heard that he's born with a lightning vein and has extremely powerful lightning control power. He's very powerful. Everyone says that he'll be the next thunder god after Leishuo. I know. I've seen his combat video. He's incomparably ruthless. I think not many new students can defeat him. Everyone looked at the participants of Demon City University and discussed. Below the stage, Lu Yan and the others also looked at the team of Demon City University with solemn expressions. This was the champion team from last year. Their strength this year was not weak either. According to the information gathered, the 10 new students of Demon City University this time were all very difficult to deal with. The next Thunder God? Master, I didn't know you had such a title. Lu Yan listened to the surrounding discussion and looked at Leishuo with a smile. Leishuo waved his hand. Damn, they're all empty titles. However, this Song Kinga is very powerful. He's only slightly weaker than me back then. You guys better be careful. The corner of Lu Quan's mouth twitched when he heard this. This guy still liked to brag as usual. Lu Yan and the others were also used to it. Their gazes lingered on the 10 people from Demon City University on the stage, thinking of the tactics they could use when facing them. At this moment, the host on the stage spoke again. Next, let me welcome the runner-up of the National New Student Exchange competition last year. It's also a very powerful school, the Golden Corner Academy. Let's welcome their participating new students. It's our turn, Lu Quan whispered. Then, along with Leishuo, they led Lu Yan and the others into the arena. A commotion instantly sounded in the stands. The Golden Corner Academy had always been relatively powerful. Last year, they had only almost won against Demon City University. Their strength was still recognized by the public. Look, it's the Golden Corner Academy. They're the ones I think the most highly of this year. Their chances of winning are still very high. Why? Are there any especially powerful new students in the Golden Corner Academy this year? Don't you know? There's this guy called Lu Yan. Lu Yan of the Golden Corner Academy? He's very powerful and is very good with undead. I heard that in the preliminary round, he didn't even need to personally attack. He simply sent his undead subordinates to deal with all the challengers. There are only 2 challengers in total, okay? Almost no one dared to challenge Lu Yan in the entire preliminary competition. Based on that, you should be able to imagine how powerful he is. I'm really looking forward to his encounter with Song Kinga. It will definitely be very exciting. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The gazes of the people in the audience landed on Lu Yan and Song Kinga, as if they could not wait to see the battle between the two of them. Hearing the surrounding cries, Song Kinga of Demon City University turned around and his gaze landed on Lu Yan. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Song Kinga had long known about Lu Yan because he had always wanted to become Leishuo's disciple. He was born with a lightning vein and had extremely powerful lightning control talent. In Song Kinga's opinion, Leishuo, who was reputed to be the thunder god, was the best candidate to be his master. As long as he became Leishuo's disciple, he would definitely be able to inherit the name of the thunder god and advance his lightning power. However, when he tried to get Leishuo to become his master, he was rejected by Leishuo. This puzzled him, but after returning, he also doubled his strength, wanting to enter the Golden Corner Academy first before dealing with the matter of becoming Leishuo's disciple. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned in the end. Because of his family, Song Kinga finally chose Demon City University. However, this did not affect his desire to become Leishuo's disciple. Song Kinga was still constantly improving himself. It was not until he could activate the lightning vein and refine more than half of the power of the lightning vein that he had the thought of becoming Leishuo's disciple again. However, before he could go to the Golden Corner Academy, he heard the news of Leishuo taking in a disciple. If Leishuo had accepted a genius with lightning talent, Song Kinga would not have any problems with it. However, when he learned that Leishuo had taken in someone with a hidden professional with undead power, he felt somewhat upset. He did not know how inferior he was to this guy called Lu Yan and was puzzled as to why Leishuo did not choose him. After all, he was the one with the thunder talent and the other party had undead power. This time, he wanted to prove to Leishuo that Leishuo should have chosen him and not the guy in front of him. If Leishuo knew what Song Kinga was thinking, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. This was because the fact that he did not accept Song Kinga had nothing to do with his strength and potential. At that time, when Song Kinga came to acknowledge him as her master, Leishuo's 2 disciples had just lost their lives and he was somewhat disheartened. Coupled with the fact that Song Kinga had displayed his strength, Leishuo was worried that after he accepted Song Kinga would end up like his previous 2 disciples, so he refused. In order to make Song Kinga give up, Leishuo even contacted Song Kinga's parents and asked them to stop Song Kinga from applying for the Golden Corner Academy. In Leishuo's opinion, after meeting a better teacher in another school, the other party should slowly lose interest in becoming his disciple. It could only be said that Song Kinga had chosen the wrong time to become Leishuo's disciple. If it had been earlier, Lei Shuo would definitely have directly agreed. Lu Yan also sensed Song Qingge's gaze. He turned around and shot a glance over before turning back. Lu Yan was relatively calm when facing Song Qingge's battle intent. He had seen this kind of gaze many times. It did not matter if he saw another one now. Looking at the enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding audience, Lu Yan sighed. No wonder all the new students want to come to the National New Student Exchange competition. It's not only because they can obtain rewards, but also because of the attention of the entire audience and even the entire country. Just looking at the excited audience in the surrounding audience, Lu Yan could imagine that there were also a large number of people watching the live broadcast projection all over the country. The attention of the entire country made Lu Yan's silent blood begin to boil. Nov. L. B /JNN. Lei Shuo also revealed a smile. The surrounding people are all top figures in the country. It's beneficial for you to show off in front of them. Perhaps some people will value your potential and give you resources to nurture you. Of course, they definitely have their own goals. Therefore, after the National New Student Exchange competition, if anyone wants to give you resources to rope you in, you have to consider carefully. Such a situation had happened in the past. After obtaining a good ranking in the National New Student Exchange competition, these students would be invited to meals by others. After that, those people would praise these students and give them a large number of resources. In the end, these students would sign a contract with them carelessly and end up selling away their future. Therefore, one still had to be wary of the goodwill of others. Lu Yan and the others nodded. They had already been instilled with this precaution by Lu Quan previously. On the stands, Luo Liulai looked at Lu Yan in the arena below and said to Wang Yanjai excitedly, "Master, look, it's little Yan. I didn't expect to see him standing on the stage of the National New Student Exchange competition." This was something Luo Liulai did not even dare to think about before. Wang Yanjai looked at the excited Luo Liulai and smiled. Luo Liulai's physique was very suitable for the sword Dao. Moreover, her emotions were relatively pure and could even be said to be somewhat cold. This was beneficial for her and would help with her attainments in the sword Dao. However, at the same time, Wang Yanjai was also somewhat worried. Although she could go further in the sword Dao with a cold temperament, it would definitely be disadvantageous to her future growth if she completely lost touch with her emotions. Fortunately, there was still Lu Yan who could affect her heart. However, this was already enough. Alright, next, we'll see the third-ranked Qingbei University last year. It's also our home team. Next is Chuanan University. As the host's voice sounded, teams began to ascend the arena. However, other than the top 10 university teams last year, people did not pay much attention to the other university teams. After all the teams appeared, the surrounding audience cheered. All kinds of cheers sounded. Alright, everyone, all the teams have already arrived at the arena of our individual competition. Next, it's time for the main competition of the National New Student Exchange competition. Let us cheer for them. I hope they can all achieve satisfactory results. The first stage of the individual competition is about to begin. Now, it's time to reveal this year's secret realm. As its master shouted excitedly, a huge door of light slowly descended from above and arrived at the arena. The door of light stretched across the entire arena, allowing all the participants to quickly enter. It's here, it's here. The secret realm is here. I wonder what kind of secret realm it will be this time. These are all top-notch new students in the country. The secret realm is definitely relatively difficult. I remember that it was the Earth Dragon secret realm last year, but I wonder what it is this year. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder how many people will choose the Nightmare level secret realm this year. I heard that if you clear the Nightmare level secret realm quickly, there will be hidden levels. Not only can you increase your clearing points, but you can also obtain some rewards. The audience in the stands discussed animatedly. Some were discussing what secret realm it would be this year, and some were guessing who could clear it faster. Some bets had even begun quietly. Alright, this year's secret realm has already appeared. It's a level 20 Thunder Wing Leopard secret realm. The lowest level Thunder Wing Leopard Demon Beast is level 20. Similarly, the difficulty of the secret realm this time is divided into 3 levels. There's the easy level, the difficult level, and the nightmare level. The difficulty of each level is different. All participating new students, please choose the appropriate difficulty according to your own situation. This time, we'll still use the points system. All of you can choose your respective difficulty level. After killing the demon beasts and clearing the level, you will be rewarded with corresponding points. In the end, you will be ranked according to the points. Alright, participating new students, you can already enter the secret realm. I hope you can obtain a good result. As soon as the host finished speaking, a large number of new students began to enter the huge door of light in front of them. After entering the door of light, everyone would be teleported to a separate secret realm. At the same time, screen after screen began to appear in the arena, and the figures of new students who had entered the secret realm appeared. Everyone in the audience had their own visual feed and could automatically adjust their screen. If they liked a specific candidate, they could directly see the candidate's screen. It was very personalized. Of course, the tickets for the audience were not cheap either. The ticket with the lowest price cost 10,000 energy coins. One even needed a certain level of qualification to buy a ticket. I didn't expect the secret realm this year to be the Thunder Wing Leopard secret realm. The Thunder Wing Leopard is not easy to deal with. That's right. The Thunder Wing Leopard is a lightning-type demon beast to begin with. Be it its speed or attack power, it is extremely violent. Coupled with the fact that it has wings on its back and can fly, its attacks are more agile and changeable. It's much harder than last year's Earth Dragon Secret Realm. Look, the participating new students are all entering the Thunder Wing Leopard Secret Realm. Indeed, the majority of them have chosen the difficult level. Although the participants were all top new students of the various universities in the country, not everyone would choose the Nightmare level. After all, the demon beasts were at least level 20. The final boss behind would definitely exceed level 20. With their strength, it was still relatively difficult for them to deal with it. Moreover, although this was an individual competition, the individual points were related to whether the entire school's team could advance to the second part of the team competition. Therefore, most new students would still play it safe and choose the difficult level. After all, if they failed, their points would be very low. Not only would it lower their ranking, but it would also implicate the school's ranking. 3 new students from Chuanan University chose the Nightmare level. It's one less compared to last year. Looks like the new students this year are not too strong. Demon City University is still as powerful as ever. 5 new students directly chose the Nightmare level difficulty. That's one more compared to last year. Damn, what's going on? 6 new students of the Golden Corner Academy actually chose the Nightmare level. Is the Golden Corner Academy so powerful this year? According to the number of new students who chose the Nightmare level, one could roughly tell the strength of some schools. Basically, the average universities would only have 2 students choosing the Nightmare level. Among the mid to high level students, there would be 3 who would choose the Nightmare level. Only the stronger and more confident university teams would have 4 or more new students choose the Nightmare level. The fact that 5 students from Demon City University had chosen the Nightmare level difficulty was already surprising for the surrounding audience. They did not expect the Golden Corner Academy to have 6 new students choose the Nightmare level difficulty. It had completely exceeded their expectations. In the past, the Golden Corner Academy would at most have 3 or 4 people choose the Nightmare level. However, it was different this year. Other than the abnormal Lu Yan, the Golden Corner Academy also had the 3 Bai siblings. When they were still in the family, Bai Miao and the others accepted the belief that they would fight to the death. To put it simply, there was only one rule. They would risk their lives and go all out. Therefore, Bai Miao and the others would only choose the Nightmare level. Even if they had to rely on secret techniques, they still had to clear the Nightmare level. Lu Yan naturally also chose the Nightmare level. With a light, he disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, Lu Yan had already arrived at a mountain area. This place was somewhat similar to the Gale Mountain range. There were dense trees around, but most of these trees had traces of lightning. Nov. L. B /JNN. The entire mountain area was not very big and it was like a small mountain. If he wanted to kill all the demon beasts inside, he only needed to travel back and forth a few times. Of course, most new students would choose to focus on clearing the level and would not try their best to kill all the demon beasts. After all, time was weighed more heavily in the final score. Of course, some powerful new students would choose to kill all the demon beasts. This was especially true for those who chose the Nightmare level. This was because everyone knew a rule. After killing all the demon beasts in the Nightmare level secret realm, one could open a hidden level. There would be a large number of demon beasts in the hidden level. Moreover, they were more gathered together. By killing them, one could obtain a large number of points, including many rewards. Last year, someone obtained epic level skill books, diamond equipment, and so on in the hidden level. Lu Yan frowned. The Thunder Wing Leopard was an extremely explosive demon beast with extremely fast movement speed and was very good at sneak attacks. In such a dense environment, the combat strength of these Thunder Wing Leopards could be more prominent. Fortunately, the Thunder Wing Leopards did not live in groups. At most, there would only be 3 to 5 of them moving together, so the pressure was not that great. Of course, this was only for the other participating new students. To Lu Yan, there was basically no pressure. Lu Yan had already changed his equipment before entering. He raised the black bone scythe in his hand and directly began to summon the undead. Undead appeared around him and quickly enveloped Lu Yan. Since he wanted to clear the secret realm, he naturally had to go all out. More than 5,000 undead were summoned by Lu Yan. They lined up neatly, prepared to listen to Lu Yan's orders at any time. Lu Yan rode an undead gale wolf and looked at the surrounding undead before nodding in satisfaction. This was what an undead army should look like. Raising the black bone scythe in his hand, the undead army rushed into the dense forest in front of them. Lu Yan was in the center of the undead army and instructed the surrounding undead to advance. Others might need to go back and forth a few times to harvest all the Thunder Wing Leopards. However, because of the undead army, Lu Yan only needed to do it once. The surrounding undead army had already covered the entire small mountain. In the dense forest, there was instant chaos. A large number of Thunder Wing Leopards were forced out and quickly killed by Lu Yan's undead. The weakest Thunder Wing Leopard in the Nightmare level was at the elite level. However, in the face of Lu Yan's undead army, these Thunder Wing Leopards were unable to resist at all. They were almost unable to resist for more than a few seconds before their heads were severed. Lu Yan led the undead army and directly entered. As the participating new students entered the secret realm, the gazes of the entire audience began to land on the screen. Some of the audience only watched the participating new students they wanted to see. They directly enlarged the screen they wanted to see and then turned their attention to it. However, most of the audience's gazes landed on the screen of new students who had chosen the nightmare level. After all, those who dared to choose the nightmare level were definitely very powerful. If these audience members wanted to have a good viewing experience, they naturally had to pay attention to these students. As for the students who wanted to speculate and recruit potential for their faction, their gazes kept circulating on the screen of the students that had chosen the nightmare level difficulty, wanting to find suitable candidates. As the new students began to fight, a commotion sounded. Look, that Song Kinga is indeed powerful. His use of the lightning power is very powerful and his attack power is very violent. He's not at a disadvantage at all when facing 4 to 5 elite Thunder Wing Leopards. Who's that assassin from Chuanan University? He's like a ghost. He can actually move around without being discovered by the Thunder Wing Leopard. Damn, isn't this guy's attack power too powerful? An elite Thunder Wing Leopard was directly killed in one strike. Guys, look at Luoqian from North University. She's simply the god of new mages. Her hidden profession is an elemental mage, and her attacks are incomparably gorgeous. She can use all kinds of elemental spells at will. Those Thunder Wing Leopards can't even get close to Luoqian. Hehe, I still like to see Bai Miao holding a heavy sword. She's really too charming. I really want to get close to Sister Bai Miao. Get lost? Bai Miao is mine. I came today because of Bai Miao. Sister Bai Miao, please be mine. The audience in the audience discussed the new students participating. Among them, Bai Miao, Luoqian, Li Mayer, and the others were all receiving attention. Indeed, no matter where one was, beauties were always the fastest to attract attention. At this moment, an extremely shocked voice sounded. Damn, what's that? There are so many undead. The Thunder Wing Leopard was basically unable to resist at all and was pushed back. As this voice sounded, the other audience would also search for the screen with a large number of undead. Soon, they saw a screen that displayed Lu Yan's battle scene. Looking at the scene on the screen, the audience was all stunned. They looked at the screen in front of them in disbelief, not believing what they were seeing. This. Am I seeing things? So many undead? There must be thousands of them, right? Damn, even the number of Thunder Wing Leopards in the entire Secret Realm can't compare to this, right? The number of undead this guy summoned is actually more than the number of Secret Realm demon beasts. Whose subordinates are these? Oh no, which university is this guy from? Why are there so many undead? Lu Yan? He's Lu Yan? Didn't you pay attention? He's the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy with the hidden profession, the Undead Monarch. He's the guy who didn't attack and only relied on the undead to make all the challengers stop and not dare to challenge him. An audience member said very excitedly, as if someone had finally discovered the celebrity he liked. Lu Yan? He's Lu Yan. I've always heard of him before, but isn't this too exaggerated? There are so many undead. How did he do it? That's right. Even a high-level necromancer can't control so many undead, right? I know that some high-level necromancers can rely on their high-level undead to control low-level undead to increase the number of undead they control, but it's not as effortless as this. Moreover, his undead don't seem to be weak. Most of the audience began to focus their attention on Lu Yan. They were all shocked as they watched Lu Yan control the undead army to push forward. It could not be helped. Compared to Lu Yan's violent method, even Luoqian, who could control various magic to attack a large area, seemed somewhat like a child fooling around. In the secret realm, Lu Yan was quickly advancing his speed of clearing the secret realm. At the front of the undead army were elite undead knights and undead swordsmen. The undead swordsmen rode on some undead gale wolves and 2 undead silver moon wolves and seemed to have transformed into wolf cavalry swordsmen. Their combat strength had increased a lot. Behind him were the necromancers sitting on the relatively cumbersome but relatively defensive undead creatures. The undead knights and undead swordsmen in front of him opened the way like sharp knives. They were always successful. Those thunder wing leopards rushed over wrapped in lightning like moths to a flame. The lightning entered the undead army and flickered before dimming. In Lu Yan's undead army, some undead thunder wing leopards also quietly appeared, making the number of Lu Yan's undead army increase instead of decrease. Nov. L. B /JNN. Occasionally, he would encounter commander-level thunder wing leopards. However, as long as the necromancers behind attacked together, Lu Yan could directly drown them with undead magic. Lu Yan almost did not encounter any resistance and directly passed the first area of the secret realm. Looking at the dense forest in front of him, Lu Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Ahead was the second area of the secret realm. The level of the thunder wing leopards inside were higher and between level 21 and level 23. Moreover, most of the thunder wing leopards there were at the commander level. Moreover, this was the area with the largest number of thunder wing leopards. This was the difference between the nightmare level and the other 2 levels. Be it the easy level or the difficult level, the first area had the most thunder wing leopards. However, the nightmare level had the most thunder wing leopards in the second area. It was even more challenging for the new students. However, it was not difficult for Lu Yan at all. Looking at the more than 100 undead thunder wing leopards beside him, Lu Yan smiled. If he passed the second area, the number of undead thunder wing leopards beside him would probably increase a lot. At that time, he could build a team of undead thunder wing leopards. The undead thunder wing leopard would retain the high-intensity explosive and agile ability they had when they were still alive and could be used as an assault team. Others came to the secret realm to quickly clear the level, but Lu Yan directly came to increase his inventory. When this scene landed in the eyes of the audience outside, it even caused a commotion. It's so exaggerated. It's really too exaggerated. This Lu Yan's undead combat strength is actually so powerful. He directly swept through the first area of the secret realm. Lu Yan didn't move at all and relied on the undead to sweep through the first area. Isn't this too awesome? If I had such an undead army, I probably wouldn't have to do anything myself to clear the difficult secret realm, right? Song Kinga and Luo Qiushan are still struggling in the first area. Lu Yan has already arrived at the second area. Could it be that Lu Yan is going to be the first to clear the level? This is not impossible. After all, the strength this guy revealed is really too powerful. There are so many undead. I don't even know how he's going to fight in the arena later. This guy can fill the entire arena with undead, right? Everyone's gazes landed on Lu Yan and the undead beside him, their eyes filled with shock. This was the first time they had seen Lu Yan control so many undead. Compared to the other participating new students, Lu Yan's performance was somewhat abnormal. The teachers in charge of some universities also noticed this. Looking at Lu Yan's performance on the projection, they were also surprised. So many undead? How did he do it? For a moment, the teachers representing the various universities frowned. They could clearly tell that such a new student was a powerful contender for the championship of this year's National New Student Exchange Competition. Some university teachers began to silently compare Lu Yan to the participating new students of their school. They discovered that if the participating new students of their school fought this Lu Yan, they probably would not be able to fight back much. This made the teachers in charge of some universities frown even more. Of course, although the teachers from top universities like Demon City University were also frowning, they did not feel despair. After all, they also had top-notch new students and trump cards. No one knew who would win until the two sides actually fought. On the viewing platform of Qingbei University, a white-haired old man was sitting between Principal Luo Sotong and Vice Principal Dai Tianhu. He looked at Lu Yan's figure on the screen and the large number of undead and frowned tightly. Who's this new student? The old man pointed at Lu Yan on the screen and asked. At the side, Luo Sotong responded, Elder Zhang, this is the #1 new student of the Golden Corner Academy this year, Lu Yan. He's an undead monarch with a hidden profession. He should be relatively talented in controlling undead. Relatively talented? You're telling me that such a guy who can control more than 5,000 undead is only relatively talented. The old man called Elder Zhang by Luo Sotong snorted. Luo Sotong felt somewhat awkward, but he cursed in his heart, damn. If not for the sake of making you happy, would I only say that Lu Yan is only relatively talented? I'm just afraid that you'll be worried about your precious grandson. At the side, Dai Tianhu said, Elder Zhang, it's only Lu Yan. There's no need to worry. I believe young Master Shangbei will definitely be able to obtain first place. Moreover, there's still the second part of the team competition. Lu Yan alone is nothing to be afraid of. Hearing Dai Tianhu's words, the expression of the old man called Elder Zhang softened a lot. However, his gaze landed on Lu Yan's screen. His eyes flickered, and it was unknown what he was thinking. On the screen, Lu Yan looked at the second area in front of him and did not hesitate at all. He directly instructed the undead army beside him to continue deeper. Lightning began to constantly rise from the dense forest in front of him. A large number of thunder-wing leopards rushed towards Lu Yan's undead army. Their bodies were wrapped in the power of lightning as they directly collided with the undead knights and undead swordsmen in front of them. In an instant, a large number of thunder-wing leopards were directly sent flying and smashed heavily onto the ground behind. At the same time, some thunder-wing leopards directly soared into the sky, their bodies wrapped in lightning. They were like thunderballs as they directly flew towards Lu Yan. However, what welcomed them was undead magic that directly shot them down from the sky. Even if 1 or 2 thunder-wing leopards tried their best and finally arrived beside Lu Yan, they would still be destroyed by Lu Yan with a raise of his hand. Lu Yan's 4 attributes were already extremely abnormal. Coupled with the enhancement from absorbing the Netherworld King bloodline, his current 4 attributes were even more abnormal. Not to mention a level 23 commander level Thunderwing Leopard, even a level 25 commander level Thunderwing Leopard that surpassed Lu Yan by 5 levels was probably not Lu Yan's match at all. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Only a level 25 Lord level Thunderwing Leopard had the ability to challenge Lu Yan. Looking at the Thunderwing Leopard in front of him, the smile on Lu Yan's face became richer. There were more of these Thunderwing Leopards than he had imagined. It seemed that he should be able to create an undead Thunderwing Leopard army with the transformation of the undead servant this time. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the dense forest in front of him. The Thunderwing Leopards in front of him all stopped. Then, they looked at Lu Yan's undead army and turned around to enter the dense forest behind. Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. Judging from this roar, it should be a Lord-level Thunderwing Leopard. It seemed that the Leopard King of the Thunderwing Leopards could not take it anymore. This was also a small disadvantage of the undead army. If it were ordinary participating new students, the Thunderwing Leopards would attack according to their habits and fight in groups of 4 to 5. However, Lu Yan's situation was different. With so many undead, it would only make the Lord-level Thunderwing Leopard King feel that its territory had been invaded on a large scale. At this moment, the Thunderwing Leopard King had summoned all the surrounding Thunderwing Leopards to defend the territory together. However, Lu Yan did not care. It only increased the difficulty a little. When these thunder wing leopards gathered, they would not be directly destroyed like before. At the very least, they would increase the losses of Liu Yan's undead army. However, that was all. Under Liu Yan's orders, the surrounding undead army continued deeper into the area towards the roar. Outside the secret realm, all the spectators were stunned again when they saw the scene on Liu Yan's screen. Damn, am I seeing things? This Liu Yan actually caused the Thunder Wing Leopard King to summon the Thunder Wing Leopards to gather and defend. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. He can even directly change the habits of the demon beasts in the secret realm. How awesome. However, now that a large number of Thunder Wing Leopards have gathered together, it will probably cause some trouble for Liu Yan, right? At the very least, it will reduce the time he takes to clear the level a lot. He won't be able to clear the level so quickly. This Liu Yan is probably the fastest to clear the level, right? Song Kinga and Luoqian are still in the first area. Look, who's on that screen? He seems to have already cleared the first area of the nightmare level and has already arrived at the second area. At this moment, a voice sounded, making everyone's gazes land on another screen. Indeed, they saw that a student had already passed the first area and arrived in front of the second area. Who was faster than Song Kinga and Luoqian? After being shocked by Liu Yan's large number of undead and his clearing speed, some people discovered that a student who had surpassed Song Kinga and Luoqian's clearing speed had already arrived at the second area of the nightmare level. He was only slightly behind Liu Yan. That seems to be the second place new student of Qingbei University. I remember that his name is Zhang Shangbei. He's a warrior. Warrior? I saw his battle just now. He can release a powerful enhancement power and quickly heal the damage he suffered. He's not an ordinary warrior. He's not a warrior. I've learned about Zhang Shangbei. He has a hidden profession, the Holy Knight. He has very powerful enhancement and healing abilities. He's very powerful. Your news is all outdated. The latest news from Zhang Shangbei is that he refined the angel bloodline power and obtained the angel bloodline power. I heard that he has grasped an extraordinary ability. Most of the audience's attention was still on the number one new student of the various universities. They did not pay much attention to the rest. Hearing the surrounding discussion, they realized that this new student was called Zhang Shangbei. He had a hidden profession, the Holy Knight, and had even refined the angel bloodline power. It seemed that he was also a powerful person. Zhang Shangbei? This name is so familiar. Is he from the Zhang family in the capital? I think so. The Zhang family of the imperial capital is a 1,000-year-old family and is very powerful in the imperial capital. No wonder this Zhang Shangbei can refine the angel bloodline power. Although he has to rely on his family's help, to be able to refine the angel bloodline power, one has to be extremely talented. That's right. This Zhang Shangbei's speed is even faster than Luoqian. He has already passed the first area. He probably hid his strength previously. Otherwise, it's unlikely for him to be ranked second among the new students. Previously, everyone's gazes were on Liu Yan. Now that someone whose strength far surpassed the other new students had finally appeared, their attention towards this person naturally increased a lot. In particular, Zhang Shangbei's white equipment, tall figure, and handsome face also attracted the gazes of a large number of female audience. This Zhang Shangbei is so handsome. His face is so handsome. Liu Yan is also very handsome, but the two of them are handsome in different ways. One is on the dark side and the other is on the light side. Their styles are completely different. Weeviwo, I want both. Where did this idiot come from? As a grown man, aren't you ashamed to say such things? Pfft, disgusting. In the secret realm, Zhang Shangbei held a long saber and rode a white phoenix tiger. He looked at the dense forest in the second area in front of him and frowned slightly. There were many wounds on his body, but they were quickly healing. In less than half a minute, they would all directly heal. Nov, L, B /JNN. When I passed the first area, in order to speed up, I didn't deliberately block the attacks. I basically exchanged my injuries for my life to quickly kill the Thunder Wing Leopards in the first area. Now, the Thunder Wing Leopards in the second area are stronger and there are more of them. Looks like I have to be careful and not be so rash. However, it should be alright. I should be the first student to pass the first area. I can slow down slightly in the next area and play it safe. As Zhang Shangbei recovered from his injuries, he thought about his combat strategy for the next area. After refining the angel bloodline power, his healing ability and enhancement ability had become much stronger. Coupled with the enhancement of his 4 attributes, Zhang Shangbei was very confident in the National New Student Exchange competition this time. If not for his grandfather not letting him expose his strength in advance, he would have been the first in Qingbei University in the preliminary competition. However, it was not bad now. In any case, the final champion was based on the main competition's ranking. He just had to charge. After waiting for his injuries and the damages on the White Phoenix Tiger to heal, Zhang Shangbei rode the White Phoenix Tiger and rushed into the second area in front of him. Not long after entering, Zhang Shangbei encountered a small team of elite Thunder Wing Leopards. 5 to 6 Thunder Wing Leopards were wrapped in lightning and rushed towards Zhang Shangbei from all directions. Zhang Shangbei's expression was slightly cold. A golden light flashed on his body, instantly increasing his strength. Then, Zhang Shangbei raised the long saber in his hand and swung it in a circle, directly sending the 2 Thunder Wing Leopards rushing over flying. The remaining Thunder Wing Leopards quickly arrived beside Zhang Shangbei and suddenly pounced towards him. Zhang Shangbei's body bloomed with light, directly sending these thunder wing leopards flying. Raising the long saber in his hand, Zhang Shangbei slashed at the neck of the closest thunder wing leopard. At this moment, a thunder wing leopard that was sent flying not far away transformed into a bolt of lightning. Its speed suddenly increased and it directly rushed in front of Zhang Shangbei, attacking his left arm. Zhang Shangbei looked coldly at this thunder wing leopard, but he ignored its attack. The long saber in his hand directly severed the head of the thunder wing leopard in front of him. The thunder wing leopard that rushed towards Zhang Shangbei struck his left arm. Most of the attack was offset by the armor, but a portion of the lightning power still landed on his left arm, leaving a charred mark. However, this scorch mark was quickly fading and was about to disappear. This attack was completely ignored by Zhang Shangbei. His self-healing ability could easily heal his wounds. Waving the large saber in his hand, Zhang Shangbei directly entered. Compared to the other participating new students, Zhang Shangbei was still very fast. In the stands, Dai Tianhu looked at Zhang Shangbei's performance on the screen and smiled at Elder Zhang beside him. Elder Zhang, look, young Master Shangbei is still very fast. He's only slightly behind Lu Yan. Moreover, Lu Yan only relied on the advantage of a large number of undead to gain the lead. It's impossible for him to perform as well in the arena. Elder Zhang did not speak. His gaze circulated on Zhang Shangbei's screen, and he revealed a satisfied smile. On the viewing platform of the Golden Corner Academy, Lei Shuo's gaze circulated on Lu Yan's screen, and the smile on his face was very rich. Ha ha ha, Lu Yan used so many undead at once. What will the other participating new students do? I think even the speed of the second place will not be able to compare to Lu Yan's. Lu Quan shook his head and said, not necessarily. After all, this is the National New Student Exchange Competition. There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Look at Zhang Shangbei. His performance was very dazzling. He's already clearing the second area. Lei Shuo shifted his gaze and raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this old Jiang's grandson? He does look promising. To be able to clear the first area so quickly, he can be considered an outstanding student among the new students. However, he's still somewhat inferior to Lu Yan. Of course, Lu Yan is the most powerful. Yuna muttered as she nibbled on the two big buns. Lu Quan smiled and shook his head. He could not help but think that these two people were biased in this National New Student Exchange Competition. Yuna, stop eating. Look, Lu Yan is going to fight the Thunder Wing Leopards. Lei Shuo patted Yuna beside him and said, oh. Yuna reluctantly put down the bun in her hand for the time being. Her gaze landed on Lu Yan's projection screen and she looked at it seriously. In the secret realm, Lu Yan was looking at the Thunder Wing Leopards in front of him and thinking about how to deal with the other party to reduce the loss of his undead. The group of Thunder Wing Leopards in front of him was still quite large. There were more than 1,000 Thunder Wing Leopards, nearly 2,000. The Thunder Wing Leopards in the second area should have all gathered. It could not be helped. The pressure of Lu Yan's undead army was too great, making the surrounding Thunder Wing Leopards afraid. They could only choose to join the team and huddle up. Looking at the Thunder Wing Leopards in front of him, Lu Yan's eyes flickered slightly. Then, he decided to personally go up and fight. This was because there were a total of 8 Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard Kings in the group in front of him. Coupled with more than 1,000 surrounding Thunder Wing Leopards, the overall strength and combat strength of this huge group of Thunder Wing Leopards was still quite powerful. If he used the undead army to directly crush them, he could naturally do so. However, the undead army would probably suffer a lot. Therefore, Lu Yan prepared to do it himself. It was best if he could destroy the 8 Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard Kings. In that case, the pressure on the undead army would decrease a lot. If not for the life and death pressure, the 8 Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard Kings would definitely not have gathered. Their gazes were fixed on Lu Yan. They could sense that the person commanding the undead army in front of them was this human. Roar. Roars sounded from the mouths of the 8 Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard Kings. The surrounding Thunder Wing Leopards seemed to have heard an order and rushed forward. Oh, you still dare to take the initiative to rush forward. You leopards are so violent. The corner of Lu Yan's mouth curled into a smile. He directly got the undead in front of him to welcome them and quickly rushed up to the group of Thunder Wing Leopards. A large number of attacks instantly poured out. The undead army collided with the Thunder Wing Leopards and quickly became entangled. However, Lu Yan's undead army still had the upper hand. The other party was still outnumbered. Seeing this, the 8 Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard Kings did not hesitate at all. A large amount of lightning surged out of their bodies and directly rushed towards the undead army in front of them. They all wanted to participate directly and help out. Seeing this, Lu Yan did not hesitate at all. He instantly summoned the 2 bone dragons. Then, Lu Yan used the undead twin. 2 new bone dragons appeared beside the 2 bone dragons that had just appeared and directly rushed towards the Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard Kings. Lu Yan also held the black bone scythe and rushed towards the Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard King in front of him. Lu Yan wanted to take the opportunity to test his combat strength and see what level his combat strength could reach without any enhancement such as the undead Netherworld armor and the Netherworld Soul Scythe. According to Lu Yan's guess, the current him should be enough to resist the Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard King. The 3-dimensional attributes of the bone dragon Lu Yan summoned were twice that of Lu Yan. It was impossible for a single Lord-level Thunder Wing Leopard King to deal with it. At least 2 were required. However, the bone dragons produced by the undead twin skill were slightly inferior. A single Lord level Thunderwing Leopard King was still able to barely handle it. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Therefore, the 4 bone dragons directly shared the burden of the 6 Lord level Thunderwing Leopard Kings. Only 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings were left for Lu Yan. The gazes of the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings landed on Lu Yan, their eyes revealing surprise. Although they did not know why this guy rushed out from the undead in front of them, the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings knew very well that this was an excellent opportunity for them. Without any hesitation, the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings roared and directly rushed towards Lu Yan. As long as they could kill this guy, the undead army in front of them would collapse on its own. Thinking of this, the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings directly increased their strength to the maximum. Lightning appeared on their bodies and they quickly arrived beside Lu Yan. It had to be said that the speed of the Thunderwing Leopards was fast to begin with. Coupled with the fact that these were 2 Lord-level Thunderwing Leopard Kings, their speed was even faster. Like 2 bolts of lightning, the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings instantly arrived. They appeared beside Lu Yan from both sides and directly pounced towards him. Lu Yan waved the black bone scythe in his hand and directly welcomed the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings. The black bone scythe in his hand slashed at one of the Thunderwing Leopard Kings, blocking its attack and sending it flying. However, the other Thunderwing Leopard King was extremely fast and its attack directly landed on Lu Yan. Lu Yan grunted and took a step back, leaving a mark on the undead armor. Lu Yan's defense was still very high. A single attack from the Thunderwing Leopard King could not break Lu Yan's defense at all. However, Lu Yan still frowned because he discovered that the Thunderwing Leopard King was too fast. If it were a commander-level Thunderwing Leopard King, Lu Yan could still face 2 at the same time. However, it was impossible for Lu Yan to deal with both of their attacks at the same time. At most, he could deal with the attack of one Thunderwing Leopard King. He could only resist the attack of the other Thunderwing Leopard King head-on. Looking at the 2 Thunderwing Leopard Kings that wanted to rush towards him again, Lu Yan directly used the Ghost Bone Hand. Several bone hands appeared from the ground and quickly grabbed at one of the Thunderwing Leopard Kings, but they missed. With a flash of lightning, the Thunderwing Leopard King directly rushed out of the Ghost Bone Hand's grabbing range. It could not be helped. The agility of the Thunderwing Leopard King was really too high. It was expected that the Ghost Bone Hand would not have any effect. 2 bolts of lightning arrived beside Lu Yan again. Lu Yan raised the black bone scythe in his hand and slashed at the neck of one of the Thunderwing Leopard Kings. The Thunderwing Leopard King, who was attacked by Lu Yan, predicted the danger and directly dodged Lu Yan's attack without hesitation. Lu Yan turned around and the black bone scythe in his hand followed the inertia to his rear, wanting to block the attack of a Thunderwing Leopard King behind him. Bang! He failed to block it again. The Thunderwing Leopard King was too fast, leaving another claw mark on Lu Yan's armor. Seems like your agility is pretty high. How about I lower it? Lu Yan's gaze landed on the Thunderwing Leopard King that wanted to retreat after attacking him. He raised his hand and used a skill. Undead Suppression?